Am I here for a psychological exam? Are you going to ask me about my mother and lay down on the couch?
Well, if I could, I would definitely.
Okay, so my mother was a very negligent parent, typical boomer. She thought she was doing good, but she let MTV and Nickelodeon raise me, and now this is what you got.
Well, you turned out okay, I guess. No murders that I'm aware of. So
Not yet, until somebody pushes the wrong button. I'm just kidding. I'm one of the most harmless dudes. I got in a fight one time in high school. I was one of those preppy douche dudes in high school, and or was it middle school? No, it was high school. It was high school. And I got in a fight with another preppy douche dude, and it was pretty much an even fight, which was severely disappointing to me because you know how you think you can kind of take certain quality of people. I couldn't even whoop this dude's ass, and so I learned that day, don't ever get in a fight ever again. So now I'm a peace-loving hippie. That's why I became a Christian, because I became a pacifist that day.
So you're saying that you became a Christian out of weakness?
Exactly.
I knew it. I'm just kidding.
No. It was funny because I was an early Christian then, and I felt bad about getting in a fight. But like teenagers give a shit. They don't care about their moral obligations. I was just like, I'm going to punch this dude in the mouth. But I'd certainly learned whether or not I could fight that day. So, like I said, I don't engage in, roid rage contests or anything like that. So now I know gun fu. So that's my physically attack abilities. What's up, Machine? Long time no see, buddy.
What's up?
Where's Pill Eater at? We need the 4 horsemen to bring upon the apocalypse.
Yeah, I was watching these Debooterisms, and yeah, it was a mess.
I just saw you on a.
By the way, sorry, real quick. I think you guys can restream, so I just want to let you guys know.
Did you just pay for it? Don't pay for that.
Yeah,
I'm streaming on my channel anyways. But yeah, I set up.
I know, but I just sacrificed my last $25 so I can help you guys.
No, don't do that.
No. But just see if it works. Just do me the favor since I already did.
I don't see the button right now, so you may have to
we're on my channel live, and I dropped the link there. So if anybody wants to come on the panel, there's only 3 people watching me. I think it's because the fucking last show I had to restream it, and then people kept thinking it was live. I had to do it like twice, and then I fucking kept telling them it was a restream. So yeah, there's no other way to do shit. I'm not a fucking video editor, so it just happens.
Yeah,
so
I know what you mean.
I'll come back and let you know if it works. First of all, you have to click a button somewhere that says allow your panels to restream. You actually have to click that button, and so I don't know if you have to do it before you set up the stream.
Yeah,
I don't think you can do it midstream. I don't know, but
I don't know. Let me try. I'm just gonna play.
I'll jump out and tell you. I'll jump out and tell you if it works or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this video just a second because we're still waiting for people to show up. Machine, if you have anything you want to interject, just do it. Just, system of a down scream or something.
For sure.
I'm trying to find that video I sent you, and basically this is going to be about psychology. So take it anywhere you want to go, basically. And Pillator's here as well. Hello. I'm just going to play this video really quick, just while I'm looking for something really quick. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm
present. Uploading to the trace of your perception. Satan's lie contains some truth, but to understand how this lie is permeated throughout history, to create a new reality. Let's break down this passage.
No, you still click the button yet.
That mankind would be subject to death. This lie is the foundation.
And Billy, what's up, dude? Just joking.
Did you hear Dave's coming to town? Chappelle. Did you hear Dave's coming to town? Matthews?
Marriage means a lifetime of toil and debt. So what about my life? Staying single means a carefree life. Marriage traps me to death, and you never find out. If I get a minor illness, I'll treat it. If it's serious, I'll just let it go and die. By not marrying, not having kids, and not having loans, I'll wake up naturally every day. So, friends, not having a wife in a wedding marriage is a blessing. Wedding marriage is a blessing and the best value. If I don't marry, I'll become a bootlegger. And without that, there's no high spending. If I don't marry, I don't need to buy a car or a house, and there's no pressure at all. And
NASDAQ, Dow Jones, Wall Street Journal, New York City. I see the problem here. You're shooting me a little baby inside your body. Yeah, I just bloomed late. Shut up, nigger. I'm masturbating.
Look at Blaine Bowles. This is early training. They really work here. Here's kind of hot dog on a user confidential. Right off break. So it must have really been fun.
the life from the global government and you're allowed to be part. The rest you can do to protect your mind. Basically, it's all about the so while you're wasting the time texting that there's only video.
The cellular telephone, it's wireless. It uses satellites and terrestrial antennas to send and receive transmissions. It's
I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Satan, being the father of light, was able to redefine what this meant. According to the Church of Great Deception, Satan's lie contains some truth. But to understand how this lie
behavior, all carried out by scientists called John B. Calhoun. The setup was relatively simple. John constructed a set of enclosures and living spaces for mice designed to meet their every need. There was unlimited food, space for thousands of rats, and a whole world of different rooms and chambers for them to claim as their own. John expected the rats to breed as much as they could, quickly filling out the enclosure to capacity. Instead, he saw much more disturbing and strange results, which were almost the same every time he repeated the experiments. The population of the rats would never go over a third of the capacity of the enclosure, and after a few generations, it would start to fall again until all of the rats eventually died out. It was because of their behavior. He noticed that there were different types of rats which emerged. Some of the male rats became dominant and violent, taking charge of small territories within the enclosure and monopolizing breeding rights with the female rats. Some male rats became submissive and weak. They stopped breeding altogether with the females, were seeking out the dominant males for contact. Others withdrew from social contact completely. As the experiments would go on, behavioral quirks returned into pathologies. There was more fighting, and the female rats eventually stopped building nests or rearing their young. After a few hundred days, the colony would start losing its population and collapse because the remaining rats would become too deranged to raise their children. At this point, you're probably starting to notice some similarities between the rats in our society today. Whilst our behavior can't be completely explained by animals,
there is Islam and Christianity should merge to fight Satan is like saying false should team up with truth to fight false. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. It's self-refuting. It's counterintuitive.
Even the term Satan, which
Oh, Jimmy Bobby.
And Zico, it's frustrating, but it's actually kind of good news that he can't quite make this distinction between the two. He's kind of caught in the
to the Christian paradigm.
Yeah, you guys can talk over the video.
Well, in fact,
feel free to just start talking if you want. I'm going to be ready in just a second.
For sure. We'll wait.
Well, in fact,
we'll wait until the video's not drowning us out, retard.
Because Islam requires the biblical narrative and revelation to be true. In order to have
There you go, Neurotech. You gotta balance the force.
You're an assertion.
By that kid in Southport. It's an act of violence that shattered the peace of the summer holidays in a seaside town. 3 girls were killed. BB King, Elsie Dot, Stankham, and Elise Aguirre. However, 186,000 Palestinians have been killed. Most of them are children. Do you see us burning every synagogue that supports the Israeli regime?
Another fire, another night of chaos. Anti-immigration rioters attack a hotel in Rotherham.
Do you see us holding innocent people responsible?
Crowds clashing with police outside a hotel where immigrants are being housed.
Yeah, you don't. We're coming in peace. And imagine our anger. Imagine how we feel every day in Chechnya, in Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Kashmir, Mali, Libya, everywhere. We see our children killed. We don't behave in the manner that you see these hooligans behaving in because they don't care for their girls. They're here for violence. They're here because they hate us. A black Christian man born in Wales killed them girls.
Axel Rubikamana is 17, British, born in Wales and of Rwandan heritage.
But who they directing their anger at? They're directing it at Muslims only. Why? Because their agenda is anti-Islam straight up. This is our fucking country, not fucking theirs.
And here to take the kids. Children have been murdered. There's been a massacre on the street.
We've got the tiger, little white girls all over the country. They're supposed to be the fucking face.
Like Russian roulette at this point. Which one's going to be next? No one questioned by BLM, we're out. No one questioned by Palestine, we're out. We're saving the kids. We're stopping the boats. We're closing the borders. Look how mad we've all got. This is real women. This is lionesses. This is the Lion Road. I'm not racist and I don't give a fuck what you say.
Then who the fuck is got you?
Of the signals to be more deeply embedded and bypass usual cognitive filters. In chaos magic, the concept of priming and cognitive triggers is exemplified through the use of signals, which are integral to the medical
Whoa,
framework
what a
developed by
cutie.
An influential figure in modern thinking. Paris philosophy underscores the sigil as not only but also as this perspective aligns closely with the psychological mechanism of priming, like exposure to health, like subtly influences person's subsequent behaviors and thoughts to align with the embedded intentions of the and also known as concept that signals, by their very design, harness the subconscious mind by bypassing the conscious awareness to enact change. This is akin to the process of priming, a psychological effect well documented by researchers.
Holy God, I love her accent.
I'd like the Blanca
Such as
dog
John
video.
Bark and Tanya Chartrand, who found that subtle exposures can prime individuals to act in ways that align with the primed concept, often without their conscious realization. In the context of chaos magic, sigils are crafted from the desires or intentions of the.
Ever date a guy that made 200K?
Like a year?
Yeah.
No, what the?
Are you serious? You don't think 200K is a lot?
No, I want a guy that makes 200K a month.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good.
Would you?
I mean, like 200K is like a lot of money. Like my dad makes 200K.
But like that's like your hardworking dad. Like we live in a whole different generation.
That's true. It's easy to make money now.
Yeah,
clearly. Look how much money we have.
And everybody else is to run amok because you can't be held responsible.
Right. And you went to Harvard, right? So I read a lot as a meditation person. I read a lot about Herbert Benson's work, Dr. Benson's work. And I know he studied, he was one of,
This is
I don't
like
know if he
the
was Walter
beginning I wanted
Cannon's
to get
protege,
into.
or he studied in the lab.
Basically,
the
free
Cannon
will
lab,
determinism
but
via science.
apparently,
And so
Dr. Walter
we'll just watch
Cannon
a little
was
bit of
the guy
this.
who coined
Interject
fight-flight
because I'm gonna shift
reaction, and he studied,
once we get
I'm
the
not sure which
basis
primates
of
he
what these
studied,
guys are
but
talking about now.
from what I could tell, he studied some primates in a laboratory setting.
This is what it
and
sounds
exposed
like
them
when you're
to
trying to
electric
talk
shocks
at the
or
same
something
time
like
as the
that.
video,
So
Jack. You got to
what
pick
my
one.
No, I was just saying, I'm going to let these guys talk a second about evolutionary psychology, determinism via science. Essentially, they're basically saying there's no free will because of materialism. I want to see if you guys have any agreement or disagreement, because
Sounds cool, bro. I just wanted your audience to be able to hear your message and you speaking. You know,
no,
so
thanks for
just
telling me. Thanks
pro tip.
because I'm not 100% today, so I appreciate it. And Pill Eater, do me a favor if you can, send me that article that about dehumanization if you can, because I want to cover that one after this.
Which one? The human by
The dehumanization one or whatever. Remember the
the
one you sent me?
dehumanization. Yeah. That article I wrote. Okay.
Yeah, I want to cover that after this. So.
question is, your research obviously is in the field and you're studying primates in their natural habitat. What revelations did your work do to further Dr. Cannon's initial work on the fight-flight reaction or the stress response?
Yeah, he's one of the two gods of stress physiology. The other was this guy, Hans Selye. There's sort of two branches to the stress response. There's the sympathetic nervous system, and that was Cannon's deal. And then there's these glucocorticoid hormones like cortisol, hydrocortisone, and that was Selye's contribution. And ever since, the Cannonites and the cellulites have been fighting over which branch is more important. And I'm definitely of the glucocorticoid branch. But I thought initially what I was going to go out and show was, like, if you get a choice in the matter, you want to be a high-ranking baboon, because you got all the psychological advantages. You've got control, you got predictability, you got outlets. If you're having a crummy day, you can always get somebody to back because you're high ranking, that sort of thing. All sorts of psychological advantages there. And I wasted my first 20 years out there showing that. Showing if you were high ranking, you had lower levels of stress hormones, lower blood pressure, your reproductive endocrine system worked better also. So it seemed like, okay, what's the big lesson? Go out and compete and win and be dominant. And it took me about 20 years out there to begin to realize your rank is nowhere near the most important thing. It's what does your rank mean in your particular troop? Different troops have different cultures, and that's not like a, oh my God, Disney, Bambi sort of term. That's like a legitimate term these days, in terms of how readily do you get dumped on if you're low ranking. In some troops, it happens all the time, and others, it never. So what's your rank? What does it mean in terms of what kind of culture is it in your troop?
How outcomes happen, we can usually trace it back. This is the, from what I understand, this is the essence of your work. We could trace it back to access to that part of the brain. So that plays a pivotal role in this idea of free will, right? So you've written like 8 best-selling books, and your most recent one is called Determined. And I guess it's good to pivot to that work now. Determined, of a science of life without free will, which is very triggering for a lot of people, this idea that there's no such thing as free will. So I guess we can start with just talking about that. Like, what do you mean by free will, and what do you mean by there's no such thing as free will?
I think where people get into trouble is 2 realms where they decide they're seeing free will because it just feels like it, and where they're not, and where that gets you into trouble. The first one is when you actually make a choice. You form an intent and you choose something. You're choosing between Coke and Pepsi. You're choosing between invading this neighbor or that neighbor, whatever it is you're making. And you form an intent. You're consciously aware that you're making this decision. You got a pretty good sense what the consequences are going to be. Most importantly, you know nobody's holding a gun to your head. You've got alternatives available to you. And for most people and the criminal justice system, that's necessary and sufficient to say that's it. There's free will, there's responsibility, there's culpability, which gives me apoplexy at that point, because that's like 0.1% of what you need to be paying attention to. Because you look at somebody who just had this intent and they carried it out, have this effect, and they knew they could have done otherwise. And you're learning zero unless you ask the question, how did they turn out to be the sort of person who would form that intent at that moment? And that's 99.9% of what goes on. And we have this intuitive trap of it feeling so tangible when you've just chosen between this or that, when you've decided what you want to do and you choose, and that most of the time we're not thinking, how did I turn out to be somebody who would have that desire, that intent at that point? And that's where all the free will disappears. The other domain, which is like the quicksand for everyone, is like you look at someone who's had some lousy luck and adversity and all of that, and somehow they reinvent themselves. They pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They show incredible these heartwarming stories. Or you look at somebody who has had every possible advantage and they just piss it away with self-indulgence. And there's this huge temptation there to think that when it comes to self-discipline and backbone and gumption and all of that, that's not made of biology. That's magic. That's free will. Like biology may have something to do with, whether you're good at playing lacrosse or whatever weird sports are happening right now in France, but that tells you nothing about who's going to push through the pain and do it. And that's where we get back to the prefrontal cortex. The attributes you wound up with are purely biological, interaction with environment, and what you do with them, purely biological. Self-control, self-discipline, all of that is made out of the same biology yuck as is anything else in your brain. And it's all coming out of the prefrontal cortex. Like every time life has you in a position where like you got to make a choice and there's a smarter one, but the other one's more tempting. The choice that you wind up making is entirely a function of how do you wind up getting to that point. How do you wind up with a prefrontal cortex that would have the power or not, that would have the values or not as to what counts as self-discipline? All of that. And what we know is that's the realm in which, for a billion different reasons, you had no control over what life handed you in that regard. It's starting with being a fetus. Like a mother's socioeconomic status is already influencing the rate of cortical development in her fetus. Like, ooh, use some free will. I'm going to pick to be in the womb of somebody of high socioeconomic status, so I get born with already the starts of a great prefrontal. At the moment of birth, all of this, you had no control over the circumstances that produced the you who you are at this moment was already in effect.
Yeah, it's interesting. This guy Sapolsky, he came up with that whole concept of toxoplasmosis. That's how he got famous. He went on Joe Rogan and talked about this concept. So I think he's somehow connected to this whole uh, you know, Esalen like whole angle where he's trying to push some sort of concept about how drugs affect your brain, bacteria affects your brain, and it'll cause you to make strange decisions and all that type of stuff. So so the decisions we make are part of this complex, process, and that goes to his idea. But he talks a lot about some other things which are very interesting. He's a huge champion of Western learning and all this type of stuff. He gave these other videos on the preeminence of the West. He's, in his Stanford, I think it's Stanford or where he teaches, or this Jewish guy.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. And what you just reminded me of is like I didn't know he came up with toxoplasmosis, but I've been seeing a lot of Christian quote unquote videos about how parasites are literally demons and that you get demons inside of you via parasites. So I don't know.
What do you mean parasites? Like ticks and stuff? Like, what do you mean parasites? Like tapeworms?
Yeah.
Are demons? No, dude, they're completely
well,
natural.
this is what's going around Christian YouTuber circles.
Humans are retarded, dude. Even if they claim to be Christian, that doesn't make them smarter. So machine, I kind of understand the general human idea that the brain in the jar can be, affected by chemicals and electrical impulses and yada yada yada. I don't think that even remotely affects free will.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're talking. Yeah, like I agree with you. Like I don't even think that he's even, reaching the like what actually is the decision making process.
Right.
So,
and I was going to go with the second half is I was going to say that there's definitely complicated variables in the way the mind works, and so you can definitely inhibit or deteriorate the quality of your perception, and so that's definitely a variable in the equation. But it's not like you can stick a needle in one part of the brain and that will force you to make a different free will choice or something like that. That's where I think humans get really dumb about how obsessed they are with neurochemistry and stuff like that, because
Or like opening up their third eye. People have literally drilled holes into that part of the skull, right?
Those are usually math nerds because they're trying to figure out the God equation, and they figure out it. They think that if you release the pressure on the brain, you'll allow expansion of the neurochemistry to allow the God equation to fall into the hole. But yeah, don't do that. That's not how that works. But
It's not
anyway,
that complicated.
yeah, it's simple math. It's like 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. I mean, that's it. It's easy, piece cake. Anyways, so the whole free will thing is just humans' lack of knowledge of the three planes of existence. So you've got the physical realm, the spiritual realm, and then the soul.
Yeah, but those are fabricated, right?
Nope, they're all real.
I don't think so.
Real.
Where do those
I do.
exist?
Explain how you say they're all fabricated.
Fabricated by who?
Well, I just think well, let's go with the physical. Physical's not
Okay.
real at all.
Well,
let's
it's
go
kind of
down.
real.
All right, like physical, like there's no way we could substantiate the physical.
Machine, if
Even with shared experiences, because of the idea that
we got shared
even then, like like an electromagnetic level, we're gonna possibly create the same hallucinations.
So, Machine, before we get into the Matrix debate, even if you tell a lie in the Matrix, isn't it still really a lie?
Yeah, I suppose, but what does that have to do with being in the Matrix?
Because it's real. It's real enough, Machine. Even if it's a
simulation. There's real lies.
Enough.
Yeah, there's real lies. I'm aware of this. But how does that prove
you don't think anything physical is real? Like it's all simulation and fake, or what do you?
Well, it's the term that I have. Like you invented a category named physical. Now it's all a matter of what you place in that category. Now I bet you that most people are going to disagree what goes into that fucking bag.
I think we're pretty much settled on that. The science is pretty clear on the same.
Science is nonsense. What are you talking about? Science?
Hold on.
Science
the
is
same.
bullshit.
Hold on. The same water molecule that was defined as two hydrogens bonding to an oxygen is true yesterday. That was true today, and will probably be true tomorrow. Now, if it's not true tomorrow, we might have to argue the reality of the physical universe. But so far,
but nobody knows like what a fucking oxygen particle, like if it's a particle, like nobody's ever observed. Yeah, atom, exactly. Nobody's observed.
Actually, we have observed atoms at this point directly with electron microscope, so we can actually look at
but they don't know what they don't know what they are. Like what you're looking at. What you're looking at is not like that's the appearance of something. So we've seen the appearance of atoms, but like that's what we've seen.
Why is there a field that's only visible by this like electromagnetic, like the Kirlian photography? And this goes into people who actually are visibly able to see auras, because there is some connection on this level. So
right.
and that was on a scientific level, well documented. I did a non-copyrighted video on this, not that I'm skewing, but that shows that energetic level. And they did tests with people like on alcohol versus like people who have high anxiety and like that transition of when they go into that relaxed state. And then how also that energetic level influences like their child, like two parents influencing their own child.
Yes, I agree. But I think that points to something beyond what is conventionally seen as physical. And then it goes to something where conventional science will deny that. They'll say, well, there's no, if you go to a physicalist scientist, they'll say there's no such thing as aura. So you can't put it on science.
But then they'll tell you that simulation theory is like without a doubt.
Exactly.
So, right?
Exactly. So there's it's like scientists are fuckers.
Stuff, and then 10 completely different energy
Ooh, Tiger, you're coming in real muffled, buddy.
Tiger, you need to check your microphone,
Yeah.
buddy.
Their own science label thing.
Tiger, you're cutting out.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
want to
a,
hear. Yeah, I want to hear what you're
unfortunately,
saying.
we can't make out what you're saying. Yeah, sorry.
Try
Yeah,
again,
we-
Tiger. You might have to get closer to the mic or mess with your gain or something, buddy.
Yeah, I'm hearing enough. I'm just gonna see what I can fix here.
Yeah, try to fix it because it's coming in real muffled. Maybe go back and listen to your audio in the video because it's sounding very muffled, and then try again, please.
And might just mean that you need to dip out and dip back in. It could solve the
Sometimes
problem.
that fixes it. Yeah, just jump out and jump back in. Sometimes resets your connection. So yeah, I think we all agree that there is a non-physical realm, which again I just lump together into the spirit and soul because most humans can't discern the difference between spirit and soul. So I just call them one clump of mess. But anyways, so that's where it gets interesting. But then we have less knowledge of, and so then the problem arises: how do we describe this realm, which we have very little knowledge of, or the ability to analyze and experiment with? So there you go. Hey, generally specific, how you doing, buddy?
I'll live in the dream.
Let's see if Tiger Jin is back on. What's going on, brother?
Try that mic again,
It
Tiger.
was probably the fact that I was next to an air conditioner.
Nice, yeah, you're coming in clear now. Yeah,
way
For
better.
Yeah, I mean, all I was saying is that science gives its own labels to things. So what you typically see, I'm trying to think of what a label I want to use: New Age or occultist, magic person, whatever would call energy or chi or anything. Oftentimes, you can find a interesting correlation with scientists calling it electromagnetism or magnetism. So, or sometimes plasma or things like that. And it's just science just puts their own labels on things and then pretends it's not what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, that's how they can gear it into the direction. I shouldn't say they, because I'm not going to put that kind of label on it. But I think that you have to look at it as that there's like a sort of a game at play. Like they're trying to steer something in like a woo woo in some formats in a woo woo direction, in some formats a like an over scientific level, so that you get that stark contrast of that full on like spiritual religion versus hard science, when actually, like you're saying, it all connects.
Yeah, it's really all the same thing. And I often don't. My graduate thesis in undergraduate school was on medical science, sort of a history of medical science regarding vivisection and such. But in the course of that, I just became convinced that scientists are some of the most closed-minded people ever in history. Like you would have medical doctors and surgeons in the 19th century throwing the biggest hissy fit about washing their hands and instruments before and after surgery. Like they're just, I mean, they called it Listerism, this idea that you can get people sick through contagions or anything like that. It's Listerism because Dr. Lister came up with it. And they just be like,
oh, so we're getting into germ theory now. Have you looked into germ
back
medicine?
then it wasn't necessarily germ theory, but but just the fact that, hey, you might not want to stick this dirty, bloody instrument you used on 20 people into another person. And the surgeons back then, they were just like, what? Why? Who cares? And they would there was extremely high variable difference between people who washed their instruments before and after surgery and those who didn't. I mean, it was just like
but
the
this does
survival
get into
rate
a
was
deeper...
just massive. So my point there is whatever the mechanism is, just you would read these doctors and surgeons just throwing a big hissy fit about not wanting to wash their hands. So I after that I was just like I
So how do you feel about
close-minded?
But I'm gonna get I do have to touch on this just a little bit, and I promise I'm not going to take over germ theory and the idea that actually it's not legit. and that this is a connected to a deeper level. And even Eastern medicine acknowledges this on how every aspect of your body, even like the acupuncture points of your foot, connect to every part of your body. But also this connects to Pill Eater, shout out, just because we were talking about the body keeps the score, and German New Medicine, and the idea that actually a lot of our diseases and our immunity complications and our gut health connect to our emotional health. So your ability to fight something coming in, like you're saying, like even the ability to just like withstand somebody who hasn't washed a tool, who's going to have to cut into you. You know, this could come into the wilderness. So I want you to think about like first aid, military type style, sometimes rough first aid field, or what am I trying to say, like that, you know, medical field type operations. You're looking at situations where they don't have that kind of access. You're looking at situations where they're going to have to use herbs to be that anesthetic immediately in the field. And so this does directly connect to your gut health. And your gut health connects to like diabetes. They're saying now, like, right,
doesn't come into
Alzheimer's is diabetes 3. So I'm just saying that, right? Like we know this with the Shaolin monks. They have this ability to rewire their brain activity, withstand pain. What can we withstand on the immunity level with fear and anger and
more importantly, why would we want to do such a thing too? That's the other thing, is like, why are they doing that? You know, what is their purpose? I guess.
Yeah.
You know, and I think without a why, there's no reason to look at how. That's just my opinion, but I want to play a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to switch to a different article, and then basically this is for those who are joining. This is more or less about psychology, so I'm going to I really want to talk about Freud, to be honest with you, but we can get into that in a second. I want to play a little bit of this, and then we'll jump back into it.
For trying to understand the levers and buttons in a system that's based on the same blueprint as us, but is simpler in a lot of ways. It's the same basic biological blueprint. Your brain is doing the exact same thing when you're being an aggressive human and an aggressive baboon. Your brain is doing totally different things when the baboon is slashing somebody right in front of them and you're pressing a button to operate a drone out of the planet. Like, that's where we have the exact same blueprint, and we're using it in completely novel, unprecedented ways. Yeah, sometimes it's useful to see just how fundamental taking it out on somebody weaker is as a way of reducing stress, seeing just how protective social support can be, rather than getting into humans. Is this person actually a friend, or are they just an acquaintance, or are they just a passing? You know, baboons don't meet somebody at a bar and the next morning they have to decide, was this a meaningful interaction or not? It's a simpler landscape built on nonetheless the same basic blueprint. It's just easier to get insights into it that way.
I guess what I'm wondering is this supposed delusion of free will, is it ultimately self-destructive for us as a race, or
can we pause real quick?
The world better, just like the baboons are.
I just wanted to hi, this is generally specific. Thank you for indulging. I just wanted to point out, like, how does he know that when a baboon meets another baboon that they don't wonder the next day whether this was a meaningful encounter or not?
Right.
What metrics are you measuring that on? By what? It's like they'll tell me that my dog doesn't have a soul, but every single dog I've ever had has a different damn personality. How is that possible?
Right.
Like, by what metrics are you measuring your basis or alleged basis of a knowledge on? Well, I don't help me understand. Okay, pardon the interruption. I just didn't want to let that pass. Like, by what hubris do you make this judgment?
They know because they asked the baboon. Duh. Anyways, by the way, GS, animals have spirits, not souls, but we'll come back to that later.
Actually, okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely worse. And it's just an issue of, like, how does the center hold when you got a world built on justifying a small subset of people being treated way better than average for reason data, and most people in some domains being treated way worse than, you can't, if you're running stuff on that, you're going to get into trouble, and the world has no shortage of like examples of why that gets you into trouble. And the US is an amazing sort of venture in the last 50 years as to how much like easily justified inequality makes for a much worse place. And inequality is completely built on that free will is for real. It's just. Different outcomes are just. Justice has been served.
And as a
I just wanted to so Machine, if you don't mind, because I know that you're actually an expert on helping to understand maybe why free will doesn't exist. What do you think the difference between what this guy is saying is and what you would say? Because what he just said there is very interesting. It's like he has this notion of justice, but like based on everything he said, it's like, how do you even have a concept of justice if everything is determined by biology? See what I mean? Like I don't. That's where I'm. Maybe he's right. I just don't understand how.
Well, it goes, mainly to what GS is saying, that he's drawing an arbitrary line and saying this is where mind, rises from, and nobody's agreed to that line that he's drawing. So, in terms of, the dog acting based on its constitution, or the monkey acting based on its constitution, and the human acting based on its constitution, right? He's saying that is because intelligence or mind are a very specific thing, whereas he's drawing that line very arbitrarily, and then once you understand that line has been arbitrarily drawn, where does intelligence really arise from, right? The question really is that, and then if you go into philosophy of mind and you see that nature is intelligent, right, most likely, then you get to the idea that, that it's that mind, that we have less free will because everything's thinking at the same time. It's not that, that nobody's thinking. That's why we don't have free will. See, that's what he's trying to prove. He's trying to prove there's no such thing as consciousness, so there's no such thing as free will, which is retarded, because all there is consciousness. The only thing you can experience is consciousness, right? So,
Well, I would actually
It's like what
posit.
came first, real quick. What came first, the consciousness or the egg?
Exactly.
And
right.
And to further your point, I think that was Machine that was talking. To further your point, I think probably the most intelligent thing on the planet is, I think it's called mycelium, the mushrooms, basically the networks.
Right.
mycology
Yeah.
or
The
mycelium.
fungi colonies. I mean, I think that probably that is the
Communication.
most intelligent thing on the face of this planet.
They
But
have neural networking. Yeah. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it, but the fact that they don't speak in a language that we can understand, we assume that they are less than us. That is,
So trees do the same thing. It's like a
Yep,
neural
right.
network underground where the root systems, it's because, but think about the neurons of our brains. It's the same concept. And for miles, there was something really crazy I read about, I think it's called like the bowhead whale. A 60-mile difference, they dive at the same synchronicity. So this coincides also with what we've discovered about the heart and the biofield, and how the heart actually is going to sense the danger before you see, sense, or smell it. So what does that mean? We're literally vibrationally feeling this. So this gets into resonance frequency.
Is that where they come up with faint of heart?
Exact. I mean, there's so much I could get into about like how, like, you talk about like heartbroken, people dying from a broken heart. Yeah.
Machine, I heard you earlier.
Under 6 feet, burying ourselves 6 feet underground. The biofield's like anywhere from 6 to 12 feet out. And this whole thing that we just went through on all levels. Yeah.
I think the medical term is heart murmur, but yeah, you guys are probably talking about the same thing.
No, it's different.
Well, that's a heart arrhythmia. There's different types of arrhythmias. I worked in, so I was a sleep technologist, but I actually did like most of what I'm reading EEG, but I'm also monitoring the respiratory system. So there's certain like activity we're looking for in that correlation.
Machine, really quick. You were talking earlier today. I didn't catch much of it, but I caught a part where you're talking about different concepts of, I think, free will, but you said something about sovereignty and a different construct, I guess. What are those? What was that thing about sovereignty?
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. You know, liberals invented the idea of free will, A, to get God off the hook, and then B, to then, invent this concept that, you have rights. So the whole basis of rights based on sovereignty is totally different from, the metaphysical notion of free will. So the philosophical debate on free will is not about whether we have the liberty to do certain things. All right. So I was just trying to make that distinction because somebody smuggled in the discussion on rights and sovereignty and all of that type of stuff. And I was saying, well, that's a totally different idea,
Somebody on the Canuck said, what about sentience versus intelligence? How do you guys think that is? And does anybody know who Shoju Cafe is? I don't know.
How much time do you got, General Jack?
Well, it's just one deals with life, the other doesn't, right?
How much time do you got, Neurojack? Because there's no short answer to any of those questions.
Well, just very briefly. I don't know who you are.
All right, the TLDR.
I think I know who Soju Cafe is.
The TLDR version of sentience is the ability to perceive and process data. So humans conflate the term consciousness with sentience.
Yeah. Showed you you're not connected to your camera and audio. Go ahead.
Oh, what? Who?
Yeah, I know Soju Cafe.
There's somebody in the back. I5.
Yeah, they're not. They're not connected to their audio and video is not connected. It won't add them. So I'm just going to kick them for now. But please come back if you can connect your stuff.
Or at least have an overlay ready. I still haven't figured that one out yet. Anyways. So the term consciousness is tossed around with sentience and stuff like that, and so we can get into that if you want to. Long story short, even computers are sentient, and so they also qualify as consciousness, which bad news, machine lies. Sorry, the robots are rising up, but anyways, all animals, life, humans, we all share this phenomenon, but that's not what makes us special. And humans are different because we have sapience, which is a whole another category. But that's why I said there's 3 levels. There's physical, spiritual, and soul. So spirit can account for things up to and including sentience, consciousness, and then the soul is where the free will resides.
Yeah, this is that Trinity stuff,
It's always 3s, man. Why is God so obsessed with 3?
Suspiciously, there's 3 of them. I'm not surprised.
Fun fact, did you know that Conservatoria has 3 pillars of foundations?
I'm sure it does, yeah. But try to build something with 3 pillars. You need a 4th one.
Really quick. I do want to respond to what Canuck is saying because I think it's interesting. He said, what did he say here? He said, liberals invented free will, more nonsense. I didn't hear that part. So if anybody can expound on the tie between free will and liberalism, I'm curious to hear about that. I'm kind of coming to a similar.
I don't think liberals invented free will. Last time I checked, God created free will, so I wouldn't give liberals that much credit. But
let's define free will. Hold on, let's define free will real quick. I'm going to bring up a definition and put it on screen, so that way we can all. Because I think that this is one of the terms, like, I assumed it meant culpability for your actions, but I think that's not exactly what it means. So let's see if
it's related. Tacos. I can tell you that defined foreknowledge and free will is often a conflating thing in religion and philosophy, and many people have described how would you have free will if God believes in destiny. So I think it's really determined by the ability to do something outside of your potential. And that actually is free will.
By the way, Neurojack, I just got back from doing a stream with a Calvinist, so I'm getting a real big kick out of this topic.
Oh, man, Calvinists.
Don't even get me started. Yeah, let's pretend that.
Let's not go there.
They get 3 choices, so they want their cake and eat it too, and something else. But we have a Calvinist.
That aside,
Yeah, and so again, like I don't know enough about all these things, so don't take my comments personally. I'm more trying to figure out, but I'm very suspicious of Calvinism. But you know, maybe it's for good reasons or not.
Yeah, and they absolutely did invent their own notion of free will. You know, that's uneducated. You know, how could you claim that they didn't invent their own concept of free will? Come on, you know, let's not be obtuse here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is like, so it said liberal. So liberal would basically be post Enlightenment. Is that what you're kind of referring to?
Oh yes, yeah, they had totally different views on liberty and free will, and they talked about these things in a totally different way after, you know, in a secular, you know, idea, just how Pilliater just explained, you know, that it, you know, before the concept was related to, you know, foreknowledge of God, you know, so, and there's a totally different discussion, you know, so
Okay,
you know,
so I'm going to read this definition just very briefly, just to make sure that everybody agrees on the term. Therefore, we can critique it on the same page, because it, you know, because I think that this is kind of a contentious point, which is good. But free will is closely linked to the concepts of moral responsibility, praise, culpability, and other judgments. I would underline that, which apply only to actions that are freely chosen. So okay, that's the main. That seems to me, before we go any further, I think that's the main crux. What does it mean
I
to be freely
disagree with
chosen?
it already.
Are
I
you
wouldn't
freely
go with
chosen to be born?
that first line there. Free will is the capacity or ability to choose between different possible courses of action. That is free will, and I would stop right there. That is it. Anything else about culpability? I mean, it doesn't make sense, because even in criminal law, you have strict liability. So you go over the speed limit, doesn't matter why, you're being arrested, no one cares what your excuse is. That's strict liability that exists in law, and you have I could give other examples of it.
So, and look, I have some experience in the legal field too, and I think that this is like one of the things that I really have been dying to talk about, which is that, you know, you know, is it really free will that's being judged, or is it the action first and then the level of culpability second? Does that make sense?
I mean, it just depends on what the law is. So there are laws that, most criminal law, you're going to at least have to have the minimum intent that it wasn't an accident. And you'll be, you know, they'll try, as long as it wasn't an accident, you're going to pay the penalty. The judge, has his criteria with how he wants to punish things. Strict liability is there is no excuse. So the most dramatic example in law is statutory rape. Doesn't matter if she was lying about her age, doesn't matter if you thought she was older, doesn't matter, or you're being punished with it. That's strict liability. And whereas anything else, and I mean, we could get to this, but if you kill somebody, they're always looking at the level of intent. Was it an accident? Was it in heat of anger? Were you coerced to do it? How long did you plan on it? And so,
yeah,
if we're talking about free will, like, culpability is a completely different thing.
Yeah, this is the liberal notion as it relates to rights. Maybe it says not to be confused with self-agency. I noticed it says that up there. Maybe we can click on that, because I think that's more closer to like what we're talking about, you know.
So, Neurojack, to your legal point, I think you'll notice that most humans agree we don't take our cats and dogs to court and hold them morally accountable for their actions, because some humans figured out they don't have free will or sapience or morality. And so that's where I would draw the line
It's just
between.
harder to take advantage of that notion in general. That's all.
So that's where I would draw the line between sentience and sapience. So animals are sentient. They have spirits. They have the ability to perceive and process data. They are limited to the phenomenon known as instinct and programming.
So they've been able to show that plants actually can feel pain, and so they are calling them, and in the especially with the ability to communicate through their networking.
So,
they are
should we just
considered
stop eating?
sentient.
So should we just stop
So,
eating?
so vegan, I'm sorry, your whole philosophy is a little skewed. There's like actual, and this actually, it to some extent, this does back it up because there's a whole thing too on like the true aspect of veganism doesn't attribute to what we need in the garden. So as far as bone ash and that true nutrients of the animal influence. Anyway, I just had to throw that. I'm sorry, but they're saying now, especially in science, that plants are sentient.
So to the point, to the legal aspect of things as well, and I don't want us to go too far afield before I make this point. We talk about intent, and in the court of law, intent is one of the hottest things to actually prove. Sans a confession by the perceived guilty person, and even sometimes confessions are false confessions. That said, if the intent of a person's motives are one of the hardest things to prove without a confession, then going back to my previous statement about this guy making this assertion about baboons not having meaningful interactions with other baboons, only humans do. But based on how do you perceive that metric when you can't even determine if someone murdered someone and they planned to murder him, or if it was
I'll
just
tell you
crime
how
of
you
passion?
perceive it. Your lawyer makes a deal with the prosecutor on the golf course, and it's done before it's already figured out before they even tell you any information. Your judge is a your sheriff's a Klansman, and the judge is a Mason. Figured out from there.
So, do they have free will to be those things, or is that predetermined?
Ask yourself those questions.
I can barely hear you. You sound
Ask
real
yourself
muffled.
those questions.
Okay. So yeah, so let's get into this self-agency, since that's what we're so also known as phenomenal will is the sense that actions are self-generated. So I'm trying to understand what this means.
I think TML's right. This is more of what the issue is about.
Yeah, this is the philosophical issue as opposed to the issue in terms of legal rights, right? You know, the legal rights portion is created by secular humanism, right?
Also,
and really that's private versus public. Like people are not realizing how simplified they've laid this out, and this is why there's so many loopholes.
Well,
But
look,
when you start to break that down in your ability
Well,
to
hold
get
on,
to your more free will status through the private. Sorry, I'm done.
You're good. Here's where I think the rubber
Yeah,
meets the
it's over there on the other. Like, go to
Hey,
the main.
dude, you got a hot mic there, bottom.
So I
dude.
got it. So
are you still talking?
Sorry.
Jack?
Anyways, here's where I think the rubber meets the road, which is that I think here's the thing. So whether free will is real or not, would you guys and I think some of the people on the panel know, wouldn't you say that free will is a social construct, but it is the manner by which we are judged in a court of law and under the system as it currently exists? Would that be a fair assessment? Or
I disagree. It's
No.
not a social construct.
You don't get judged by free will.
well, let's just assume for the moment that it is.
Okay.
Well, then yes. Then to answer your question,
But what I'm
yeah,
saying
to
is,
the
are we
answer.
judged by free will according to the law? Is what I'm really trying to get at.
But then that would be like also the laws of nature, not just like public law.
Well, this is where I think Pill Eater's object ontology, dark ecology stuff would come in. But before I get there, let's say let me try to
Everyone's worried about being judged.
Well,
Also,
when you go to court, you will be worried about it, right? So
Yeah, which court? The natural court you're talking about?
Court of law of men. So
No,
also
he said nature. He said nature.
Also, neural self-agency isn't precise enough term because, again, animals can self-identify, so that doesn't distinguish between sentience and sapience.
Sure, that's fine. But again, what I'm trying to say is
still required though.
Well, let me ask Machine, because he's the only one who has a point of contention that I can tell with free will so far, and maybe Pill Eater and Tiger Jet. I'm not sure, but
right. I'm listening.
I mean, I was just going to say, I like the definition I pointed to earlier. Essentially, free will. You're asking the question of whether or not you can make just whether or not your decisions are your own, whether or not you have options, things like that. That's all I'm looking at. Or if you're going with like that other guy before, no, it's all consequences of this, and you really have no choice what you're doing.
Well, let's just take an extreme example. Let's say that someone's from sub-Saharan Africa. They have a 70 IQ. They've been abused, and they just go and just slaughter a bunch of people randomly when they show up in somewhere, right? So, regardless of their culpability, they will be.
You might as well talk pre-crime, man. I mean, come on, man.
But
you're talking about fears that haven't happened yet.
By the way, Neurojack,
hypothetical also, by the way.
By the way, Neurojack, there's a phrase on your screen right now in blue that will summarize the wall that's going to end this conversation really fast. It says neuroscience of free will. That phrase right there is exactly why this conversation won't go anywhere, because physical scientists are trying to explain non-physical things such as the free will, and you're not going to find any neurosurgeon or electromagnetic fields or auras that will prove any such claims.
I have two videos, non-copyrighted. One is about resonance frequency therapy that proves this, and one is about Kirlian photography. And this connects to the 0-point field that quantum physics is highly acknowledged at this point. I apologize. I was hiking and I ended up in a smoke. I have a video I could even show you. It ended up in a little bit of a smoke disaster. It has to do with the nearby crops, so I'm losing my voice. What I'm trying to get at is that there's a multitude of ways to actually exhibit this, and I could get into it in other formats and make connect the dots more or less. But those two examples alone show exactly what I was talking about with the biofield, electromagnetic aura.
Hey, Ezra, a quick question. Does
Yeah.
one of your evidences include at the moment of death, we can observe the spirit leaving the body in the form of a mist or something coming out of the throat?
Not
No.
my examples directly, no.
I've never heard of that.
I could
ever.
get into that in my own experiences, but no.
So, Brown's boy, I'm referring to the old traditional argument that I think
It just sounds whack. It just sounds whack from the beginning, but I mean, God.
I can't understand what you're saying.
It sounds whack what you're about to say, but
okay, well, listen to it anyway,
connected.
and then judge
It's
it.
connected. It is.
So
Okay.
Brown's boy, what I'm referring to was
Just
the old
continue.
Native American observation that they thought they could witness the moment the soul was leaving the body because they could see the mist coming out of the person's throat, which later was just them expelling their death breath, and it was just humidity coming from that.
Have you heard of or understand the idea of poltergeist?
I'm familiar with the concept of humans thinking that ghosts interact with the physical
Okay,
realm.
before we
yes.
jump off into the deep end, let's just
Sorry.
Okay, I don't want to get off into that shit right now, please. Machine, go ahead and give me the point of contention with free will. As far as what I'm trying to say is, you think that free will doesn't exist. From what I can tell, it's basically a construct of whatever, right? And again, I'm not saying whether I agree with you or not. I'm trying to understand the position so people can actually attack your position, because so far nobody's actually because I heard you earlier and maybe other people didn't, so I'm trying to give people a chance. Can you give them a clear?
I definitely got you in like 2 minutes. I put a song in the back. Let's play this song and then we'll continue this discussion. I'll give you guys my contention because it's very simple, but yeah. Because I'm smoking right now. But yeah, I will definitely do this in 2 minutes. I'll give you guys a contention for sure.
Wait, there's a song? Where's it at?
Yeah, it's like shared screen in the back. Go look at the studio. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a little smoke break and then we're gonna jump into this because I want to give people a chance to actually hear the argument so we can actually attack the argument rather than pretend that we're attacking it essentially.
Okay, so I got my chat's asking questions on who the original streamer is. Whose stream is it? I thought this was Machine Lies, but is it Neurojax?
Yeah,
It's unknown.
It's a combination. You know, the thing is that me and Neurojack started the live streams of the Machine Lives, so it's really just, you know, whenever we do a show, it's me and Neurojack. It is what it is. So.
Okay, Roger. Okay, I just wasn't sure who to give credit to the original. I thought it was yours, Machine, but I'm seeing Neurojack's icon up there.
Yeah, I got two shows. One is the regular show that runs on my channel. That's episodic. I make that with my baby brother, and then I do the live streams with Neurojack. You know, but yeah.
Can you can you put your information in my back chat, Neurojack, so I can share your channel to my audience to maybe they'll subscribe to you?
Yeah, I'll give you
Thank
the
you. Yeah.
I'll give you the link. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
but
thank you. We
but yeah, go
appreciate
ahead
it.
and find Machine if you want. Yeah, and I do appreciate it. Even though we've had our point of contention, I hope that we can, you know, this is all about the discussion. I hope people don't take this
Exactly.
personally.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that it's inevitable that
Yeah.
people will, but you know, hopefully
That was
people
very
will-
sweet.
that it's not intended to be personal, and if it gets personal, then it's a bad sign that we're not, you know, on the right track. Hopefully, but you can read. But yeah, anyways, I'll let Machine take it just because I actually do want to see this. I mean, you know, I don't expect anybody to go and do like a full debate here on this channel right now, but again, I just want to get the concepts like clear so that way we actually can attack the position of, you know, compatibilism or free will, because like free will is one of these things like I just assumed it generally meant, you know, you make a decision, bad results happen, you're held accountable, but it seems that there's a more sophisticated thing going on, and you know, I've looked into it more, but I don't know how to explain it, so that's why I want somebody else to kind of help me with that.
Yeah. So, you know, I'll cite these two guys, you know, Galen Strawson and PF Strawson. You know, if you guys want to look at a up-to-date philosophical version of this debate on free will, you know, those are the two guys that just recently made a lot of statements on it. Now, Galen Strawson, he's a panpsychist, right? So he thinks that he thinks experience is like a fundamental law of nature, right? He thinks the fact that there's experience, you know, that there's an experiential nature or experiential aspect to most things, right, means that they have a quality of mind behind them, right? That doesn't mean that they're conscious. He doesn't think that these two are the same thing, right? But he makes the case, right, that basically what you are going to do is based on who or what you are, right? So you can't change who or what you are, right? So this goes back to the problem of self-agency, right? You could say you're a self, right? And what does it mean to be a self, right? Now, what you have now, right? All you can do is based on your present means to achieve what you can and your power to do what you can in this moment, right? We're pushed into, you know, this moment, right? Now, what brought us here, right, is totally immutable circumstances, right? Now, what we're going to do, right, we can act, right? Our actions precipitate causes, right? And eventually, those causes become outside of our control, right? So we act, right, but we don't have control over our actions, right? So one of the ways, you know, I defined freedom, right? Freedom itself, not free will, because I think that that is a totally different thing. But freedom, right? Freedom is knowing what you can't control, right? Is how I defined it earlier. Now, free will is contradiction because will is decision and freedom is about choice, right? You know what I'm saying, right? So choosing is not deciding, right? Once you decide, you're not free, right? But, you know, this goes into a bunch of other discussion. I just try to summarize the points and then cite some of the professional scholars that are looking at the issue so you guys could look at the arguments on your own and, you know what I mean, and know what the basic concepts are right there. But yeah, anyways, that's a problem of self-agency, right? And it has to do with philosophy of mind and all those things. You know?
Well said, sir.
This might be way out in left field, but we were talking about scientists earlier. Somebody was making a statement. I think it was Tiger Jin, and talking about they're kind of the most closed-minded. But I also think that there's something very sinister to what they're doing and what they're planning on doing. And the interesting thing for me is most of the experiments that they do on animals, they're trying to figure out a way to apply it to humans. I will give you Exhibit A, the mouse or utopian experiment, the mouse or rat utopian experiment, depending on which one you notice or whatever. I'd highly recommend you check it out. I find it to be very fascinating, very interesting. And I don't want to get into it too much, but maybe in a future show that it might be something that Machine Lies or Nojak might be interested in checking out and exploring.
Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, that's the whole show in a nutshell. Because obviously, human being in society is going to act different than in nature, right? So that goes back to the basic problem, the state of nature issue,
right?
That we can only decide what human beings are going to live like in society if we can observe them in a state of nature. But we have to imagine that, because all we have are examples of human beings in societies, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting what they did with the whole utopian, the mouse and rat utopia, where it basically ended up turning into a colony collapse. No matter it, and they gave them like perfect conditions. They never needed for food. They had plenty of space to grow. They speculated.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
familiar
so
with
you are
it, and I
familiar
think,
with it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I think Ezra's definitely familiar with it too. Right.
So it sounds like life. It sounds like life is struggle, essentially.
Well, that's Hobbes, right? That's Hobbes.
You can't constrict without expand in whatever existence this is. Like, this is that whole toroidal field. Ebb and flow, wax and wane. You can't deny, and even flat earthers, like, they can't fully explain this, but what is the 28-day cycle for a woman versus a 24-hour cycle for a man?
So I guess what I'm saying is, though, it's like back to the point of contention. Like, how would you, and Tiger Gen, again, because I know I'm kind of interested really where the rubber meets the road, which is that essentially what I'm saying is, like, if free will is a contradiction, more or less, and if it's not, I want to hear the argument that it's not. But to me, it sounds like you can make a strong argument that it is, right? If for the last 500 years we've applied that to our ethical and moral systems, and we're being held liable to a thing that is contradictory, doesn't that basically give us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think free will is contradictory. So, I just think we have constrained options. So, living circumstances, your genetics, which heavily play into your behavior and intelligence, as well as, I guess I'm going to open up this rabbit hole. I'm also an astrologer. And so I believe that the planets, stars, asteroids, everything.
It's so interesting what you're saying, Tiger Jin, because you're saying, there's astrology, there's genetics. What do we control, right? Or what
are highly constrained with your options. That's what it is. So if let me see an example. I mean, you can just look at the different planets. So like Mars, that can be anything from jumping up and down to murdering somebody. And then you'll have another planet move, and that will alter that aspect. So if you have Uranus aspecting Mars, then it can be suddenly doing those things, randomly doing those things electronically, or death by train. So you got different options going on. They're actually kind of broad. The range of human experience is pretty broad. It's
right,
not
but
limited.
it sounds like what you just said. It's like you could walk through like three. You could walk through
right
three
now
doors.
I can be talking to you, or I can jump out a window. I mean, I got those options, but they're going to be constrained based
Well,
on.
but here's the thing. I think the crux of the argument is only God would have free will because only He can make all choices. So that's why I think that's really where free will basically implies, as far as I understand. I want to be corrected, but as far
So
as I
Neurojack, go ahead. Who else said something?
free will implies that you can overcome all obstacles, essentially.
So
Have
back
free
to
will?
Tiger's point, I did actually want to comment on that because he hit one of the major nails on the head. So constraints on our options does not it doesn't negate free will. You can diminish the quality of free will, but you don't negate it. So so long as you have two or more options, you still have free will. And now you can argue that
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you can't demarcate the line where it starts and where it ends and where it begins, it's not you. Well, you're saying you don't fully have it, but then where does it start? I guess
it
Well, free
starts
will
when
is
you have
in the
two or more
intellect.
choices.
No, it's just
That's
like
the beginning of free will.
yeah, I mean, if I'm choosing between Pepsi or Coke, I mean, it's me making the decision. My brain is still making that decision, Pepsi or Coke. Just my options are very, very limited between these two things.
Yeah, but did you know that your brain actually sends the signal before you actually make the choice?
I mean, that's fine. It's still me doing it.
So you can't determine it by the brain. Yeah, exactly. You'd have to go to something else like the heart. You'd have to go to right. Yeah, you'd have to go to you'd have to go. Yeah, you can't look at the brain and figure it out. You got to look at the heart, look at all of these other things. Even
at it, still me.
Even what I said, the spirit. You might have to bring that in too, because there's no other way to do it. Right?
So
can I-
catching us up to modern times, I will once again point out the quality of these conversations and where they're going to go. So everyone probably is vaguely familiar with the old nature versus nurture debates. And once again, you'll notice a distinct lack of a third term. So in the quest to understand humans' consciousness and sapience and all that stuff like that, they're only talking about nature, which is your biology, your physical biology, and nurture, your upbringing. They don't even mention the possibility of free will in this mind over matter debate and stuff like that. And so you see how limited the audience already is to even approach this discussion.
I wasn't going there, by the way.
So you're there. Too bad.
No, I'm not there.
So the interesting thing is this, and I want to posit this for the panel, maybe get a response, is the lack of awareness of other options a limit to options? And I think it's kind of a rhetorical question, but at the same time, I think it was Miss Anna pointed out that like a Shaolin monk can reorganize their pathways, basically their brain, the way the alpha waves fed all these different waves and stuff. Could not there be an argument that Jesus himself, the reason why he could cure leprosy is he could reorganize the molecules in the skin? He could change water to wine because he was reorganizing the molecules. Your awareness of the options arrayed in front of you will be a limiting factor of your ability to think whether or not you have free will or free choice. Is that something that anyone would like to engage? Or
yeah, and in this case, the limit of your imagination to believe that's what happens.
I think that's a good point.
The power of manifestation. And the CIA actually has declassified documents on manifestation, and generally specific. That was me. Actually, it's one of my favorite topics about Shaolin monks. And a study was done with a person who was born with the inability to have the sensation of pain. So they're looking at the neural pathways, right? And this person versus like a very normal, natural person who performed meditation for a short period of time versus a Shaolin monk who through part of their initiation processes, they have to withdraw, I think it's like 12 incense or 9 incense on the top of their head down to the point of the burning. So they have to, through that process, meditate is what they'll tell you is what they're doing. I think it's more complicated than that. But they rewire, and that's what they were able to show through the brain activity is that they move the pain sensor to a different lobe of the brain. So this coincides with dopamine looping, like I talk a lot about. This coincides with like PTSD, combat vets. Go ahead.
Oh no. Well, assuming that's true, I mean, then basically there's no point in elections. There's no point in the concept of free will. There's no point in any of this because they've already learned how to hijack the brain, and therefore we're not in a state of free will, even if it did exist before, right? I mean that's basically what you're saying. I mean,
Well,
you think
I'm saying that actually we have the ability. Sorry, and I'll shut up. The ability to do it without interjection. We don't need whatever influence is like. And by the way, there's a huge connection between the gut and your overall health in your gut, and then the brain
Trust
to
your
mind
gut?
connection.
Is that what you mean?
Thank you. Go ahead, Based.
Trust your gut? Is that what you were saying?
Sometimes actually, but if your gut is sour, can you trust your gut?
How do I know if it's sweet or sour?
Oh, I don't know how to answer.
You have to have your own discernment. Like, yeah, when you put your finger in the fire, it burns you, and you know that burns. So I guess.
So to engage the election, and what's the point of an election if we really, do we really have a choice? Again, I say your awareness of other choices or lack thereof will determine whether or not you think you have a choice. The power of the word no, I'm not going to do it is a very powerful thing. Just the ability to say no.
But if God told you to do something and you tried to not do it, I mean, he may not like move your hand for you, but he could if he wanted to, right?
Well, God can do whatever. I'm not going to limit God.
So why
I'm trying
do
to
anything
operate.
if God can just fix it for you?
I'm
Or
gonna-
if you
I'm
don't
gonna-
have free will, why do anything or don't do anything?
Yeah, I'm just trying to operate within the confines of myself and the feeling that I have free will or don't have free will based on what the group has posited. I'm trying to engage it from the premise of whether or not I have free will or not.
But how is this extrapolation happening between free will and elections? Like the point of elections being related to free will.
So I brought that up because Ezra's saying basically the CIA can manipulate us all, and we not really control to some degree. I mean, to some degree at least.
Wait. Hold on. What I actually said was the CIA has declassified documents on the concept of manifestation, which goes way beyond them having the control. Now, I could get into like there are conspiracy theories on something called EEG heterodyning, and I've gone over this on the Machine Lies show a little bit before, but especially because of my background in the field and also the connection with what I've experienced with the G's and having to remove patients' phones from their rooms because of interference versus artifact in the EEG studies. So sorry, because I realize now I'm going a little off. But it's more complicated. I wasn't trying to generalize it like that.
Yeah, it's like if you lock into somebody and like you try to like mentally torture them, then they could do it back to you. So it like could backfire on your ass. It's like,
and I'm sure it does, machine.
Like psych wards.
It's that mind war, son.
Exactly.
Well, look, Britain was basically bought up allegedly around the time of Napoleon because they sent some messenger with a fake news of England losing the war when actually Napoleon lost, right? Or some shit like that, right? So so did the people who let the stock market crash 300 years ago or whatever, were they?
Well, do you know the connection that? Sorry, Neurojack.
Were they what? Sorry,
I don't mean to be rude. This is your show.
Did they have a state of free will, or were they acting on something they didn't have any control over?
Who? The people who crashed the stock market 300 years ago?
Yeah, based on a piece of fake news.
What about the Ottoman Empire? What about the fall of the Roman Empire?
I'm just trying to remove technology from the. I'm trying to remove modern technology from the situation, right? Like if somebody sends a messenger, 1,000 miles.
You know what's happening a little bit is that part of this movement, but you can't totally discredit the Tartaria mud flood. I know everybody hold yourselves real quick. Why you can't completely discredit it is because they are finding ancient tech and actually the technology inside of the
Sure,
pyramids, right? Like,
but
so
let's not go
this
way off the
existed
deep end just
before. Go
because
ahead.
you're just muddying the water so bad that it's irrelevant to the.
Well, hold on. If they had the ability during Egyptian times to do open skull surgery successfully without the need for anesthesia, and the Library of Alexander, the knowledge that was contained within, how is that technically deep end? And I would posit also that the more our technology advances, the more we rely on pictograms or I don't know, emojis, for lack of a better word. You think about you think about the technology that they must have had during the Egyptian times to be able to do those procedures, and what has been lost to antiquity or placed
there was a
in
tool
hiding.
to remove cataracts, like a specific tool to like slide the cataract out from the lens in Roman times, and they found this tool.
Very interesting. But to further that point is it really going off the deep end, or is it getting back to what our roots were? I mean, and if you look at the Bible, if the Bible is to be believed exactly, not a sense of hyperbole, Noah living to 600 and some odd years, Adam lived to 930 years. Is it because the technology was preserving our molecules, or restructuring to not retrograde per se? Has it been designed by some other interference to start to retrograde? I mean, the weird thing is oxygen is something that will eventually over time cause things to decay, right? So is somebody that sprints all their life actually ending their life sooner, or are they in better shape? Right? When they're oxygenizing themselves, aren't they aging themselves?
Well, how do you measure that? How do you measure
That's
that?
a great question. I don't know. I guess you'd have to do a study on it. Find out
Actually,
who lives.
the depletion.
Well, how
of
could I
the
do a
blood
study on it?
So just to go back to the thought experiment I'm trying to do, did the people who crashed the stock market in England so people could buy it up cheap, did they have free will?
I contend they have free will. That's my argument.
Oh, because they're thinking about that they want to do it, so they have free will. I mean, it all goes to intent. We're talking about will and whether or not you can do anything about that will. So if they're thinking about it, they want to do it, then they got the will to do it.
And obviously, a lot of us stand outside of that group, so it's sort of hard to understand. I think that's pretty clear. But you have to agree with that, because, like, for me personally, my free will has always been to stand up and speak out against it, and I've never faltered from it.
And that's kind of to my point with elections and stuff. There's a vast array of options ahead of us that we don't even exercise because we stay within the constraints of our own limitations of what we think we're supposed to do in polite society, how we're supposed to operate in polite society.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is whether or not our free will is being manipulated is what you're trying to get.
Oh, it most certainly is. Every day, but do we fall for it?
It's that there's no way that free will is just on its own. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists with other free wills, and in that mixed bag of wills, there's contradiction, there's anomaly, human right, and there's also conflict.
Well, there's other parallel paths, is what you're saying, right? So the outcome may change from what your supposed non-existent free will manifested, right? Due to those other paths.
What he's talking about is like the weak are meat and the strong will eat, basically, in that realm of manipulation, that everybody has free will, but the weak ones are the ones who don't know that they do, or who know that they do, but then don't know that their free will is being manipulated. And then the strong are the people that are behind the manipulation with all the money and the cars and whatever.
Is that what you were saying, Machine?
Well, it's like this. It's very simple. The future doesn't necessarily have to exist, right? But what gets us there, right, can say, like, there's no, like, I don't think there's essentially a such thing as a future, but I don't think there's any such thing as randomness, right? There's no randomness, so there's no such thing as possibilities, right? So there's no possible outcomes. So you can't prove that there's possible outcomes, but you can't necessarily prove that the future exists either, because we haven't gotten there yet. So
But then
both
the
things are
problem, then that coincides like with people who do have the legit ability to have dreams and foresee the future, which has to be some sort of like electromagnetic projection, and coincide with hallucinations to some extent too.
But then that goes to 3 levels, right? That could be either universal mind, right? Or it could be telepathy, or it could be precognition, right? And all 3 of them might actually contradict each other, right?
But we also have to consider that time isn't fully like we have to fully like take a second back and say that maybe even in our own existence, time is not linear. If that's possible, and even if you look at scripture, like
I believe that. Yeah, I believe
backing.
that.
I mean, and so if you take that, then
time is cyclical and not linear.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
mean,
I agree with that, but here I want to take it. I want to play a little bit of this. I want to play a little bit of the speech just because it gets at what I'm trying to get at, and maybe I'm not doing a good job. And it's pretty brief.
Hey, 1 minute. I still didn't get what Machine was saying, because I interpreted it, and then they Based asked the question again, and then Machine was saying something.
The farmer says, "I got nothing left but this land, and it's hard enough to grow anything on it just for me and my family. So get the hell out of here, or I'll shoot you." And the rich man says, "It's not him who's taking his land, it's the bank. And he was sent here by some guy sitting at the desk in the city." "Then I'll shoot him," said the farmer. "Well, you can't shoot him," said the rich man. "He's just a guy doing his job, just like me." So the farmer, frustrated, throws up his hands and says, "Then who do we shoot?" And we have the same problem, brothers and sisters. We are farmers tilling barren ground so that we have just enough, if we're lucky. And the federal government is the rich man in the luxury car driving up to our farm and telling us, "We are taking back your right to free speech. We are taking back your right to freedom of association. We are taking back your right to the freedom to bear arms. We're taking back your right against warrantless searches. And we're taking back your right to due process of law. And God forbid that you fail to make your payments to the IRS, because we will take everything from you." Yes, we have the same problem as that poor farmer, brothers and sisters. The rich man says, "It's not us, the federal agents, who are taking these rights from you. It's the folks in Washington. It's the president and vice president, the senators and the representatives, the Supreme Court justices. They sent us here to take these things from you." And if we, like the poor farmer, said, "All right, well, we'll go and shoot them," then the federal agents would say, "Well, you can't shoot them. They're just guys doing their jobs, just like us." Then who do we shoot? Our enemies are those who are directing the policies of the federal government. And our enemies are faceless. And that's exactly how they want it. They know exactly who we are. They have us on the watch lists. They have our home addresses, our photographs, information on our families, on our jobs, on our shopping habits. But no one knows who they are. So I will name our enemies. The mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and all the rest. Those who sell lies about us to a gullible public. The financial machine, the Federal Reserve, the banks, the IRS. Those who would destroy our nation's wealth so that they can get richer. The propagandists, the communists, the Marxists, and the think tanks. The professors, those who would poison the minds of our fellow Americans so that they will believe in nothing anymore. The federal government itself, the White House, Congress, the Supreme Court. Those who are turning America into an internationalist communist country by force. Make no mistake, the federal government has turned hostile toward us, the American people. Well, less than 2 months ago, the Department of Justice stated that nationalists, white racialists, anarchists, and those with anti-government views were a bigger threat to America than ISIS. This means that every single one of us in this room is considered a bigger threat to our own country than the people they are bombing over in Iraq and Syria. So think about that. If the federal government has no qualms whatsoever with bombing schools and hospitals over there where ISIS is, then why would you think that they will show your children and your women quarter when they come after us? And that is why I say, and I say it again, prepare for war. Make no mistake, the federal government has turned hostile toward us, the American people. 100 years ago, Woodrow Wilson sold this country to the internationalist bankers. And every day for a century, the government has been doing their bidding. And every day for a century, they have marched further and further toward communism. Why today, the word nationalism is a profanity, even amongst our fellow libertarians. This disease has spread so far and wide that it is now deep within our very culture. But while the federal government may be beyond saving, our nation is not. And that is why I say, and I say it again, fight for your country, not for your government. Make no mistake, the federal government has turned hostile toward the American people, toward us. War is coming. And when it does, the mainstream media must be the first targets. For if they call you traitors and terrorists now, and the American people believe it, what will they do in order to poison the minds of the very people you are fighting for? And I know that it's scary to think about, because I have to worry every single night whether this is the night that the FBI breaks down my front door and hauls me off as a political prisoner, like Marcus Fayella, or whether they're going to surround my house and burn it down with me inside, like they did Robert J. Matthews, who died at 31 years of age, 31 years ago tonight. I know that it's, but hiding your heads in the sand and pretending to be good slaves isn't going to change a goddamn thing. What makes us think that we are immune to history? And what makes us so gullible to believe that all the civil wars and the government massacres and the oppressive regimes are somehow something of the past, something that we and our children will never have to see? You already live under an oppressive regime. You're just too distracted by your televisions to realize it. Our people already are being massacred by the federal government, but it is more comfortable to swallow the official story that the media gives us. Civil war is already here. We just haven't woken up to the fact that the military helicopters, the armored personnel carriers, the cops dressed in tactical gear with assault rifles are not on our streets to protect us from the Chinese and the Russians, or from ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They are here to protect the government from us. Now let me open your eyes to just one more thing. It is our fault that our country is the way it is today. It is your fault, and it is my fault. We allowed this to happen when we turned a blind eye and looked the other way when the government began its war on terror. We allowed this to happen when we said we were too smart to vote, because the choice is always bullshit, and all the candidates are the same. We allowed this to happen when we were too proud to get involved in politics, because politics is dirty, and it's violent, and we don't want anything to do with those scumbags. We allowed this to happen when we said the Democrats did it, or the Republicans screwed this up, because we were pushing the responsibility off of ourselves and onto someone we could not hold accountable. Yes, the Democrats have taken away our freedoms. And yes, so have the Republicans. And yes, the media has brainwashed the American people. And yes, the bankers and the government officials, they're all blood-sucking parasites. But we would not have lost our freedoms if we had risen up to fight for them. We would not be brainwashed if we would simply stop swallowing it. And we would not be on the verge of national collapse if we had not allowed the banks and the governments to eat us out of house and home. So when that rich man drives his luxury car up to your farm and tells you, I'm here to take your land, you need to recruit him and show him the error of his ways and tell him to fight for the American people and against the federal government.
Hear, hear.
Okay, so I just wanted to get you, so, because I think everything we're talking about, we can apply it to the situation he's looking at. Now, of course, you know, we're not going to get into Fed posting because he was dangerously close to that. But, you know, but the point is essentially is like, to what degree of responsibility do we hold ourselves and the people around us for the situation that we're in?
It's
You know, all this
ridiculous to say that it's your fault and my fault, and not to understand that, like, we're not millionaires here. Everybody, I guess, I don't know, I'm assuming, but I think everybody here has to work for money, and you don't have an estate or farmland just to like fall back. Like, that's not a reality. Like, what is he talking? He's talking out of his ass. Like, you
I think
have
he
to
was
see where
totally
people
right.
are.
He was
What?
saying that you need to look inside first. He sounded a bit like JFK, right?
Yeah,
Ask not what you or what America can do for you, but what you can do for America. That's
Exactly.
accountability. What do you think is wrong with that?
And
is that you
codependency.
ignore the fact that, like, you're 1 inch from a bullet, or the boot is on your neck day in and day out, and like, you can't just, I don't think that it's your responsibility for the state, the way that things are, that the nature of politics itself is to push out like pure souls. Like, the point of the time we're living in is that the pure people are downtrodden and those in power are corrupt. Like, that's the paradigm, and that's what we're here to experience on a soul level. It's not about like making the country right.
Yeah, I think with respect, you sound like someone that has been sheltered, and rightfully so. As a female or as a child, we should shelter those in our communities. As men, and that I'm not casting shade. I mean this with a lot of respect. As men, we're used to the chance of every time we open our mouth, violence could happen to us, or maybe expected of us by our country to be in the path of bullets, or to be the person pulling the trigger. So I don't want my women in my nation understanding warfare intimately, and I would rather that my women be a little bit more aloof to the necessity for violence at times. Not that I enjoy it per se, but it is necessary for violence to happen. And so this kumbaya, kind of like we're all glowing, like, kind of like with.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
What do you?
saying that the point of the what you can control in life is like your soul journey. It's not so much this external election, government, politics, politicians, state of affairs. And yes, family is of course so important, and you should be ready to give your life and things like that, or commit violence if necessary for protection of your family. But this guy is manipulating that sentiment and applying it to this idea of patriotism.
Would you rather someone manipulate you towards trying to have your own autonomous life choices, or would you rather have someone not say anything so you could be manipulated by a state that wants to control every little thing you do while you focus on your soul progression?
I would not have manipulation in any form at all.
Well, I mean, you're not gonna avoid that because you're surrounded by people.
Well, you would have to poise that for most people. How would scenario A make you feel? How would scenario B make you feel? And they wouldn't know without doing it. And I agree with your sentiments, GS, that ideally we would be protecting women and children from these harsh realities, and therefore they would be sort of oblivious and kind of look at what was just said, to listen to it as if, what the fuck was that about? It was speaking towards the men. I don't think they're expecting women to overpower by brute force the government.
Well said.
But you really
and
think
Nero
that
Jack
the
left.
answer
Nero
that's
gone.
overpowered by brute force the government is something that's feasible and not like a pipe dream?
Feasible. It's been done before. What do you mean feasible? We outnumber them. We outpower them. The power illusion is that people are powerless.
When you're weak, try to appear strong. Sun Tzu. Matter of fact, just ask a bunch of guys in man dress and sandals with 70-year-old Kalashnikov rifles whether or not they can resist some of the most powerful empires in history. Starting with Alexander the Great. Guess what? He went through Afghanistan, put up a bunch of really tall mile markers, and he left. The Russians, the French, the Americans, guess who's still there? The Afghanis running around with their man dresses and their sandals, and now they're 90-year-old Kalashnikov rifles or whatever they are now. But your point is well made. We put way too much emphasis on the power of the state. And in America, I'm not sure where you're from, Miss Anna, but in America, we are the government. So therefore, we are the only responsible parties for our own imprisonment. I'm sorry, where are you from?
I said that's an illusion that we are the government in this country.
Well, listen, when someone tells you what they can and can't do or what their limitations are, I believe them. I believe you. I believe you that you feel like you're powerless against the government.
That's true. If you believe it, you are correct.
But but here's the thing. Like, here's the whole point of me playing that video. Like, if what he's saying is correct, then why? I mean, why are we raging at Biden every day or Trump? Because really, it's our fault. Why aren't we just beating ourselves up over it and playing the game essentially?
It's called cope.
Mm-hmm.
So, and manipulation towards like what's been pushed on over being over sanitized. So we've been pushed into this belief that we need to live in these houses and these boxes with these, where we poop into this little hole that goes in, you know, that gets drained out, and that's how we're supposed to coexist. When actually, if we just sort of integrated a little bit more back into nature, and we had building materials that were allowed us to ground better, all these aspects would make a huge difference in our overall health.
It does. It does.
So then, weren't you guys talking about manifestation a minute ago?
Again, I brought it up because it was a CIA declassified document about manifestation and the ability to do that.
But do you believe in manifestation? I guess would be a better question. Are you
In a form, because it does actually coincide with research that's been done on other aspects called resonance frequency. So there's like a whole, you know, connection.
So when you said something earlier about like someone can have a dream and predict the future, how do you know they weren't just manifesting it?
I mean, exactly.
Right.
I'm
I mean,
not sure that they weren't. I'm not sure that they weren't.
But both can be true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that would coincide with what I was talking about with the idea that time is toroidal. It's not linear.
Is there any other way to overcome the tyranny other than fighting back with weapons? Like how did Jesus overcome Rome? How did the Christian overcome Rome? Through martyr.
Rocky Airbender style.
Did they fight Rome with swords and weapons, or did they use the word, spread the word of Jesus?
Subterfuge.
Overcame the. And did Paul or Jesus ever say to fight Rome, or to be an example? If you're a Christian, you live and you come out of the world, you know, if that means going living off grid or whatever, separate yourself from the world and be a better person and be an example to your neighbor and have local community. Yeah. And there is, according to the Constitution, we the people, we're a republic. We're a republic. It's like Rome. SPQR spent for republic, the people, and the Senate. So that's what we are. We're like Rome right now, supposedly under a constitution, which is the law of the land, which means the people that work in government are supposed to be servants of the people, representing the people by law. We don't
here's the thing.
that no more. And
well, here's the thing. Maybe they are servants of the people, and the people are just corrupt.
That's true. The government is a reflection of the people.
Exactly. That's exactly. So if all the people in America are immoral, debased, whatever, degenerate, you're going to get a government. That's what God does. That's how he disciplines his people. You get the government you deserve.
There it is.
So,
Thank you.
if you want to save your country, you change yourself first.
Yeah.
Change yourself first and be a good example to other people.
That's right.
Exactly. But what's going to happen, even if you choose not to change yourself, it will interject as the energy flows. It will interject and force you to. And I think a lot of us have probably been in that personal situation. Where maybe we're holding back, right? And then we were.
What made America great is there were a lot of pilgrims, believers who believe in solar scripture. They didn't need to be governed by a large government. They were self-governed because they followed the law of God. And that's what Benjamin said, or whoever said,
so this goes to tribal, and this does break down like what we talk about with capitalism and getting into like barter and trade versus gift economy, which does break down into a smaller community unit. Mm-hmm. And when you can coexist in that, you're looking at more of a family unit concept. So you're able to work in that. Like, I provide this.
Naturally, how the ancestors were living anyway.
America was based on laissez-faire, free enterprise. Now, know the difference between laissez-faire, free enterprise, and communism. Not communism, but capitalism. The Chinese are capitalist. They have a capitalist system. The people that have the money, that own the capital, make the rules. That's capital. Or like laissez-faire means, laissez-faire free enterprise means you don't have restrictions. Government keep all. You don't make regulations. It's laissez-faire free enterprise. I can barter with my friends. We can use money in exchange, lawful money, and that's laissez-faire free enterprise. Capitalism, you can be a communist country, you can be a republic, whatever. Whoever runs the money, whoever owns the money makes the rules. That's capitalism. The Chinese communists, dictators, have all the money. Their people are poor. They don't have any money. Who makes the rules in China? Using capitalist principles.
Just like here.
Their economy is based on capitalism. It's not. So quit throwing this capitalist word around and you don't even know what the fuck it means.
Well, and the same is true here in America too, where capitalism is now like a bludgeon for, you know, people in charge. And my point is that, you know, if the people are corrupt because they're following money, well, is it any wonder that the people on top are like, well, if I can take an inch, I can take a mile. I mean, it seems to follow, right?
Money is a tool. Money is just a tool.
But
the love of money.
What do they tell us? Money is used for us to perpetuate ourselves in the advancement of humanity, so we can go to space. Do we need to? Do we fully understand that? We're like depleting the universe, like we're fully gridding ourselves in this Neuralink program, but we have no concept of the electromagnetic grid in its core. So you have to pull that back. And if you can't take the money out of it, then you're not looking at the simplicity of it. And we have lived this lifestyle. It's been well exhibited for centuries. Yes, I could bring back the matriarch society. And yes, let's deconstruct the true reality of why it broke down and what differentiates that from what we're looking at right now.
According to the Constitution, only the Treasury can mint money. Lawful money can only be treasured by the U.S. Treasury. The Fed is not Fed. There's no reserves. It's fiat money. It's capitalism. That's what it is. It's capitalism.
Gold and silver, is it not? Then is that
but
the core value?
We weren't specifically
and
called a capitalist country. We were. The French came over here and said, laissez-faire. You know. Free enterprise. That doesn't mean capitalism. It means no regulations.
Hold on, honey. Russia and the Spanish were all over the West. Like, and yes, the French have a huge influence because if you want to look at every single nation and country in the world, they all have an origin of French language. So I'm not going to deny that, but I'm sorry. I don't know where this conversation just went.
American history.
So I just wondering if it's possible that you could share my screen there for me, Nero, if you're still co-located to your computer, or if somebody has the power to. So this image I find to be very interesting. Now let me scroll a little bit down, I think, so you can see the whole picture there. Okay, now I think you can see the ramifications of the choices arrayed in front of the American public, every public for that matter.
That's free will right there.
Yeah. So here's I mean, if you look at the picture and you really dissect the picture, break it down, the dude's emaciated enough that he could just turn sideways and fit through the bars and have freedom, get the bread and the key, and not even he could choose to get out from behind the bars. But it even looks like the key's closer with the stick.
Can I ask you a question? Have you heard of the verse? And I don't think it's exactly this way, but the idea of that you're either a slave of sin or you're a slave of God.
Interesting. Well, yeah, because sin will separate you from God, and he who sins is a slave to his sins. I would agree. That was biblical, I think. But to engage this from
I apologize. I don't know but I agree. I think it is.
No, so I mean, it's a good point, but I'm trying to keep this secular because perhaps not everyone agrees with a non-secular point of view. But I mean, from a secular point of view, I think we have the keys to our own freedom, but we choose our bars.
So you're saying that the key is what?
Well, the key is the key is the mind.
Okay.
Are you able to see the picture? Or Does
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just curious
Yeah.
because I think everybody has a different idea here on what that key would be.
Yeah, so like bread and circuses is the choice of most people because it's convenient. And so what's the key that you get out and then you don't have the access to bread and circuses and you have to find your own food and compete with the 95% of everybody else who wants to live in the cage essentially.
Yeah, freedom's scary for a lot of people. They choose slavery.
Well,
And not realizing that like people can exist without like this is I mean
I
this
think-
does
I
actually
think-
touch on the idea like we can actually live without food that longer
I-
than and there's
I think
stories
that-
of it, right? Of that survival.
I think a lot of people want to pretend that they are all about freedom, but the truth is like I don't know. I don't think I've met a single person who's living free that's not like a person who speaks some forgotten language out in the Andes mountains in Peru
Yeah,
or
that's a
something
good
like
point. So just let me know when you want me
Yeah.
to take it down, or if you have the ability to take it down whenever you're ready to. I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, I'll take it down. And again, like I'm not trying to like shit talk you. I'm just saying like you can always it's always a gradation, right? So you can always
yeah,
get finer and finer refinement of like how free is free, right? And so this is where free will kind of has a problem. Like Machine was trying to get at is like if everybody has an equal amount of will, including nature itself and God. So now we're in a state where everybody's acting of their own will all the time. So
Yeah.
it necessarily limits your choices because it's in relation. It's just like I mean, I don't want to bring, bullshit, theory of relativity into it, but
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. It says in the book of Enoch in the 9th chapter, I think it says when the angels, like the rebel angels come to earth and they start fucking with shit, right? It says the earth cried out, for the earth was alive before it had inhabitants.
And what do we know about what's happening right now with like the sounds, those kind of howling, like right before an earthquake?
You ready for me to
There's a
read
lot
that,
of
Jack?
connection. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Thank you,
Vedas
Don.
as well, the earth is
Oh.
represented as a female, and sometimes is held in captivity and taken to the underworlds or underrealms.
All right. Thank you, DJZ. He asks, can you ask the Catholics living free in the Andes?
I do think they exist. By the way, you might be a little perturbed by that, but like if you go to the Canary Islands and the symbolism and Catholic
Yeah, those are the guys
statues,
who
right?
make the Keebler cookies. Yeah.
Hey, and Jack, he had a couple super chats before that in the starred section. I don't know if you can see them on the right side. And thank you, Don Juan. I'll quote two people as the Thorsten Poliet, Rothbard. These believe in free will. Free will is not a contradiction. You are free to do as you will.
Yeah, I'm not aware of Thorsten, but I think I mean he's referring to Murray Rothbard. He was a prominent libertarian author. So yeah.
And I think to what you were saying earlier, Machine Lies, Don Juan says complete straw mans on free will.
Yeah,
LOL.
he's stuck on Aquinas. Aquinas doesn't have a sensible answer to these questions. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be debating them.
yeah, it's funny. That's the third time I've heard Aquinas in 24 hours. I don't know what it is about him, but that's kind of interesting.
Aquinas following me around. No, I think DJZ, he is interested in putting other people onto Aquinas. One point I wanted to make is I think that binaries are good for conception, right? Like the idea of total free will. But that area in between that you're saying, well, maybe our free will is constricted. I don't think that makes it not free will, right? Everything is relative. So even the idea of imprisonment versus freedom, you could argue, that there's no such thing as complete freedom, but that doesn't mean there aren't imprisonments worse than others.
And like if you look at it, that is like a vacuum and a pathway concept. Like there's probably an ebb and flow to if you actually have it or not. You probably have moments of it, and then moments where, like I was talking about, if you're also pushing yourself in also like in a really energetically or emotionally charged state, you're pushing yourself towards a certain path. if that's not necessarily what's working with the conjecture of whatever we're talking about, right? It's going to push you back. You're going to get that pullback at some point, and it's that bubble that bursts.
And thank you, DJZ. Aquinas did bring answers. Time to read the Summa.
Yeah, he's
What's
it's
what's the will we're talking about? Are we talking the will to choose from, like, don't we all have a free will to choose? Okay, like from good and evil? Like,
well, yeah, but I heard we have choice constriction is some of the argument being made, meaning that it's not totally free. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and I wanna quickly respond to
yeah, I'm just saying each time you make a decision, if you decide, okay, this way would be good, doing good, and this way would be doing evil,
right?
And you try to make the choice best that is given you the ability to do in the circumstances in which you live or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're still trying to you still have free will to choose, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
That's
You
what's
might
been
sell
being
out.
debated.
You might sell out for security or money or something.
Yeah.
And you wanted to respond to the previous one, Machine, or this one?
Yeah, because he'll give you money if I respond. So it looks like you get money for so he'll personally give so you get $2 for responding. But yeah, the thing is that I mean, a lot of Aquinas's answers were based on what Aristotle said, right? So make of that what you will. But but yeah, Rothbard is a follower of Aquinas too. I see. Interesting.
Yeah, that was the next one.
All roads lead to Aristotle.
So I'm stuck on, does constriction of choice mean no free will, that there's 0%, if we were zero amount of free will, just because there's constriction to it, that it's not space literally?
So
infinite.
would you count the inability to be aware that you have alternate choices as a constriction? I think that would fall under that too, right?
Well, I think it could degrade, but I don't know that it makes it vanish if you still have choice.
But if it's not in your purview, I understand that the evidence of absence isn't an absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I get that aspect of that. But if you're not aware that you even have a certain array of choices ahead of you, it might as well be completely lost to you, wouldn't it? I mean, that would be a form of a constriction, right?
So
to your argument.
You throw the bathtub out with the water.
No. I'm actually trying to strengthen your statement.
Don't throw the baby out.
Well, whatever.
Well, just really quick, I think I know what I heard. I heard Jay Dyer talking about this recently, and I don't know exactly what he was saying, but he's basically saying it's like people read Aquinas and they treat him like he's a Humean or whatever, and then you have like basically Descartes, and then Kant came and defeated Descartes because he's basically saying everything's infinitely reducible. Kind of like in a scientific sense, because Descartes is like an infinite, deduction thing, but then he didn't actually go to the deduction of language, right? So, really, I guess what the reason why postmodern, philosophy is important, in my opinion, is like we're dealing in a situation where, language itself has basically been deconstructed for most people, where these terms are kind of like traps, essentially, like, free arguing over, are you free or not free, and all this. And I think a lot of it is like, the way I would look at it is like, I'll use the Stefan Molyneux argument, because I think that
I love that guy.
Yeah, this is where I come from. I think his argument that an ought to an is essentially, by the act of arguing, you've already made an ought to an is. But then the other side of it is, with Stefan Molyneux, he would argue that, oh shit, I lost my point. Hold on one second. Let me think for a second. He had a point about
got your free will stolen from you.
Yep. No. Oh man, I can't believe I forgot that point.
He had the freedom to remember.
If there's a creator and a God, can you go outside God's will?
Nope.
And Descartes got sad because he couldn't take on Aquinas.
Yeah, it's interesting with the whole idea that's coming from Aristotle about experience. See, the thing is that they believe different things about God and of the soul, right? So there's a difference between Aquinas and Aristotle there, but the basic idea of experience, playing a role, right? Now that goes to some of the notion where, we can influence or control nature and all of those types of concepts. So it's interesting. I mean, it all comes down to some pretty, basic and rudimentary notions and themes. And I don't think it really, like nobody really has to bring in philosophers, but yeah, I mean, if they want to, I guess they can,
Well, I remember my point now. Sorry.
For sure.
Stefan would say something to the effect of morality is almost always used by rulers against the ruled to make them self-sabotage so they're not competing for power, essentially. And I think that again kind of gets back to my whole, where does the rubber meet the road between philosophy, I guess you'd say science or Aristotelian logic, essentially.
Well, it's interesting is that Aristotle and because he believed man is a political animal, so we have to function within society, right? And society is made of human choices, right? So there's all of these ideas that interlink between these guys, and Rothbard and Stefan Molyneux, they're libertarians. But there's not that many libertarians in the world. Just as like there's not that many Aristotelians in the world, right?
Not
So it's
enough.
like I don't know.
I'm finding this fascinating because a lot of these concepts you guys are all talking about, I mean, I've heard of some of these great names, but I'm not well read in any of them. But to hear you guys talk about it, it's a nice it's nice. And keep expounding. Go ahead, Base. I mean, interrupt.
Oh, that video you had on Nero, was that dude a libertarian or what? Can you say anything about him? I've never seen him.
Oh, you mean the guy against the government, essentially, that dude? That is
The
Augustus.
nationalist guy.
Yeah, he's Augustus Invictus. He was a part of the alt-right, a very sophisticated thinker, in my opinion.
Tell him how we found him, Neuro. Yeah, he found him because he's narrating the industrial society and its future when I'm playing it on my show.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he looks like and everything. And he's a lawyer, and he was at the Unite the Right, and so he got caught up with that whole thing. And I was never in the alt-right, but I was definitely like observing it, very very interestedly, because I saw that. I mean, the main thing I was interested in is like I saw them rewriting history in a 1984 style, and the alt-right played a huge role in that, because I think you had a lot of people that were genuinely concerned with rewriting history. And then you had this other side where it's like, similar to like J6 or this stuff where, people are just outraged and angry, but they don't know what to do. And so they get tricked into doing things that are kind of probably not the most intelligent to do. Right. So that's just kind of my general thing about it. And so, yeah, I mean, I think he's asking questions, which is, who do you blame? Do you blame yourself? Do you blame the guy taking your farm? Do you blame?
Yeah, and one of the things he said we can't control is history. So it's interesting, the whole philosophy of history versus libertarian freedom, and also the idea that we can sort of create our own society. So he's talking about this notion of history, and there's two ways to look about it. One is that, oh yeah, you're subject to history, but the other way is that there is no objective history. The way to have control is to create your own history. Right?
Well, and that's kind of where my political thoughts have shifted more towards philosophy, just because I realize, especially after meeting a lot of these interesting people in the panel space, and Pill Eater, I will give him a special credit and machine because I've talked to you guys more. But understanding that postmodern stuff is basically like just like what you said right there before about Stefan. Like I think generally Stefan has a good Aristotelian argumentation that I don't want to say I agree with, but I find very useful because but it's not useful in the way that most people would think of it. I would say that it's useful because the truth is, like you said, most people don't act as if they have free will. And so most people don't act as if they are libertarian. Most people don't act as if they are ethical. So when you're in a state, and he used to use this argument of the gun in the room, of as soon as threats or violence enter the equation, you're not in a state of moral choice any longer, right? And so this is where it gets very dangerous.
Then you're in a survival mode.
Correct. Yeah. And so this is where, his argument about the gun in the room is like, as soon as someone brings a gun into the room, now you're not in now morality is out the window because you're in survival mode. So
and may I just say, what about like all of the MK Ultra induced guns in the room that everybody has in their head, thanks to the CIA? What about that? Does that have a collective effect, like a planet of nervous people? Are we a planet of nervous people? Like, can we acknowledge that?
Well, just to give you more room, because that's a very advanced way of looking at it, I would just say that slavery has always been around. And is slavery immoral or not? And this is why I tried to bring this up on a previous stream. It didn't go well for obvious reasons, but is slavery evil? And the reason I ask that is like, well, when people are doing things that are deemed immoral, do you kill them? Do you enslave them? Do you whatever? And also, if you're just in a state of survival, what do you do once you conquer the other person? So again, this is very like whatever. And so again, like from the ruler's point of view, maybe it's merciful to mind control everybody versus the alternative, because they want to be in control. They have the ability to be in control, etc. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but again, this is where the gun comes into the room and morality is kind of out the window, because it's kind of equal for everyone. And if there's more of them, if there's more of us than them, then their hands are kind of tied if they want to remain in power, because they don't know the outcome of. And again, I'm not defending it. I'm just saying.
Are we supposed to solve for evil, basically? Or does evil serve a purpose? Or are we supposed to eliminate it?
Oh boy. See, this is where Islam and Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and everyone has, and Buddhism has all, and Taoism, and probably a bunch of other isms, but I'll just say those six, whatever. 5 or 6, that's really the question, because now we know the problem, but now we need to think about the how. See what I mean? So yeah.
And that speaker was arguing that the how is to take up arms and to basically off the oppressor. Is that right?
I don't think he was that explicit, although I definitely see why people think that he said that. But I think that it's he the last thing he said was, when the person comes to take your farm, don't attack them, recruit them, and let them know what's going on and get them on your side, essentially.
That's not the fucking reality, dude. I'm sorry to cuss, but it's not like it's not like, oh, you have the option to sell. It's basically you sell at the top of the market, or you sell when all your neighbors have sold and you're being intimidated and followed around, and people are like calling your house at night and having your family members followed. And it comes to that level, and then you have to sell at a very low price of what you could have sold before. And this is a rinse and repeat strategy in real estate. So it's not like, like you can like, oh, brother, come here, let me share the good word with you.
Miss Anna, can I engage you with a premise here?
Okay.
And also, Miss Ezra has left as well, but I think you two were kind of simpatico. Would you allow me to engage you with the premise of
what?
Your I think they were kind of like of like mind, basically.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't understand the word simpatico, but yes, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they were kind of joined at the hands or the hips or whatever, like with their ideology. So
Which
you
I don't think so. I don't think so because she was talking about some kind of matriarchal society, which I
Yeah,
don't
they're a
know.
little a little bit different because Annapurna's, you know,
so
well, she's brown.
right. So Anna, so Anna, so the question would be to you is that, do you have a belief system in which you try to convince others is a good belief system to have? I think I've heard you again. I got confused between who was talking at times, but I know you got different voices, but I wasn't sure who to associate with. But do you have a belief system that you've then expressed your belief system and how strongly you believe in it to others in order to try to recruit them to the way that you think being
No.
beneficial to them?
No,
You've not espoused that on any panels that you've been on? You've not talked to people about how they should think, or?
No.
So you've only done negative?
No, I mean, I don't try to tell people what to do. I just give my experience, my point of view, and my research. But I
Right,
don't
so-
have to convince others.
Right. So we just watched a video in which the guy was trying to engage an audience in order to try to convince them to stop sitting on their hands and actually do something not counterproductive, but proactive.
But that's where I disagree. I don't think he was doing that. I don't agree with you that that's what he was doing. To me, he was manipulating an audience emotionally. And I could see him looking down at a script on various occasions. So like a heartfelt speech like that, you don't really need a script.
Well,
And
I don't
his
I don't
body
think
language, all of it didn't read to me as authentic as it read to you. And I think that's where we disagree.
Well, you're associating things that I never said. I never said that it was authentic. Matter of fact, I haven't even actually opined on my thoughts on it, other than, I tend to agree with the sentiments of what he's saying. Now, do I think he's glowy? Do I think he could be dog whistling to try to get people to like we got dog whistled to J6? A bunch of people said, "Hey, come here and do this. Otherwise, you won't have a country to fight for." I got to be careful what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get the channel glowed up. But to the point of your point is well taken too, Miss Anna. Your discernment on it might be 100% spot on. This guy could be one of the alphabet soup group guys, and he's trying to get people ginned up and angry. I was actually kind of surprised he played it, because one could actually argue that that's an incitement to the V, in a sense. But he also said to recruit them with your mind, to not necessarily take up arms against them, but to recruit them with an argument, with rhetoric. Rhetoric can be very manipulative. It has to be very manipulative, and it should hit you in your feels somehow. Otherwise, it won't be as effective. Now, is it manipulation? If I manipulate a puzzle piece to solve it, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
But that manipulate is different from
But is it still a manipulation?
I guess.
So manipulation,
The term manipulate would be to use your hands to do something. Yeah. Okay.
Well, you could use your voice too, according to what you just argued, that the man was manipulating with rhetoric.
In Latin, the man's prefix
Mhm.
manipulate is for hands specifically. Mano.
Okay. Okay, but then maybe you misnomered by saying his rhetoric was manipulating people.
I think we understand here. Everybody is intelligent enough to understand that. I'm talking about mental manipulation and not physical manipulation.
Well,
So that would be apples and oranges to compare manipulating a puzzle piece to manipulating an audience.
So do you have to engage your mind in order to solve a puzzle?
Yeah, but then that wouldn't be manipulation.
Well, you're using your mind in order to solve something.
Whatever.
No, I'm not trying to defeat your. I don't even. I'm trying to ascertain what your worldview is, and you think I'm fighting your worldview. I'm not.
I say that it would be unethical to manipulate, in the sense of like mental manipulation, to do it with evil intent.
Okay.
Is unethical, and that's
well. Here's the question. So, and again, this goes back. I'm just trying to keep it basic because we can get into the nitty gritty. But I guess what I would say is like, and we're going to welcome Mr. Flow State to the thing, I guess. Hey, Flo, what's up?
Salute.
Oh my goodness.
So the question, I guess, really comes down to like, okay, if you're being oppressed, without getting fed pussy, again, because there's violence involved, the morality of the situation goes out the door. So really, it comes down to, what is your goal? And if his goal is to basically get the oppressors off of him, if he's manipulating people or whatever however you want to put it, people are already manipulated. So is his manipulation worse than the rulers? Or I guess how do you value judge one person's manipulation against another? If people are mind controlled or people are slaves, and basically their choice is to either be a slave to the other person or to you who's trying to give them more volition or whatever term you want to use, is morality a part of the equation, or is it more just my goal versus their goal, or that guy's goal versus the ruler's goal? I guess is kind of what I'm trying to get
at. It's an interesting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And thank you. Don Juan asked, Flo, you read Aquinas yet? And he was about to go. And there was one right before that too, Jack. I gotta leave, but Aquinas once said, charity is more excellent than faith. GS, have you helped your fellow migrants? By the way, it's my free will to send this. Thank you, Don Juan.
That was a good one.
Yeah. So, and again, just to go back to the whole thing, and this is to Anna and GS and then everybody else too. Body of manipulation, one person against another, or is it about his goal is to allegedly his goal is to free people, and the other person's goal is to enslave people? So, do the ends justify the means on either side? I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Go ahead, Miss Anna, if you want to go first. I do have a response if you don't.
I would actually agree with Rocky. Rocky said it earlier, like you have to talk to your conscience, like look at the door of your heart and check each action, each decision that or you or I take. That would be my approach to it. And probably to pray and ask for guidance about a thing that I'm conflicted about. And there's always an internal answer. Like you always know what the right thing to do is at the end of the day, I think. And it's a lifelong journey too. It's not like one day you get the certificate and we're free.
Right. Now, I would like to, and again, I'm really not.
Did I say that? Did I say that? Oh shit! I didn't know I said all that.
Yeah, it sounded better when she said it.
Yeah. And I'm not really trying to pick out a scab or anything here. I promise I'm not. So you talk about whether there's a difference between, well, you corrected manipulation of a puzzle, meaning I'm using my hands, when I said, well, one can engage it with their mind as well in order to tell the hands what to do. So the interesting thing is that when he's using rhetoric and you're saying that he's trying to manipulate people and you're ascribing a negative aspect to that, are you yourself not also trying to manipulate people by warning people not to listen to his manipulation?
No.
How do you square that circle?
Like shedding light on something isn't the same as performing like treachery.
Well, but you're ascribing an intention, which is I think we talked earlier about is one of the hardest things. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Anna.
People are free to disagree with me. It's not like they're not, or I'm not going to gaslight them or try to get them on my team or my revolution or anything like that. I'm just, just having a conversation. Like having a conversation isn't the same as like going and speaking in a venue to a group of people and being sponsored by God knows who, and like that's a whole different ball game. To me that's comparing apples and oranges.
Okay, Neurojack, do you have an estimate of how many people are watching in this venue right now?
Supposedly 42.
Okay, so there's 42 people in this venue. I'd argue probably about the same or more than what was in his venue. And you are speaking in front of a venue full of people, and you are trying to manipulate them into not believing the manipulation of the man on the stage by ascribing his intent more better than he knows his intent. Do you not see the hypocrisy in your statements?
I'm not saying I know his intent better than he knows his intent. I'm just saying that he's lying.
But is that not a form of manipulation to try to convince other people not to listen to him? That's you're missing the point of why I'm engaging the premise here.
You're missing the point, really.
Who's lying? Who's lying?
Who's Tiger?
I'm lying. Oh, Flo's lying.
He's
no,
Panther.
the video he played, the guy.
No, I want to ask a question. Who the fuck is lying again? I can't understand who the fuck you're talking about. Are you a native Indian, Pancho Pete, or what's that Native American the Pilgrims came over and took her over to England?
Pocahontas? What are you talking about?
Pocahontas.
Wow, that was a throwback.
That got dark real quick. No, I'm really trying to engage. And Miss Anna, if you'd rather I not continue to engage in this life, I'm not trying to put your back against the wall.
Premise, and it is. I mean, like, come on.
I'm just trying to see if you have a logic that follows.
Manipulation to say somebody's manipulating. Like, how do you?
So
where do you go
okay.
from here?
So I'm just trying to.
So here's the issue. I just want to make sure it's clear for the audience. The guy on the video basically said, we're being oppressed by the government because they're being controlled by people above them. And because you can't really go against the government, you need to manipulate the people around you to turn, the rulers. And the only way you're going to do that is to convince people adjacent to you to basically realize that they're slaves to the rulers. And so this is what they were getting at. So my point is, essentially that what's being said here is GS is saying that. So Anna's calling that guy a manipulator because he's just trying to get people riled up for the rulers. And then Anna's saying, well, I'm just trying to expose.
Sorry, and because they already know. Most people who are that far in, like, they already know. If they're coming up in a black vehicle, like with the tinted windows, like, what are you going to convince? Like, come on. They're probably tapping your phone. So I don't like it, the whole thing, like as if we could somehow trust like create this revolution, I guess.
Right.
He's trying to
so,
sell this idea.
so essentially what you're saying is like there's no way that you're going to be able to convince people to not be slaves because they want to do it, and essentially until they choose to not want to do that, then it's just the way it's going to be. Essentially, it's going to have to become from an internal choice. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, and the reason I'm saying he's being manipulative is because then, people will go out and spend energy trying to be in politics. And another thing is he's using like a shame emotion. Like he's like, oh, that's your fault. You're to blame. We're to blame.
Yeah, it's a little gaslighting.
Is ever going to solve anything? Sorry, Reddington?
He was kind of gaslighting with that.
Yeah, it's like people every day, like you have to understand like the everyday common man, how they live.
Well, didn't we just discern that the government is a reflection of the people? Was there a disagreement that didn't speak out about that? Because we just talked about that.
I disagree with that.
Okay, so what is the government then?
It's the keeper of the zoo. And
and there's no connection to the people?
Yeah, they're the warden and we're the animals.
Huh.
Yeah, there's the SEAL Team 6 right there, invading our country. So Do you not understand that you're actually being manipulative by trying to get people to not be able to be manipulated by a manipulative dude who's trying to manipulate people?
I disagree that that's manipulation. I mean, okay, if you're gonna like drive it, I'm wrong, you're right.
No, it's not about right and wrong. It's about I'm trying to find out if your logic follows.
Yeah, but
By
I'm saying like,
what do you base?
like you're basically like a serpent eating its own tail. You're saying it's manipulation.
That's what I'm saying to you. Exactly,
it's
precisely.
manipulation to say someone's being
Because she doesn't know your intentions, is that what makes it manipulation?
It's not even my intentions. It's the guy's video that she ascribed manipulation to.
Is that why it's manipulation? Because she doesn't know his intentions?
Well, she's asserting his intentions.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, we can't actually ever know anyone else's intentions.
I would agree.
So that's not actually the standard that we should hold.
I would agree. And we shouldn't assume that we know someone's intentions sans a confession
But
by
that
said
doesn't mean
person.
that we can't derive their intentions out of their actions.
So what actions did the gentleman do on the stage for the
I don't know.
interview
I just
or the
got
speech
here.
that you didn't
I've
see?
been flipping off
Yeah.
Rocky and air masturbating on you guys.
Okay.
That kind of goes against people's will to say,
Cool.
leave your body, become something else. That would be transhumanism.
Rocky loves those.
Transracialism. I'm white, I want to be. Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
Stop following me around, Flo.
No.
Stop following me around.
Nope.
I'm saying there's a two difference between queer culture and transhumanism.
Is this video? Is it a sign?
As in transracialism, transgenderism, that it makes you apart. Doesn't matter if you're good or bad.
What are we watching?
There's the transhumanist state.
Sweet mustache.
It looks like we're watching a whole bunch of manipulation. Everywhere you look, there's something manipulating you. The bulletin board is manipulating you. The TV is manipulating. The music's manipulating. The movie you just watched is manipulating
You don't know that bulletin board's intentions.
So I think people are conflating two different things.
So what
No,
if it's true?
the propaganda is
So
the
what?
manipulation.
So what?
What if what's true?
So what if it is true what he's saying? The series of lists that he gave, all these things are manipulated.
Well, they are true. It's to what degree? Oh, you mean the video?
No, I mean like and what? Like and
Well, you're not expected to be on the front lines to battle for the society. I thought I explained that about, I don't know, 40 minutes ago. So this is something that men were keenly aware of because we're keenly expected to be in the trenches.
We're all too old now.
So
According to Tony.
Because what you do is dangerous.
Especially Rocky.
what was the point of saying that?
Flo, I still kick your ass, Flo.
You'd have a heart attack trying to catch me.
Fuck.
It's hard to say. I mean,
I don't need to catch you.
Because I'm following you around and stalking you? You're right.
No,
looks like right now dangerous is talking about.
I don't need to catch you.
It's dangerous. You can cut down on everything. So I don't know what's dangerous anymore. For me, I was going to make a joke like the big counterculture right now is dating young women. Oh yeah, impossible. Forget it. You're going to be called rape even by just asking around.
Are we supposed to be able to hear this and listen to it, or are we just like looking at the
I
visuals?
think Nero's trying to tell us something without
Yeah, I'm just
saying
doing some visuals so you guys can debate about the visuals.
Well, I
mean, I
prefer
can.
to look at myself, honestly, but it's not my panel.
If you ever seen the movie Beetlejuice, where you have a
Where's
conversation of
Moose?
Nero's video.
As I've already explained,
Where's Moose?
ancestry,
Is Moose in here?
and occult significance he incorporates
9.
into architecture.
Tim Burton's expression of it. It reminds me, maybe I'm thinking of a TV cartoon show where some of that messaging.
I might go out and kill me a moose tomorrow.
For fun or for food?
Yes.
For food, or an elk. I might kill a cougar if it gets too close to my house.
You're probably just going to pick up a cheeseburger from McDonald's, though, like usual.
Yeah, so basically we were talking about psychology, which I know some of you guys like to talk about. So that's kind of the main we're talking about is like, you know, is manipulation good, bad, indifferent? Do we have free will? Is it
It's
a social
inevitable.
construct that is useful for the rulers to rule over us because we think we have free will when we don't? Or
Blood
that's basically
with the solar mysteries. The oldest Nordic historians write that the Norse.
I like a good venison burger.
Middle East to Northern Europe.
Or a
under the
moose
leadership of the
burger.
Greek chieftain
Elk burgers.
You
are
like a
pretty
good moose knuckle because
Elk
you love
burger.
those.
Well,
think
you wouldn't make a very good cheeseburger, you know.
I wouldn't like out of my meat or like cook one.
You know, cheeseburgers are pretty good if you got some goat milk, cheese, maybe.
That's disgusting.
Homegrown or something like that.
I had goat milk once when I was little, and
it's
it's
not
really
hard
gross.
to make your own milk and shit. Get your own cow, you know, and milk it.
I think manipulation is inevitable.
Live like the Amish and shit.
And the distinction between manipulation and influencing is manipulation is when you can trick somebody into doing something that they otherwise would not have done. That's against their interest.
Right. Like being in the CIA or something.
Well, bring us back to engaging, GS.
Politicians in
Come on.
the culture, what they actually mean is narrative. They want to control a narrative.
Are you a Fed? No.
And that's really important. It seems like
GS thinks our conversation is stupid, Rocky. So stop talking about goat milk.
Like what is
goat milk?
A woman's sexual preferences can influence whether she likes more or less.
Hey, Neurojack, do you think you could find out what GS wants to talk about?
And rated themselves as more physically attractive, preferred men with more masculine faces.
Well, I think he's been talking about the subject. So the subject I said that we're on, he's basically been on that plane so far, as far as I can tell, which is basically psychology and how it relates to, are we being ruled over? Do we deserve to be ruled over? You know, are we culpable? Do we have free will? Is it a social construct? Was Freud right?
Psychology? Did you say psychology?
That's right.
Oh.
All right. Well, I just shut up. So if one of y'all like is unsatisfied with this conversation, I guess you'll have to steer it back in. GS, you complainy complainer.
So, any women out there want to join the CIA? I can give you a number. Hey, Flo.
What?
You got that? Are you? No, you probably. You a Fed, Flo? Are you a Fed? So people said you're a Fed.
Says the guy who just offered to hire some chicks for the CIA.
Right. See, I'm just joking around. It's just once. So it's just hearsay. But
Pastor Tanks is a bitch too. Come on up, Pastor Tanks.
Pastor Tanks.
And tell me about myself.
Hope the flow, slow flow. Slow. I like going over there because it always let me talk my shit. You never kick me out.
Me?
But, yeah.
I haven't kicked you out in a long, long time.
No, nobody kicks me out. Not normally though. I've been kicked up. Dyer, what's his name?
Jay Dyer.
Jay Dyer kicked me out.
Did he?
Yeah, for lifetime. Boom! Shit. Asked him a couple
Damn, son.
Yeah, they don't like questions over there.
Fuck Jay Dyer.
Hello.
I like some of his jokes though. Like when he did that calling the hospital. Pretending to be crazy or something.
Having to work 2 and 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. So why is one of the world's richest tech billionaires who's leading the charge of artificial general intelligence building a bunker on an island in the middle of the Pacific? Now,
I try to understand the guy, but
so I would actually like to engage Neurojack on his thoughts on the video that he did play, and perhaps if you would like to play it again for those that are just joining, so maybe they can engage it with good faith.
Yeah, I don't want to play the whole thing, but I'll play a couple of seconds. I'll play like the end of it just to give the people the gist so they know like kind of what's going on.
I would like your thoughts on it genuinely.
Me, Well,
Or you
because
probably
it
gonna want
is
to leave it alone with the 10-foot pole, right?
well, yeah, I think it's one of those things where I'm really not sure because I think that it's one of those things where you can't really have an honest discussion about it without people trying to use it against you in the court of law. So, but at the same time, I think it's also one of these things where it brings up the question of volition, and again, this is why I was trying to make it a legal thing because effectively, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. And just because you should do something doesn't mean that you can do it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, it pans out. So the interesting thing about volition, right? To do something under your own volition, for them to try to control your ability to act freely, to try to control the sounds you make with your own mouth hole. Yeah, I'm not down with all that Scooby-Doo nonsense. I've never given a single man on this earth permission. Yeah, he can poke me in the face all he wants, and maybe that'll shut me up. But the only one that will silence me, and he's tried many times, I guess, he's suggested many times that I silence myself, would be God. And he has the ability to silence me permanently. I think it's very important that people say to an extent, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead, because when you take all the mechanisms at their disposal away from them, and all there is a bread line to stand in it, and there might even not even be bread on the other end. It could be toilet paper for all you know. Good old communism. I think what you have to lose is far more dire than what you have to gain by complying. And I've been seeing a lot of people saying, you got to be careful what you say online. You got to be careful. And it's getting to the point where even I, on my channel, I'll say grape, I'll say Maxine, I'll say aliens, I'll say all these different other code words, because I know it's going to trigger something on an algorithm that will either slow down my ability to grow as a channel or reach my message, or there'll be some kind of warning down below.
Yep.
And so it seems to me like they don't want adults to be able to have the information and be able to make adult decisions.
well, something that I thought of is just to tell you kind of what I say, and then I'll play a little bit of this. I think a lot of it is, it's not the information that's dangerous. It's how you contextualize the information that's dangerous, right? So, and I think that's why like his speech is very genius, because he's not really telling you what to do. He's just basically saying like, you are being ruled over, and if you don't want to be ruled over, here are prudent things you might consider. But of course, that's not going to matter if he gets wrapped up. And I'm pretty sure that he has been already multiple times for different things not related to this. So, it's he's also a lawyer from my understanding. So, he's not a dummy, right? So, it's not just some random guy talking either. So, but I'm going to play a little bit just to catch people up. And if anybody wants to jump in, just do, but it's going to be brief just to give you guys a brief idea of like what we're actually getting to. Yeah.
Are not on our streets to protect us from the Chinese and the Russians, or from ISIS and Al Qaeda. They are here to protect the government from us. Now, let me open your eyes to just one more thing. It is our fault that our country is the way it is today. It is your fault, and it is my fault. We allowed this to happen when we turned a blind eye and looked the other way when the government began its war on terror. We allowed this to happen when we said we were too smart to vote, because the choice is always bullshit and all the candidates are the same. We allowed this to happen when we were too proud to get involved in politics, because politics is dirty and it's violent, and we don't want anything to do with those scumbags. We allowed this to happen when we said the Democrats did it, or the Republicans screwed this up, because we were pushing the responsibility off of ourselves and onto someone we could not hold accountable. The Democrats have taken away our freedoms. And yes, so have the Republicans. And yes, the media has brainwashed the American people. And yes, the bankers and the government officials, they're all blood-sucking parasites. But we would not have lost our freedoms if we had risen up to fight for them. We would not be brainwashed if we would simply stop swallowing it. And we would not be on the verge of national collapse if we had not allowed the banks and the governments to eat us out of house and home. So when that rich man drives his luxury car up to your farm and tells you, I'm here to take your land, you need to recruit him and show him the error of his ways and tell him to fight for the American people and against the federal government.
Okay, can we pause right there?
And if he still decides to keep his job and do the bidding of the bank, then you know who to shoot. My name is Augustus Invictus, and I'm a candidate for United States Senate. I want to thank you all for your support, and I look very much forward to fighting with you by your side in the coming year. Thank you.
So now I'm kind of seeing a little bit more clearly what Anna was talking about, and I think she left, didn't she? Dang it. I was enjoying the engagement with her. So how does that work exactly when the rich man who has everything to benefit from staying within the system and the parameters of the system, he's the one who wants the apple cart to stay upright because he benefits the most from it. And you're asking him, hey, come over here and help me tip this thing over. And he's like, well, why would I do that? That's cutting my nose off to spite my face. I'm doing well. My kids are going to nice schools. I'm not struggling for anything. So by what mechanism, what level of rhetoric, what argumentation could you possibly convince that person to stop being a rich man and risk, like our forefathers did, or like our founding fathers did, risk everything to life, limb? You know, a lot of these forefathers did risk it all, and a lot of them lost their life. And I understand it's not impossible for those things to happen. But I'm just trying to figure out, in today's society, the way that the degradation of our education system, the indoctrination of, I would say, socialism, communism in our schools, Marxism, so to speak, what benefit it would it be for, like, me as say I was a rich man, say I wasn't the downtrodden who's the target of this particular message. What incentive would I have? Patriotism? I mean, we're arguing that our own government fucking hates us. So why should I have any allegiance to a government that wants to put me in a war that doesn't benefit my country and my countrymen, or my future, or my children's future, or my grandchildren's future? In fact, it actually makes us more of a target on the world stage. So I would posit this would be a very hard sell. So after having listened to it for a second time, I'm kind of agreeing more with what Miss Anna was positing forward.
One possible avenue might be just to try to show the rich person that they're just as expendable as you are. But whether that works or not is beside the point.
That would be a smart tactic. Yeah, I would agree. Hey, Rocky,
they're not just as expendable.
Rocky, you got that song? I think I'm turning Japanese. I think so. No, so yeah, I would agree with what Flo is saying there, because by their metrics, they have far more to lose than you do.
I mean,
going against the system.
By outcome, right? In reality, they've got more capacity to preserve themselves, and so they are actually, in fact, less expendable.
All right, so let's give a scenario. Let's give it the scenario is Venezuela. Let's give a scenario that it went from a very oil-rich country to it taking a wheelbarrow full of cash in order to buy a coffee. If you've not bulwarked yourself with the ability to put up food, to be secure, and I'm assuming that would afford, being rich would afford them the possibility and the ability to do those things if they are wise. But if it's all finance and it's all part of the grid and it's all part of the electrical system and it's all part of these things, there's a giant risk when someone just comes over to the plug and pulls it and just says, yeah, now what? Now your money means nothing other than toilet paper. So in that situation, being rich would mean nothing if you haven't pre-planned. What are your thoughts on that? Rich and compelling.
Should have invested in the bidet.
Yeah, I think he stepped away.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the last point. What was that? What did you say? Sorry, I walked away for a second.
If you had a lot of toilet paper, you'd be rich. And if you didn't plan ahead for it, I answered you should have bought a one of those automatic water, what do they call them? A bidet. And then you wouldn't need toilet paper. And then all you dumb motherfuckers who ran for toilet paper when there was an emergency for toilet paper, wake up. You can go out and get some leads or use a bidet or something. You stupid motherfuckers who raided the stores for toilet paper.
Is it Friday night?
We don't wipe our ass, do we, Rocky?
Bidet
You
national.
can make a simple bidet by getting a large water bottle and putting a hole in the cap. And then you wash your ass with water. Dumb fuckers.
Viva la France. So I don't know how we went from volition of slavery to bidet, but I like the connection there. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on that note.
No, GS said something about imagining the toilet paper was money and you didn't have any.
Wow, that's nothing like what I said, but carry on.
Oh, restate that. What you said right
So what do you
before
think? So I guess we'll start. We'll make it more basic. We'll go around the panel and everyone can say if you're voting for Commander Kamala, or cut Trump. Which one do you guys think?
Man, you got to run this shit. TML is you.
What's the proposition? Bidets?
Which pup are you voting for?
Trump or Kamala?
I'm not.
Good job,
I
Rocky.
don't vote in this game. You know, I'm not a voter. You know, all sort of voting is a betting with one's conscience. You know, I believe the right should prevail, but I leave it to the majority. That's a quote. I won't say who said it because it sullies the point.
Is it Marx?
Nope.
I was like, it's got to be somebody that know. Oh, is it the guy with the funny little mustache?
No, it's Thoreau.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not so bad, is it?
Yeah, he's acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
I almost voted once.
But then I got high. Da, 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 da.
Red, how about you?
Neither.
RFK Jr.
Nope.
Flo.
I also don't participate in the placebo activity.
Generally.
I'm pretty convinced that Trump is a Trojan horse. I'm pretty convinced that Kamala Harris is an absolute puppet. I think whether Trump is a knowing or an unknowing Trojan horse, it still doesn't take away the fact that I believe he's a Trojan horse, and I think that there are ill omens ahead for us, no matter whom people are placated to think that they have a choice for. Something that I think, what was Azra? She said something about there being smaller communities. And something occurred to me in psychology that we don't really comprehend much more than was like 114 people total. Therefore,
Yeah,
villages used to be.
Yeah, I think it's
go
called
ahead.
like Dunbar or something, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Dunbar's number between 100 and 250 people. It's roughly a hard-coded psychological limit for the number of people a human being can have meaningful interpersonal relationships with.
So is it like our brains are kind of like a hard drive, and there's like only a certain amount of RAM or RAM? Yeah, it's RAM, operating RAM.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's limited in that sense. It's more a matter of whether or not you can have some kind of meaningful dynamic relationship in a social hierarchy that is tangible to all of your senses as a social creature. So the number varies because people have variabilities in their agreeableness and how social they are, what their emotional maturity is, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so my number's around 5. I'm pretty sure. I think that's where it tops out. That 100 is really, really grasping for me. I'm a very unagreeable guy.
Yeah, Flow State got dogged yesterday by these what do you call them, Jim Bob and those people, huh?
Dude, ortho bros are obnoxious as shit.
Yeah, see, that's what me and Neurojack were kind of talking about, is that this whole idea of Mencius Moldbug showing up on Tucker Carlson, like 5 years ago, you wouldn't have so many people on a panel just being monarchists, but today it's a different world. Nobody votes.
It's absurd to think that. I mean, it actually still blows my mind that there's so many people who are running around going, "Well, truth comes from our old guys, right? Religious truth comes from old guys, and we want a king, and we want an authoritarian king to tell us to enforce morals." It's like, what in the fuck kind of a backlash is this to the wacky left?
It's
Kinda
not
wacky,
actually
you're right.
It's not a backlash. It is a tell that at the population level, most people, like with Dunbar's number, most people want an authority figure whom they believe is worthy of the vestment of trust to make the hard decisions for them. They can thus outsource the responsibility for decision making. They can acquire a safe, shared claim, a false claim on the glory and victories that leader might achieve. And then they can also equally, less falsely, but then equally deny responsibility for things that go wrong. It's a deep trope in human psychology. Whether you call it a monarchy or a totalitarian system, it is a form of authoritarianism. Everyone, again, at the population level, most human beings want a chief, a tribal leader.
So let's ask why. Let's if that's observable, the question would be why? Is it so that they have someone to blame? Is it so they have someone that will make that decision for them?
Multiple factors that are overlapping, multiple overlapping factors, but the hard-coded nature of human social dynamics.
What would you give a percentile to maybe the top 5 reasons why people want chieftains? Would someone to blame? Is that why we made God? Or did God make us?
That kind of question will muddy waters far too quickly. I'm talking about things that are discernible and appreciable to human senses, verifiably so.
King of Kings, Lord of.
Positing some unknowable other, some uncreated creator, some thing that cannot be proved as an ultimate source of authority and truth is self-defeating. It is just endlessly pushing the problem into the future if we bound ourselves by what is appreciable tangibly with our senses, when things like money, violence, power, and suffering are involved, that's where we would do well to limit ourselves. Talks about the non-physical and some ultimate creator of things. That's best reserved for trusted conversations around a fireplace after a full belly and a good hard day's work.
So you mentioned something about you had tried to have a conversation about slavery on a particular broadcast, and you said it didn't pan out very well. Can you explain what the obstacles were? Or?
Sorry,
Who were you addressing?
I was on a different screen, but yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what the. I think Machine might remember, but we were trying to do this. I mean, I was basically talking about, is slavery biblical? Is it wrong to do? And like, basically, if someone's doing wrong, how do you handle it? Do you go Sharia, chopping people's hands off, or do you put them in prison for 40 years, or do you make them work in a gulag? Do you, you know, what I mean, like, do you give them capitalism and make them think they're free and go to their job and don't have any ability? I mean, you know, they're all different forms of.
Now, is this something that you're willing to engage on any level? Because I could posit something that I think would be beneficial.
Yeah, sure.
Have you guys had occasion to check out now Vice would be, I would say, I don't know if it was at the time, but it would be considered kind of like a pretty hard left publication news, Vice media. And I don't know if you've seen the Liberia expose where they went to Liberia and were interviewing a gentleman named King Buck Naked. His thing was to go to war, and this was in Liberia, right? Monrovia is the capital of Liberia. That was under President Monroe. That was basically the 40 acres and a mule situation that was afforded to those that wished to go from America back to their homeland. Maybe not exactly where they were plucked from, but in essence, there was a land purchase and there was land granted. The folks that went back and elected to go back promptly within a very short time enslaved the local population that had never even dealt with the white man in that kind of a way in Southern style plantation slavery tactics. So it occurs to me that slavery is bad when you're the slave, but it seems to be hunky-dory fine when you're the slave master. So given that parameter, are you willing to engage why you think it is that slavery is fine when you're the slave master, but it's really oppressive when you're the enslaved? I'm just curious. How does one square a peoples that were yanked from the jaws of slavery to then go enslave other people, especially people that look just like them, that are from Africa, had never left Africa, with the same Southern plantation tactics that their forefathers were enslaved with? Assuming everything I'm saying is 100% accurate.
You don't even need to go to Liberia and the repatriation of Africans to the continent, African slaves to the continent. There were Black American slave owners. That's a part of American history that most people don't know about. You can look at it right there. There were Black American slave owners in the South who wanted the South to secede. So the history and all of that talk can be confined right to the continental United States.
Right, but I'm engaging this particular scenario because it's black on black, completely black on black, utterly black on black, without the interference of white on black. To your point, from what I understand, the first slave owner was a black man, and actually the first slaves, from what I understand, were Irish indentured and orphan children.
No, the first slaves we couldn't prove who the first slaves were because we can't go back that far in human history.
No. I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about in America as we understand America.
First slaves? Well, I guess the first slaves would truly have been indentured servitude is a form of slavery. So yeah, there would be indentured servants of sorts, colonists who traded so many years of debt to offset the cost of transport across the Atlantic.
Right, and they were the ones that were expended first because they were not valuable, because their indentured servitude would end. So therefore, they were given the most hardship enduring jobs to do the most dangerous jobs to do because they were considered to be expendable livestock.
Yes, some of them were Irish. The Irish tell a pretty strong history about that. So yes, some of the first and most maltreated indentured servants to cross the Atlantic were the Irish. Yeah.
You do understand where the term slave comes from, right?
I know the etymology of the English word slave comes from Slav, and that is in relation to, I guess, slaves, as you know, that's the only word I have in English, being kept in parts of Eastern Europe and parts of Arabia. The Arab slavers captured Europeans in vast numbers. The Arab slave trade vastly dwarfed the European slave trade.
And do you know why no one's running around demanding that that Arabs apologize for their slavery? Do you know what they did to their male slaves?
Yes, I do know about the castration and even the penectomies.
So, who avenges the sins done to the father if there are no sons? So, in all the benevolence of the evil colonists in the West, by leaving the men intact, and the punishment of us being the ones that have tried to outlaw, whether that's genuine or not, and if it has been somewhat ineffectual, from my understanding. There's more slavery now than there was during the height of the Atlantic slave trade. That said, why is it that we are put against the wall and whipped constantly about trying to end slavery when we're first off, we're 8% of the global population, and we weren't even responsible for the majority of slavery?
Well, who's the we now you're talking about as 8% of the global population?
I would say Occidentals, Western people from the West. I would say, parts of the Western parts of Europe, Mediterranean, Canada, America.
Okay.
North America.
I can answer that with a quote from Frank Herbert's novel Dune, or at least his Dune series, and the quote is this: "When I am weaker than you, I ask you for mercy because that's according to your nature. But when I am stronger than you, I deny you any mercy because that's according to my nature." So it's a matter of the two people interacting in the relationship.
Yeah, that's
If you have a way to hack someone through their empathy, you're going to use it.
Yeah, that's the Butlerian jihad unit.
No, the Butlerian jihad in that fictional universe was an anti-machine intelligence jihad. It had nothing to do with that little bit I shared.
So that further bolsters my
it was
my frustration with my fellow countrymen or people that share my heritage, that people that are of my culture, and I guess I don't know if the right term is race. I don't know if the right term is ethnicity. I'm not 100% sure because I'm a bit of a blend. I'm Mediterranean and Occidental. My issue is, why is it that no other culture on the face of this planet has to apologize for having a very strict in-group bias preference, and we have a very open in-group bias to allow people to come into our groups, and yet we are castigated as horrible people constantly? And
that's because of the apex social predators that exist within the West, who are using our own psychology against us in order to game the system to further predate upon us.
So if we are that easily manipulated and not dangerous, and we're only 8% of the population, why are we under such a severe attack right now in the West? Is it because we have just enough intelligence to be able to be manipulated because we also possess compassion, but not enough intelligence to understand that we are being manipulated and outmaneuver those that are seeking to manipulate us?
It doesn't have anything to do with fundamental characteristics of human nature, which are shared across almost every culture. The distinct dials of where those minor fluctuations lie, they're debatable, but fundamentally, human nature is the same all over the world. There are minor aberrations here and there. So it has far less to do with the West and Westerners than it does with essentially the nature of power and the nature of human social dynamics, and how apex social predators will use and adapt to the systems, the environment within which they prey. And yeah, it's far less hard-coded to specific races or ethnicities.
Well, I just posited that almost all cultures have a very unapologetic in-group bias preference for their own group. And I've demonstrated that there's a variation within the Occidentals where they allow for other groups to join them. And it seems to our detriment.
You're conflating now the hardware of people and the software of people. So if you want to talk about the software level, Western culture, Western civilizational values, and so on, yes, we can talk from that point of view. But very often this topic descends into the very, very muddy waters of race, of ethnicity, and of religion. And those are confounders to the situation.
Roger.
Yeah, I think.
I
Yeah,
can
I think
understand that.
generally.
That's why I
Yeah,
tried
I
to
think.
proceed with caution.
Yeah, I think generally Canuck is pretty much right on that. You know.
I missed it. What was said?
I'm sorry. Am I not coming in?
No, I missed the statement what generally Canuck made, or whoever that is.
Oh no.
Your
I
audio is
was
good.
just saying, I was just saying that Canuck. I agree with what Canuck said.
I didn't see it. Can you put it up on the
No,
on
I'm
the
saying
stream
what.
there?
No, the gentleman.
I
On
think
the
he's
bottom of
referring
Canuck, yeah.
to what I stated about
Exactly.
the
Oh,
hardware and
I thought
software.
you were. I'm sorry. I thought you were Narrow Jack. I'm
No,
sitting
I'm
there
not.
going,
No,
wait.
I'm not Neurojack. I'm the machine.
No.
No,
I know
I'm not
I know you're
Neuro.
Machine Lias. Canuck sounded just like Narrow Jack because I thought I was talking to
Oh,
Narrow Jack.
okay.
That's why I
Yeah.
thought there was a typed message that I didn't hear. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm the guy with the alt Hitler icon.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. My bad. That threw me way off. I'm like looking around for a message, and all I see is targeted Patton the whole way down. That's funny. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good answer.
Generally specific, you might be interested to read a book. It's loved by Afro supremacists for wrong reasons, but it's titled "The Iceman Inheritance," and a very, very crudely boiled down point of the book is that Neanderthal genes, which have their greatest concentration in modern humans in Caucasoid peoples, may be responsible for the hyperaggression of Caucasoid peoples. Now, that's not to say that other human, racial groups, and I'm using the word racial with open air quotes there, aren't also aggressive. Aggression exists across every human domain. Every human culture has it. But Caucasoids, some would posit, are are capable of a slightly higher degree of aggression. I think I heard Jordan Peterson speak about this. He was talking about male prison populations and how, even if the numbers were skewed, 51% to 49% in terms of violent criminals, the outliers of male criminality involving violence and so on mean that hardcore prison populations are just full of men because there's enough of those outliers to fill up that volume. The same with the Iceman inheritance suggestion that remnant Neanderthal DNA and the psychosexual maladaptations to glacial culture that followed may be responsible for some of the hyperaggression we see in Caucasoid civilizations. The Afrocentrists really love this because then they can just indulge freely in racism and talk about Arctic monkeys and cavemen and primitive bloodlust and so on. It's actually a very nuanced topic, but it's a book you may want to read. The Iceman Inheritance.
Well, I mean, there's a level of intelligence that goes along with having the ability to have to know when to store your nuts for the winter. Otherwise, you starve to death and your lineage goes away. Can I see your slope Neanderthal forehead, Rocky, from the side, please?
That bit about intelligence is another confounder. That's just as low-hanging fruit as the caveman Arctic monkey business.
So you would posit that the argument is that it's just blind luck?
No, I wouldn't posit that. I don't know how you could draw that from what I just said.
Well, you said it's a confounder, meaning it belies the fact that Neanderthals. Is there an assertion or an assumption that Neanderthals are stupid?
No, it's just that the old trope of Arctic peoples developed better overall intelligence because of long-term food storage and temperature planning compared to peoples in more temperate or even tropical environments. Those environments exerted different pressures on their populations, not directly related necessarily to intelligence. Intelligence is tied, forgive me. Intelligence tests are very imprecise, and the authority with which people imbue them with is unfounded.
Based on what data?
Well, you would have to read. You'd have to be brave enough to admit to reading the bell curve to understand that. And if you
Right,
do
yeah,
read the
or
bell curve,
Mr. Murray's bell curve. I've not read it.
Charles
so,
Murray, he's
or,
someone you
yeah.
should read and follow and learn about if you want answers to those questions.
Well, I think the answers to these questions are kind of self-evident, though. So if I have a scarcity of a growing season, over time, I would have to delay gratification of eating what I want to eat right then and there, and becoming a glutton about it, and understand that I have to maintain some level of reserve in order to make it through the winter. So would you argue that the ability to delay instant gratification is not a sign of intelligence?
No, but you are framing that in terms of one kind of environment. If you were relying on gathering and foraging, if you over-foraged an area in a temperate or tropical environment, the same would happen, right? How you manage your resources for long-term sustainability will
Mhm.
depend on your particular environment. It doesn't depend on your intelligence or vice versa. You will have intelligence expressing itself differently according to the challenges it adapts to. Now, there will be a common baseline based, of course, on shared experiences and fundamental biology, but that's not a hard-coded limit.
Right. Well, how do you explain when a peoples will accuse another peoples of profiting or exploiting them? For instance, by saying you came, you took all our gold and all our diamonds, the stuff that was underground, for eons before the white man ever stepped foot on the continent of Africa. Yet they didn't seem to have the wherewithal, the knowledge, the understanding to dig for it. I could say wells would be the same thing. The technology of the wheel was rejected for over 1,000 years after it was introduced to the continent of Africa. And so that has nothing to do with intelligence. That has nothing to do with the wherewithal, the potentiality of gaining and maintaining intelligence.
You're speaking in very broad, very vast, very unrefined sways of territory.
Where's the flaw in my logic?
You're not using any logic. Africa is a very large continent. It is peopled by more than one racial group.
I'll say Canuck. So in the exact place where they rejected the technology of the wheel for over 1,000 years after it was introduced, that doesn't speak to a lack of intelligence?
No, why would it speak to a lack of intelligence? You don't know
But
what the
we was
soil
kings
conditions
and
are like
shit.
there. You don't know what the rainfall levels are like. You don't know what the what level of maintenance of
Well,
roads
neither do you.
required.
But you're over here
Well, that's
positing
right.
all these. You're positing a bunch of excuses to something that seems
No, I'm not.
painfully obvious to me. It's
Of
round. It
course.
rolls.
Yes, it's round and
Okay.
rolls. If that's your level of analysis, you must be right.
But it was introduced and rejected for over 1,000 years. It was demonstrated that it was effectual and still rejected. So you're saying I'm being too broad. I narrowed it. Now you're running from that conversation. Oh,
Just
what
come
do you
out
want
and
me to
say
do,
it.
dude?
It's not me running from a conversation. It's
Why
me
does the black
choosing
man
not
blame the
to.
white man? Why does the black man blame the white man? Just say it.
The
Just
head
say it.
trauma convention has let out all the inmates.
But yeah, Canuck is not gonna fuck around here, GS.
I don't understand what the F around part of it is. I'm engaging in actual obvious contemplation. Like, what's the perceived fuck around? What's the entailment that I seem to be missing with my objective statement of fact?
Well, I'm not saying I'm not supposing there is one. I'm just saying that he's a serious interlocutor. You know? There's not going to be much that gets by.
So then he should interlock with me then in a logically following way. Otherwise, he's not interlocking in good faith.
I think he was.
No, he kind of quit and pouted.
Hey, do you think
This is the last time I'll address you this evening, generally specific. I'm not pouting.
Okay. I'll get
I
you
am
some pampering.
choosing not to interact with someone who I perceive to be dishonest.
Wow, I just accused you of that. Good job, man. Okay, congratulations, man.
Well, that's how most debates end, I think. So it's pretty normal.
That was super good faith, man. That was super good faith, man. Well done.
Machine. I wasn't engaging in debate. I was engaging in discussion. But
Yes,
it
I was
has
just
turned
trying to have a
into debate,
conversation, and I was just trying to have a
and
conversation, and you made a bunch of assertions
I
and
suspect,
and
Machine,
entailments.
that you also could sense the underlying
Oh,
rot
because I'm
and
speaking
stink of
truth.
pure racism that was
There it is. There it is.
being
There's the
fomented.
accusation.
Well, I think it's plain to see for most folks.
And meanwhile, on a president of my United States, you have a Hitler mustache on him.
Let's let our friend Tony come in because I think he had something to add there.
Hey, thank you. If you'll just give me a minute and I'll give you a little spiel. I am the created and the creator. And I gave man some senses to interrelate with my universe that I presented to them. I gave them eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and they deny my gifts. They look the gift house, the gift horse in the mouth. Why would you deny your senses in favor of those who would control you? But the moon and the sun appear to be the same size, and I have measured their angles across the world. I was in America once, and there was a guy called James Bevel, a religious preacher, and I loved his preaching. And one day he shocked the whole audience by saying the slaves were even more complicit than the slave owners, and all of you women are harlots.
Madness from the antipodes. It couldn't get any more perfect. You know how to fucking draw 'em, Neuro.
What? Damn! Somehow that is a reflection of Neurojack. Yes, brother, Drake. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for that spiel, as you said. Yeah.
Hey, God gave you a chance, and you're either with him or against him, and it'll all come to the end. You've got to go forward with no fear of dying. It's easier when you're my age. I'm 76, and I never thought I'd live to be 50. And I told God when I was 50 that if I live to be 70, I'll do whatever he wants me to do, because I know I am.
My goodness, it's almost like Tony Drake is reading from the novel from Meth Head Hemingway right there in the center.
I can't read anymore. 30 years ago, I read every damn book I could get my hand on that would tell me. I mean, Zen was good, the art of motorcycle mechanics. But I haven't been able to read now for a few years. I'm what some people would call visually impaired.
Tony Drake has added more value in his limited speech than the competition of you and generally specific trying to figure out whose head is further up their own asshole.
Yeah, and when I first turned you on, all you were talking about was shit, literally.
Thank you, Tony. Blessings.
Yeah, you got any questions? Because I'll give you God's answer.
Yeah, is there natural law according to God?
Yes, it's God's law.
So
And it's
then,
very simple.
do we have free
unto
will?
others. We have free will to do unto others as we do unto ourselves.
Very good. Thank you.
Any more?
Well, those are the main questions of the evening, but yeah, you're
What
free.
about the shape of this universe? and the history of the universe, the relics, what we can see all over the world, we can see that it appears that there was previous civilizations. We look at things and we marvel at the pyramid and what's his name, Jason Bashirs, has coordinated all of the measurements of the pyramid.
Oh,
Now,
brother.
what makes us mortals think that God didn't create everything, the whole stage, and we're just been in here to enjoy the park? Like, I took my kids across America. I'm in Australia now, but I was born in England and spent my life all over the place. But I took my kids to Disneyland because they really wanted to see it. 5 kids, took them to Disneyland. And I said, go in there and enjoy yourselves and we'll just watch. On the understanding that what you're doing in here is to enjoy yourselves. And we just sat back and watched them. It's about time the kids woke up because they're coming out of the park. Anyway, I was going to tell you, this place where we live, they've turned it inside out. The heathens have turned it inside out. God's creation is like a cell. Everything necessary for the survival of the cell is within the cell. We live on the inside surface of the cell, not on the fucking outside surface. All life is within. Oh, are you still there? Have I gone? Did he cut me off?
No, we're here. No, we're here. We're hearing you, Tony.
I've never come across so much silence.
Yeah, they're a weird bunch.
Does somebody else want to talk to me? Or is there?
I agree with him.
Who are you? Because I can't see the screen.
I'm Satan.
What's the definition of Satan?
Me.
I am the only me.
Well, you brought up Jason Bashirs, and I think Reddington had a response to that. You know, or
Yeah? Tell me what's the response.
What exactly were you using Brashears as a source for? The pyramids?
No. I would grant him one thing, his use of numbers and mathematics, the measurements that are within. He's done many diagrams and so on, and the measurements, as if to say, how possible, man couldn't have built those pyramids. It had to be part of God's creation, like everything else is. And just because some things look more alive than others, it's still God's creation.
Huh?
People focus on the wrong shit. Everybody's focusing on the physical. There's more non-physical than physical. The physical is 0.0000013 power, 3%. Everything else.
That's right. It's the principalities of darkness, boy.
Everything else, we can't even perceive it. So why are y'all so focused on the physical? If you believe in God and you have faith and you believe you're an immortal being, right? What are you scared of?
Nothing.
I met a demon very much to be scared of after that.
It's the fear that keeps everybody making the wrong decisions. because they're making decisions to prolong their physical existence and
Yeah.
prevent themselves from reaching immortality.
Yeah. And once you get to my age, it's easier.
The physical is the illusion. It's the veil.
So what are you clinging to this material world for then? Why don't you go first? Show us the way.
That's right. Go kill yourself and exit your avatar body. Exit the Matrix. Exit the
I never
Matrix.
said that.
Yes,
I
you
never
do.
said that. Yeah,
Tell them to go ahead. Exit the Matrix. Go ahead.
You're clearly
Delete
missing
yourself.
the point.
Delete yourself.
Because once again, you're
Show me.
stuck. You're heavily deceived.
Well,
and that's okay.
It's okay, man. You
I'm
first.
not here to
No, I'm
teach
not.
you.
I took my booster. I had my COVID vaccine.
It's not about killing yourself. It's about making the right decisions, right? You got a lot of people that are building physical, but what are you building spiritually? Because that's all that you're going to have left. None of this is coming with you. Doesn't matter how many arguments you win. None of that matters. Don't you understand? You come into this world, you grow, right? This world is the womb. And when you die, you're finally born. And then when you stand before God, what have you become? What have you grown into? If the next thing you said was the last words you could utter, would it be about slavery? What would it be about? What would you say?
I would say, why aren't you sleeping outside near a den of wolves?
That's what I'm saying.
Why are you choosing the safety of your house right now?
That's
Why
what
aren't
I'm
you
saying.
exposed under the elements right now, Rant?
See, it's another argument.
No, it's not an
You're-
argument. It's
you're
a
lost.
It's an objective statement of fact. You're sitting in a enclosed location,
You're
safe from the
lost.
outside elements, just like I am.
You're
But
lost, and I can't
positing
help
that you're
you
some
see the
kind of,
way.
You're positing that you're some kind of rebel without a cause, dude. You ain't
Blah,
no James
blah,
Dean's
blah,
son.
blah, 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 blah. Words, words, words.
You're a poser, man. You first.
Blah, blah, blah.
You first.
You just don't get it, and you never will.
You're right. I don't get chaos. I prefer order.
Well,
But
that's why
you
you
get
don't
order out
understand
of
nothing.
chaos. A bunch of grown men on here arguing as the elites enact their plan to enslave and kill us all, and we're just on here arguing. Every single day they fucking start fresh their plan, and every single day they gain more and more control invisibly.
Here comes more fear. Push you back into the physical. Put you back in the fear. Make the wrong decisions.
If there's anyone who doesn't believe in entirely physical things, I'm all there. I mean, I've been attacked outside of my physical body before. I'm just saying, people getting online every
More
single
fear.
day thinking it's going to change everything when
Here's the
don't change
thing.
anything.
They can enslave you. They can't enslave me. You see?
I mean, do you pay bills?
More
Do you have a
arguments.
job? No, because
More
you're
bullshit.
denying how much
control
that they have over you.
Here's the reality.
Every day you have
I
to
could
go
do
to a job.
nothing. I could do nothing and pay bills.
Okay.
I could do nothing and
True.
achieve anything that is required.
But you were still vaccinated as a baby, weren't you?
I could do
Yeah.
nothing and achieve all that is
So
required.
you didn't get away from the control.
Vaccines don't matter.
Do you have a
They
piece
matter
of
to you.
plastic? Do you have a piece of plastic that identifies your state and address? Yeah. so
Doesn't
you're
matter.
not. Yeah, it does matter because that's
Doesn't
still part
matter.
of the control.
Matters to you. More fear, fear, fear. All
Fear.
you operate on is fear, fear.
Fear. So does
Right?
Batman, but I'm not Batman.
Because at the end of the day, none of that matters. You're focused on
not.
the physical.
Your eternal soul. But
What
most
could
of y'all
they-
done sold
what
that
could
for
they
a
do to my
cheeseburger.
soul? What could they do?
That's right. You only fear the person who can destroy the soul. That's right. That's right, boy. That's right, boy. You preach, boy. Tell him. Tell him. Because you blow the wind of God.
It's all bullshit, dog. They can only control you when you believe it matters. Don't you understand? People have been fighting and trying to exterminate evil and all the shit y'all are talking about. And I figured it out. Jesus Christ walked the earth. Right? He spoke some of the truest words ever spoken. Did it change the world and make it good? No. The world isn't good. So what words can you speak to make it good? He already told you. This isn't his kingdom. His kingdom is
What
in heaven.
the fuck did you just say?
Did Jesus Christ make the world good? Is everyone good? Or do we
He
still
made
have
it better.
evil permeating this entire world that we live in?
He made it better, man.
Did he say his kingdom is in the earth or is it in heaven, Rocky? Tell me.
His kingdom is in heaven, and it's is in among us.
Look at the earth, right? There's still evil walking around.
You know, we Christians, we didn't use swords. We were martyred and killed
Because they realized something, that this doesn't fucking matter. It don't matter.
Conquered the fucking Romans.
If I'm meant to die, I'll die. And if I'm not meant to die, bullets won't kill me. Fire won't kill me. Don't you understand?
That's right. It's just like in the Matrix. You return to the source. That's right, to the source.
So I must have a chip in my head right here.
You might.
I think it might have one right there. So it's like my controller. And I might have put that in when I went to that Jesuit hospital.
Well, if they have technology that they could put in you, then we have technology that can break it. Is that what's meant to happen right now?
Well, it don't matter because they got all their bunkers, boy. They got their bunkers. We ain't got shit, boy.
The bunkers won't save them.
That's right, boy. It won't save them from nothing, boy. That's right, right there, right there, right there.
And I don't need a bunker.
What's wrong? What's wrong? You don't want to go be bed buddies with Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos? Come on.
We don't need a bunker.
You just don't understand. You're focused on the physical again. Focused on the fear. Staring at it.
On the fear. Focused on the fear.
Well, gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ain't talk about my head being cut off from my belief in Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry, boy. I'm so sorry.
Your God rules by fear. That's why that's all you know.
My God, my God.
Jesus Christ was the only ruler to rule without fear. The only one. Now said by Napoleon.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Rocky might be intoxicated, but he knows.
Why do you hate Satan? Satan loves you. Why do you hate him so much?
I used to hate Satan.
He just wants someone to love him.
I realized Satan's purpose is to remove people like you from eternity.
Oh no. Whatever will I do in my internal flames of hell?
No one knows.
Oh, maybe I'll take his big old red hot tamale. Who knows, right? Because it's a highway to hell, right?
Personally, I don't care.
Is there a stairway to heaven? How do you get there?
Read the Bible.
I did. It didn't make much sense to me. I'm legally blind. That's right. Satan rules and Jesus drools. That's right. Right there.
Rules what?
Dirt. That's what he rules. Nothing but dirt.
King of the dumpster.
That's right. He may own this world, but ain't nothing but a pile of dirt.
It was given to him to rule over.
Right.
Because it's meaningless.
Oh, come on. You know you want to be a Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie and sell your soul and your children's soul for fame and fortune. Come on. You know you want to live in Hollywood. Hollywood.
You're not even good at trolling.
You said I was trolling.
Everything about you.
Everything about me. Well, goddamn, you better cast a spell.
You don't have a genuine ounce in you.
An ounce? I don't do drugs.
That's a lie.
A lie? How dare you? That's not very Christian of you.
You are drugs.
Are you not supposed to bear false witness against your neighbor? Oh.
Are you done wasting my time?
I thought you said it wasn't physical, so technically you have no time.
Are you done wasting my time?
You don't have time.
Are you done wasting my time?
Well, what else you want to talk about? Come on,
Do you
I'll
know
get
how
into
to
the nitty gritty. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? The billionaire pedophiles who market children on Facebook that I have proof of. What else would you like to talk about? I mean, we can get in the nitty gritty, but the problem is, you know, once you get into the nitty gritty, people start watching you, and they're far worse than me.
I'm gonna let you waste time.
Good. See, the problem is, y'all get on here and run your mouths about shit all day long, but nobody will actually get on here and talk about the shit that actually goes on because they fear that people will watch them or put a target on their back, pop them in the head like a hitman. But you know, we won't get on that subject either.
More fear. Go ahead, keep going.
It's not fear. It's just, yeah, you talk too much in this world, you're going to eventually find yourself at the end of, you know, a cyanide pill or a car accident.
What else should I fear? Tell me about the fear that you have in your heart.
I don't fear nothing on this world, bro.
So then shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you so cruel? Was someone mean to you when you were a child? Did uncle beat you? Did father not show you enough love? It's okay.
Is that what you tell yourself?
I only have one Father who art in heaven.
What happened? Where'd he go? What did he do? What's that called?
It's called panel death. All right, Neuro, I think it's time to shut this thing down.
I agree.
If you're out here, I think Neuro stepped away is the issue here. Neuro likes to do these panels and then he's not there.
Yeah, sorry, I missed. I know I missed. I heard what happened, but I didn't know he dropped off the panel. So I just heard silence on my phone, so I came back over here.
It is interesting to see who remains.
That's right. We got the real ones here. This is how it goes. But yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. I didn't even realize everybody left because I walked away for like 10 minutes ago. Now, like everybody
Like a
left.
process of elimination here.
Like King of the Hill panel version.
Yeah. Yo, all right, Neural. If you want to shut it down on your end, then I'll shut it down on my end here. I'm gonna play some songs and get this thing going.
Well, it's up to you guys. If you guys want to continue, we can. If not,
Looks
I'll
like
go
looks like it's pretty looks like it's pretty much wrapped up. Unless you want to introduce some new topics here. But yeah, I think that was a good go. Also, I think you have a migraine. I have a huge migraine right now as well. So
Yeah.
either way, I'm gonna probably step away soon. But yeah.
Glutton for punishment.
Yeah. How about you, Rant? Are you ready to jump up? I mean, I took a little medicine, so I'm kind of able to somewhat come back and.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that shit.
Well, I drink a bunch of electrolytes, and that kind of helps too. So I took something, but I don't know if it was the electrolytes or the medicine, unfortunately. But yeah, it's funny how like this topic just continually shifted so far away. I mean, but it was all related in a weird way too. That's kind of interesting.
No comment.
People are stuck in their fear, focused only on the physical. That's all I wanted to point out. I'm not talking about you, Rocky. The reality is, if you believe in God, and you believe you're eternal, what are you worried about? Grow. Internally, all external growth is nonsense. Useless. Dust in the wind. We exist for a very small period of time in the scope of things. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to argue with idiots all day and all night, never coming to an actual conclusion? This is the wrong way to learn. Also, to go out and make statements and try to teach people with the intentions of arguing, this is also the wrong way to learn. Because who are we actually trying to teach? Are we going out to teach others? Or are we going out to teach ourselves?
Can you do both?
I don't know, can you?
Well, we started off on free will, so I guess if God wills you to do either, then you will, and if He doesn't, then you won't, to some degree.
You have free decision, right? So people get the word will confused. People don't properly define it in their own mind. So if you think that the will is the decisions you make, then yeah, you make the decisions. Now, what happens after that is not up to you. You cannot see the future, therefore you cannot determine what's going to happen prior by your own actions. You can shoot the gun, the bullet might hit the person, doesn't guarantee that they die. That was your intention, right? When you shot the gun. God determines what happens. You make the decisions. So do you have free will? If will is your decisions that you're making, then yeah. Do you have free reign over reality? No. Fuck no.
Yeah, I think both freedom and the term will are very.
So if you get shot by, or you get in a car wreck, you crash on the highway, the emergency team comes there and they're going to say, okay, it's the will of God, this guy dies. We're going to give God 30 minutes. And if he dies, he dies. We could save him right now, but we're going to give God 30 minutes. When is it God's will, and then when is it turned to man's will? On the battlefield, like, or in an accident.
We have to search.
When I was in Kuwait, they would make you wait 30 minutes, and then they would wait 30 minutes, and then if he's still alive, they save him. If he dies, he dies. And then they would leave the car on the highway for like 30 days or something as a reminder. So that's what they do in Kuwait. Americans, they would start, performing emergency surgeries right away, I think, So there you go. When is it God's will, and when is it turned into man's will?
Well, it sounds like, according to the Kuwaitis, 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
It's all semantics. You have to search inside of yourself.
Oh, that's a true story. True story.
What is real? What is reality? What is 30 minutes to God? What is time to God? Have you ever felt time pass faster and slower? What is our true understanding of it?
Yeah, but God wanted to take him out. So this was my view. If God wants to take me out, he'll take me out. And the 30 extra minutes ain't gonna stop shit. If God wants to take me out, you know what I'm saying?
There are people that have been shot, blown up, and lived, and there are people that have just died randomly. What matters is what decision you made and why you made it. Why do we do this?
Say that to the unborn children. What do you say to the aborted? Was that part of God's plan?
Whoa, Rocky.
Is that what we're doing? We're gonna just yell random shit?
It's not random. It's part of God's plan, remember? Kill the aborted children, remember? It's part of God's plan.
I feel like I have someone's schizophrenia. Are you digital schizophrenia?
What, schizophrenia, that you can't come up with a rebuttal against it?
I don't need to.
It's part of God's plan. Explain your God. Explain God. Why does God allow the killing of unborn children? Come on, Ben Shapiro. You always want to talk and yap. Come on.
What is real?
What is real is the death of unborn children inside the womb. So where's your God then? Why doesn't he save the unborn children? He knew them in the womb. Why didn't he save them?
What children?
Oh, look, he's pointing the abortionist term. Look, they're not real. They're just a clump of cells.
No,
they're not real children.
I'm saying, what children? Who made the decision? God aborted the children?
Let's not get into this shit, please.
What children? Tell me their names. You lack understanding, which is why you act so ignorant. This entire reality is an experience designed to get one answer. It's to understand your decision. What have you chosen to do? It is that since you have free will, what did you do with it?
Okay, what about the child's free will? They didn't get to even experience it. Again, you're lacking fallacies. You're not.
What child? Are you saying God does not have the power to take that child instantly and have it born? How do you know he does not? Maybe that mother did not deserve that child. Maybe there's a woman somewhere who did. And that woman was given that child in an instant.
Sounds like reincarnation to me.
Sounds like that child was never born. In order to understand good and evil, you must exist in a reality where it is quote-unquote possible. It doesn't mean that you can actually do it, but the illusion of you doing it might exist to determine your heart, which is the purpose. And like wheat and tare, this is a separation experiment or process or event of very short time. What is your decision? Where will you be for eternity? What are the decisions you have made? What did it amount to? What are the fruits that you bear? Did you abort the child or did you raise it? Tell me. At the end of the game of Monopoly, when all the pieces go back in the box, does it matter who owned all the properties and had all the money? The things you did in Monopoly may affect your relationship with those who you're playing Monopoly with, though, and that does exist after the game. All the pieces, all the property, all the money goes back in the box. You see. I'm just saying, when it all goes back in the box, how are your relationships? The people of this world that have all of the power and have all of the money, right? What did they have to do to obtain it? How did they grow? Did they grow physically or did they grow internally? Because when it all fades away into dust, none of the shit they obtained matters. Did they obtain knowledge?
Yeah, I did.
What use is it if their knowledge is only of this world?
No.
Everybody wants to go to war. What are we fighting over?
Let me see. Left, right, red, blue.
The right to cut off my penis.
Humpty Dumpty. Had a great fall, Humpty Dumpty.
We all argue on panels. What do we argue for? What is there to gain? What is there to lose?
I don't know.
You can gain nothing and lose only time.
Time. Out of time.
If only you could put time in a bottle.
Instead of wasting your time, you should be working on growing.
Yeah, out of time.
What is Satan's purpose?
To destroy mankind.
That's right. Take as many of you to hell with them.
For what purpose?
To hurt God.
For
That's
what
right.
purpose?
Out of pride.
Who created Satan?
God.
So Satan wants to hurt himself.
Basically.
There's a term for that, isn't it? Masochistic.
Well, look at what Satanists do. They love bondage and pain and suffering.
Beat me, Daddy.
Reality is, they hate themselves.
Hey, what? Hey, is your real name Satan?
You know, Baphomet and all that, you know. Sacrificial sacrifices, all that, you know. Get your local chicken fresh. That's what I say.
Hey, either you are very well paid or you're a fucking idiot.
I'm leaning towards idiot.
Yeah.
I'm a well-paid idiot. There you go.
I think God's laughing at you.
All mocking tongue, like Jim Carrey, right? The all mocking tongue. It's okay, like I said, while y'all sit here and argue, we're sitting on our island sacrificing people and drinking our martinis while we spend our billions of dollars while y'all sit here in your little mediocre get-ups. It's okay. Not like you can afford a bunker for $30 million, but it's okay.
You can keep the bunker. I'll keep my soul, thanks.
Hear that? He claims there ain't no devilish desire of his heart. He ain't never lusted for nothing in the world. He don't want no sex, no drugs, no money. Praise the Lord. He ain't never lusted after a woman, ain't never lied on a test, ain't never stole a pencil sharpener. Boy, he might as well be Jesus. He's just perfect every way. I bet you when he wakes up in the morning, he wipes his ass on the left side and not the right. Just remember, not everybody that says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, so for many of us who boast that we're going to the eternal paradise, you're probably going the opposite anyway, so, you know. Hey, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? I mean, you can be a Satanist and be a good person, right? So where's the moral dilemma? What if I believe in Satan, but I'm better than a preacher in a church who touches little children? So, I mean, what's the difference, right? What if the Satanist goes to heaven and you go to hell? I mean, wouldn't that be a conundrum paradox? I mean, yeah. All of these humans claiming they know God or the will of God just because they read a few pages of the book or maybe a few lines, but no, they know God. They know Him. They know Him so well. They went and had a morning coffee with Him. More fear.
More fear.
Fear, boy. That's
Your
right.
rule's
More
over
fear.
you. Your ruler is fear.
My ruler is fear.
And only when you conquer that fear will you understand.
No. He thinks I'm scared.
Terrified you are.
Oh, terrified. Not as terrifying as having a demon try to possess your body at 9 years old, but, you know, it's okay. When was that last time that happened to you, Brant? When was the last time a demon tried to infest your earthly vessel? Can you tell me?
Wednesday.
Wednesday? No. We're not talking about the last time you looked at somebody or, wanted to steal something. We're talking about when was the last time you were actually, inhabited. Come on. Tell me the truth. When was the last
I
time you were
already
touched?
told you. I can't make you believe me.
Really? That's what I say. Bullshit. Demons don't like you that much. Believe me, I can tell you they don't like you that much. Like
They
Bill
hate
Clinton.
me.
They like Bill Clinton, but they don't like you that much.
No,
Trust
they
me.
hate me.
No, they don't hate you. Believe me, they don't hate you as much as you think they do. So someone like me and you're just like, regurgitated shit out of their
Why
ass
do you think
on a
you're
Tuesday.
here? If they didn't hate me, you wouldn't be here. Don't you understand?
Oh, that's another assumption. How do you know I hate you? I can be a Satanist and love you too, right?
I didn't
I
say
can,
you
I
hate
can
me.
I can also be gay and autistic at the same time, but
I didn't
who's the
say
judge?
you
It's
hate me.
2024 now,
Are you
Rand.
paying
You
attention?
can't judge me, Rand. It's 2024 now.
Are your
I can have
ears
both,
working?
I can have both a penis.
Or is your brain failing
I can
you?
have a penis and a vagina at the same time and be white and black at the same time. I can claim I'm a billionaire while I'm actually dirt poor. Come on now, Rand. It's 2024 to get with the program. You can be gay, autistic, satanic, and Christian all at the same time. Don't you know? You're in the land of fucking America. In the land of the free and the home of the gay. What are you talking about? All the men who went and died in Vietnam and World War II and Desert Storm and 9/11, all them people, they didn't die for your freedoms to be able to go and buy a cheeseburger and go and whack off in a church. No, you know what they died for? For all the men who wants to dress as women and say, "We're coming for your children, bit by bit." Oh, it's okay.
Listen. There's nothing for you to be scared of. It's gonna be okay.
I'm not scared. The only thing I'm scared of is when I step in dog shit and I'm not wearing shoes, because then I'm
gonna
concerned.
be all right. That's all you need to know.
Oh no, oh no. Let me twiddle my thumbs. Oh no, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of the man watching me. Oh no. The eyes
all
and
that
ears
comes
and the
out of your
3-letter
mouth is
agencies.
fear.
Oh no. Oh no, it's
I'm
the
done
FBI.
speaking of fear.
Fear. Well, let's give you some hope. Well,
I'm
good
done
thing
with the
Jesus
fear.
Christ is coming back and we'll set everything right?
Hey, I love Satan guy.
That's right. Number one Lucifer. That's right.
Is this your adult voice? How old are you?
My adult voice. I'm sorry, am I not? I mean, I'm sorry, my balls not drop off.
Just
I mean, a guy like me.
How old are you?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think you're right.
12. 15. Just answer the question.
I am old enough to have seen 2 wars, 4 or 5 terrorist attacks. That's as much as I'm saying. That can range from a span of 10 to 15 years to 20, because, I mean, I can name off several, so it depends. I'll just tell you, I'm old enough to be a dad. I'll put it that way. Oh, that's right. You can be 15 now and be a dad, so it doesn't really matter. What does it
Tell
matter
me,
my age?
why do you hate yourself so much?
Well, I mean, I don't hate myself. Or is that the other voice talking? No. No, I do hate myself. You're right. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, why do you hate yourself so much? What did you do?
I try to fuck a dog in the ass. I don't hate myself. Failed everyone in my life, but you know, they failed me first, but it's okay. That's right, because Jesus is here to save me. That's right, Jesus will save me. I just got to pray on the Lord. He'll come down from his divine chair at the right hand of God and just swoop me up in his bosom and take me far, far away. That's right.
That's crazy.
Maybe we're all wrong. Maybe there is no Jesus.
That's some crazy shit, man.
Maybe you're supposed to believe in Cthulhu. Some people believe in a spaghetti monster. Do you believe in a spaghetti monster?
Fucking dogs.
Did you know that thousands of people paid in blood to preserve the words of Jesus? Do you believe they did that for no reason?
So did apparently a lot of religions, but that doesn't make it true, right? What makes your book better than TML's book? Maybe Muhammad is the real Jesus. How do you know? You weren't there. That's what they tell me, right? You weren't there. How do you know?
We're not gonna allow you to sow division here.
It's not sowing division. It's legitimate questions.
His book speaks of Jesus.
This is literally what every atheist or satanic person is going to ask you, or a non-believer who believes that who believe that they made flies specifically to land in the eyes of children, so the way they lay maggots and they eat their eyeballs out. So I mean, try to explain that to someone who, no matter what don't you understand? Even if Jesus Christ himself comes out of the cloud and comes down and smacks the faith in you, they're still not going to believe it. So you're still wasting the breath. Even if I truly did believe in Lucifer, if I really did sacrifice chickens to him and fuck goats, I mean, right? That's my freedom of religion, right? Who are you
Why
to
do
tell me
you
I can't fuck a
oppose
goat?
Jesus so hardcore? If
Why
he
are you
never
afraid that I may
existed?
fuck a goat, friend? Are you afraid? Are you racist?
Why
What
are
if
you
you
so
have one to
opposed
fuck
to
about?
Jesus if he doesn't exist?
Amazing. There you go. You just answered the question.
I'm saying, why do you? Why would you oppose something that you don't believe in?
How can I oppose something if it ain't real? That's like me pushing against a wall that's not a wall because it's not there. If
Well, then you
Jesus
should
is not
stop.
real, then I'm not opposing anything
Well, then
because he's
you
not
should
real.
Stop. In
What
your
am I
own
stopping?
logic, you should just stop.
Why?
Because you're speaking of someone you don't even
Remember,
believe in.
remember, according to the gay autistic Satanist, you can't be programmed. So what does it matter?
I'm saying you don't believe in him by your own words. Why do you oppose him verbally? If he does not exist in your own mind.
I never said he didn't exist. I said other people said he don't exist.
Oh, so now you believe in Jesus?
If I said demons are real and I met a demon, wouldn't that therefore mean that the opposite side of it is therefore real?
Well, I know that you're arguing both sides of the coin, and I know that you're a bold-faced
Right?
liar.
Isn't that what Satanist is about? Duality, right? Am I not supposed to tell you that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, but in actuality, I'm worshiping the other guy?
I just think you're crazy. I don't think you're anything but that.
Well, I mean, you gotta be crazy to be a 33rd degree Freemason, but you know, no one says anything about that either.
I think you're a turdy turd, Freemason.
A turdy turd? Oh no. Gosh, whatever will I do? Oh no. Good thing they taught us hygiene, several thousand years ago. Oh no.
How's that going for you?
I don't know. I'm outside and I'm looking out the stars that your supposed God made, and I'm wondering when one's gonna come down and strike me in the head. Oh wait, there it is. It's a shooting star. Oh no, wait, that's just shit coming out of an airplane. Like the movie Joe Dirt.
What would be worse for you?
That you, Joe Dirt?
Would it be worse for you if you died right now, or if God allowed you to live a long time as you?
If I'm gonna say it like one of my favorite characters from a retardedly shit video game, and it says, I did really well today. I can't wait to tell my creator when I find him. So, if I were to die right here, right now, and boom, well, one, I don't think you immediately get judged because there's nothing in the Bible that tells me that the second that I die, I'm going to go straight to hell. But, you know, I don't know God's will, so what does it matter anyway? Point is no, I'm not afraid to die. I would go right before God and said, yep, you know everything. I can't hide anything from you. Whatever is in the dark will be brought to the light. I can't hide everything from you because you know it all, right? The original all-seeing eye.
I'm actually happy and thankful that you showed up. It just proves my point. You're helping me prove my point. Every word out of your mouth.
You better make sure that point's extra sharp. Because so far you haven't rebutted anything.
I don't have to.
I can easily say what? Jesus Christ is Lord? Lucifer's Lord. Wow. Woo. I know everything. I'm all knowing. What more do you want? What more do you want?
Do you feel better?
We all know that the world's fucking controlled and ran by people who are gonna fucking murder us all. Who cares? They do it all the time in your vaccines, in your air, in your food supply, in your water supply. They put it in your movies, in your video games, and your music, and you turn around and regurgitate it to your children and then wonder why the cycle continues. What more is there to talk about? Oh, that's right. Humans aren't programmable, so there's nothing to talk about.
No, that's you.
Right. So you farm 100% of your food. You don't eat not a damn thing out of a store, right? It's all natural out of the ground, right? Every bit of it. You catch your fish. Don't act like you escaped the devil's clutches, boy. No one on this earth can escape the devil's clutches until you're gone from it, boy. Come on now.
Don't you
Act
know
like-
no weapon
act like
formed
no weapon
against me
formed against me
prevail?
shall prosper. Yes, but if that was the case, then you wouldn't have supposed Christians dying of different types of diseases, or being blown up when a war breaks out, or women when they get raped, and even though they go to church every Sunday and haven't had sex out of marriage yet, or really ever done a sin except for maybe stolen like their sister's fucking shoes or something. But it's all part of God's plan anyway, right? It's all part of God's plan.
Can you cite some names, locations, dates for these offenses that you claim are real?
Oh, so not because you say that my claims aren't real, so therefore they don't exist.
You're saying a lot of things.
All the people in the world who claim that they have never been raped haven't been raped, because therefore you have no evidence that it ever existed or happened.
You're saying a lot of things. You're saying that these Christians,
that's
how
like
do you know what
that's like
they
the same
are?
people. It's like people saying that 9/11 wasn't an inside job, but you saying that it's an inside job, but I have proof that it was an inside job despite the evidence to the contrary.
The same priest that you said touches kids, right? Claims to be a Christian. Is that priest a follower of the words of Jesus Christ? This is the question you must ask yourself. Not all Christians are actually following the truth.
Now, don't you talk about Joel Osteen like that. Come on now. You gotta get in that smile. You gotta talk real fancy, and there's only one way to Christ, or many ways to Christ, as long as you pay me money. It just depends on which one. That's right. That's right.
So that's what you're seeing. You're observing people who claim to be Christian. I don't even claim to be a Christian.
That's right, because Jesus himself never said that we were Christians.
Are you a believer?
Never said it wasn't.
You never said you was.
I am all things. I am one. I am none.
You are nothing then.
Exactly. I am nothing but a worm in the ground. The Lord has broken my bones and clenched my jaws. Oh, Mother, place a cold towel upon my head. I fear the end is near. The flames, they're getting higher. The heat, the smell, the screams. Oh, if only, if only.
You were raised as a Christian heavily, weren't you?
I was exposed to Christianity.
And that's why you reject it so greatly.
I never rejected it.
Does God love Satan?
Yes, he does. He loved him so much. He loved him so much that he didn't completely destroy them. He just made him a nice little cozy home for himself. Since he wanted to be God so bad, well, he can be God of his own place. And he gave humans the will and ability to choose whether they wanted to go there themselves.
Are you God?
Every single Satanist, and I'm talking about the true Satanists on the planet, the people who go to the orgies and sacrifice children, all that stuff, the people, they know exactly where they're going in the end, they just don't care, because that's how materialistic and stupid they are. But
are you the one all seeing? Are you the one all eye seeing God?
I see all, I hear all, but I also see no evil, speak no evil, and hear no evil.
Top of the pyramid, one eye seeing God.
I'm above the pyramid.
Pyramid of the dome, above the flat earth.
Remember, it's more like an oblique spheroid. Don't you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson now? Come on now. The guy's been in several movies. God, how dare you fucking go against the mainstream media? God. Blake would have known by now. The Earth is a ball. You float around in space at thousands of miles an hour. Come on.
It's an oblique ball. Pear.
That's right. It's a pear. It's fatter than the bottom. Kind of like my ass.
So I did try to sleep, and there was something that had to be done. I feel like it's done. The point has been.
You took too much Viagra.
I'm not necessarily talking to you even when I talk to you. I'm speaking to the others through this conversation, and I hope they see my point.
Well, goddamn, he just slayed me. Oh, I'm bleeding. Help me, partner.
You guys can come out here every day. You're just gonna be met with more and more.
That's right.
And
That's
more.
right. We cockroaches multiply like a motherfucker. That's right. We come out of woodwork. Bro, in all honesty, I'm just shitting the shit with you, but you know, you need to like go jack off or something. You seem a little hostile. You got a little pent up emotion.
Just fools, man.
Fools. That's right. Goddamn fools.
Are you LARPing? Are you a LARPer?
He doesn't even know.
I was called to this wonderful meeting of gentlemen in order to disown disorder by attacking your psychological problems. Therefore, this guy's constantly bringing up Christianity as if, you know, it's a problem for me.
Have you ever met a real Satanist?
Yes, sir, I have. And I'm telling you, there's some of the most fucking incognito motherfuckers you've ever met. You'll never know you met one unless they want you to know. Hell, most of them look like preachers, so, you know. Most of them are your politicians and your delegates, but we won't go into that either.
You can identify them by their fruits.
Well, if everything's sour, good luck tasting it. Because everything's GMO. You're going to eat the bugs. We will ask those questions. Yes, that's right. Get ready for your fourth Reich.
Did you know that God has power over all things?
Well, of course he does.
Did you know that
by his word, the sun and the stars and the moon stay where they are? They come.
Did you know that I can eat poison and live?
Wow. Well, yeah. I mean, Rasputin did the same thing.
Right. Can you?
Yeah.
So let's eat the GMOs together and let's see who survives.
Right. Eat the human flesh. Feed them to the goitums. That's right. You gotta feed you your McDonald's buggers.
Let's both eat nothing and let's see who survives.
Oh, what? Because you live on like your God says, because man won't live on bread alone.
No, it's because I believe God has my back. Do you believe God has your back?
That sounds kind of gay. God.
These are the things you got to think about. Like I said, the fear is what destroys you.
Brother, man,
the physical reality.
If God did not want us human beings alive right now, he would have made sure he wiped us all out with the flood if he didn't want us here.
No, he absolutely wants you to live.
Exactly.
He hopes you make the right choices.
I know Satan would know whether the earth is the spinning ball or is it flat and got its own. So what's your answer?
The answer is it doesn't matter, because either way, you have plenty of people who believe in a flat earth and still don't believe in God, so it doesn't matter. I've been able to infiltrate every single network that you supposed Christians have to say where what I say is blue, that you say is red, is green.
You're not Satan. You just worship Satan, right?
I actually piss blue lately.
You should see a doctor for that shit.
No, it's totally fine.
So would Satan tell you the truth?
Satan would tell you the truth with the lie, of course. I mean, how do you prefer? Do you prefer the life with a tad bit of sweet truth, or the entire sour truth with a hint of sweet lie? I mean, what do you prefer?
What's your truth?
That I go to and fro, up and down it.
He has none. He is of his father, the devil, the father of lies.
That's right, the father of
There's
lies
no
and
truth
the father
in
of
him.
lies. That's right, boy.
He was a murderer since the beginning, Rocky.
Get him! Sick him, boys. evil against good or something like that, maybe.
That's why you can speak the truth and
I'll
he can't
be the
even hear it.
I'll be the referee. So, go. 5 minute each argument. The topic is, what is hell? Or no. Who is Lucifer? 5 minutes, go. Who's going first?
I mean, he's the expert on it.
Okay. Satan goes first. Starting now. 5 minutes. Cat's got his tongue.
Have you ever had a really pretty puppy? You adored it, you loved it, and you cherished it, right? You've owned it since before you could remember. Take anything you've ever loved and adored in your life, and this beautiful thing, whether it's a person and flower, sunset, it's just amazing. Now imagine you go and, for instance, decide to create your own one day. Let's say you decide to go and build a beautiful, beautiful painting. And someone you know, someone you cherish very well, comes and destroys that painting, right?
Yeah.
Spills paint all over it. Knocks it on the floor.
Yeah.
Destroys your paintbrush.
Right.
But you forgive that person. No matter how many times they've done it, no matter how many times you painted it, they keep coming back, hurt you, mutilate it. You forgive them. That's your God, right? That no matter how many times you strike him in the face, to an extent, he'll always forgive you. Except for the whole unforgivable sins. Okay. So you end up having a child. That child being the most beautiful and intelligent, firstborn, is everything that you are, except he cannot create the same thing that you create. No matter how hard he tries, no matter how many paint bottles he uses or canvases, no matter how hard he tries, he just can't do what you do, Dad. Just can't do it, Daddy. So, the problem is, I got a little too human in it. I allowed what you call human emotions to get involved. I became jealous. Became jealous that something like you could take my place from me. So I set out on a mission in any means possible to deceive you, to lie to you, to cheat you, to kill you, and to destroy you, all while you thinking I don't exist. It's very easy. You do it every single day. You can, Mr. Rant, say you escape it all you want, but the very fact that you were even born into this world, you don't escape anything that's set in motion by me. I'm sorry. You don't escape anything. The moment you're born and given a social security number and your little feet are stamped with the ink, you don't escape anything from my sight whatsoever. Every time you take a shit, I know about it. Every time you take a blood test, a piss test, visit a doctor, from the time you were 9 to 15 to 20, by the time you're put in a cemetery, I'm going to know about it. And then your name will be put down in a system to let me know that you're dead. I'm able to...
That was the case until Jesus Christ came and fucked it all up for you.
No. Your carpenter only protects you from the physicalness of this reality. He doesn't protect you beyond that. Once you're dead, it's non-negotiable.
How does it feel to be defeated by a carpenter?
I gotta give him say he's pretty good at what he does, but I'm also good at setting fire to things too.
So knowing that you've already lost, what more business do you have? Just stamping your feet while you still can.
When a kid goes into a store and a parent buys them something and they want more of it, even though it's bad for them, it's kind of like that.
You haven't grown up yet.
Woman 2.
Well, I mean, I was jealous of what Daddy was doing. I mean, that doesn't imply that I'm childish. Who's more without power? The one, me, or the one who allowed everything else to happen just to give you free will? Was your free will really worth being damned for all eternity? Was it worth it? Shouldn't he have just made everything a perfect utopia, no sin involved? Even if you removed me out of the equation. Because who is really at fault here? The person who told Eve, eat of the fruit and you won't die, or the person who put the tree in the first place? Why are you blaming the one who brought the message? Don't blame the messenger. Blame the one who put the message there. He's the one who told you not to eat of the tree, not me. I just said, sure, try it. What's the worst that could happen? What, you die?
I think you're just mad. Because you understood something. That you were being replaced.
Yes, by a lowly creature made of dirt. I got that much.
And not only were you going to be replaced, but like the executive training the outsourced agent that's going to take over his job. It was now your duty to actually create your replacements.
God was actually...
Not in a physical sense, not in a soul sense, but it was your job to prepare those to replace you.
The enemy created you
providing
to
an
replace
example
me. Yes.
of what you are.
Yes.
And
You
by
got that much
providing an
right. You got
example
that
of
much
what
right.
you are, we know exactly what not to be. So thank you.
But you are it anyway.
Speak for yourself.
Ooh, listen to him. He who without sin cast the first stone. Ooh.
There's a big difference between being without sin and being what you are.
No, there's not. You can't sit there and claim that you're without sin, but yet continue to spit in your carpenter's face every single day. Every time you say a cuss word, you're spitting in his face. Do you think Jesus Christ would allow the filth that comes from your mouth in his kingdom? If
Where
you were
does it
not
say
born
that?
again, I'm pretty sure.
Where does it say that?
Pretty sure your
What is a cuss word?
Father in heaven doesn't want you saying, "God damn, son of a bitch, motherfucker, fucking cunt, motherfucker." I mean, come on, seriously.
What
do you
is a
really
cuss
think?
word?
Do you think your all pure Father in heaven is really going to allow you in with that potty
Tell me,
mouth?
where
Come
does
on.
it say
Where does it say
that a cuss word is a sin?
You know what? The Ten Commandments also didn't say do not rape, but you also
We
know it's
made-
wrong. So
we
again,
made up cuss
excuses.
words. We made up cuss words.
Curse words, exactly.
Right.
So therefore, you're using my language, which is a curse. You dumb fuck. You're
How
using
is
my
it a
own
curse?
curses every single time because every time you say it, I put a spell on you.
How so?
And now you're mine.
I mean, I can say all the curses I want.
It's all mine.
You don't determine what my words mean.
You clearly know nothing about divination, spell casting, black magic. You know nothing about it then.
It has
Do you
no
know,
power.
Yes, it does.
That's what I
Yes,
know.
it does. Well, if that's the case, then I guess witches in the Bible aren't real either. Neither is necromancy.
It only has power over
Right.
you.
Right.
Because you are beneath me. Don't you understand?
Right. Beneath me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you know? You didn't know that man is going to judge the fallen? You can't judge something that's above you. Don't you know?
It's all mine.
See, that's the thing. All that bullshit only has power over that which is beneath you. And my ruler has the highest level of power beside God. So how are you going to rectify that one?
It's funny, you claim your God is also powerful.
I give him 3 years.
Yet, what does he do for the world? Does he provide? Listen, your Bible says that he provides food for the sparrows, does he not? Shall he not also provide for you?
What do I do for my trash can?
Funny. Do you not go to the store and buy your food?
Do you wash out your trash can when you dump the garbage?
Do you not go and buy your food? Do you not buy money? Money with money. Do you not use money? Whether it's physical or digital.
Is nonsense.
The point is,
the
point is, you can sit here and say that you're against my system all you like, but yet every single day you participate in it and continue to. But somehow, I'm covered in the blood of Jesus Christ, so therefore I'm special.
Is this all you know?
And yet you still participate in that system every single day. You're in the system right now while you're speaking to me. You know, if you were so Jesus-fied, you're not even supposed to use technology whatsoever.
I am in it.
Because technology is like occultism created by the devil in order to enslave mankind.
I am inside of it.
You're not even supposed to touch a cell phone, you dumb fucking retard. So it says, yes, you are, because you're using it. There's a reason why it's called a black screen for a reason, or a black mirror, you dumb
Are you just
shit.
going to yell about occultism? I know all about it.
Because you're sitting here acting like you're some fucking high horse special. Look at me, I know all knowledge. And yet you're sitting right here and continue to do the very thing that you claim that you're above or against. But yet you are no way different than any other sorry ass piece of shit human on this planet who's going to die in the next 5 to 10 years from either a super virus. I'm not fucking triggered. I just think it's hilarious with people.
Why are you so angry?
Like you and
what are
other
you mad
people on these fucking panels who act like they know every little thing about God, and yet when someone actually can try to humble them, they won't shut the fuck up long enough to realize you're actually completely wrong. You are so far in the system with a stick up your ass that you're sucking your thumb while not noticing.
Tell me how. Tell me how deep I am in the system. Tell me how
you're alive.
I live.
You're alive. That's how deep you are. If you were so out of the system, you would have already, as I said earlier, eliminated or deleted yourself.
I have a purpose.
Not really. What is your purpose here? Are you going to save innocent, dying children of cancer? What is your purpose?
See,
how are you as a human being benefiting mankind from being alive?
Going back to nonsense.
None.
You're a nonsensical person.
I'm a nonsensical person. Again, give me a reason why you're on this planet. Since your God gave you a reason, what is your reason for being here? What, to be on a podcast every single night talking to Satanists like me? Is that your purpose here? Is that why your God Almighty put you here?
I haven't been on a broadcast in a long time.
Wow, congratulations! Again, that's not what I asked.
And I probably won't be back on a broadcast in a long time.
What was your purpose?
I'm not going to tell you my purpose.
I know what my purpose is here. My purpose here is to control the masses and make billions of, sometimes maybe a few millions off of it, and continue to perpetuate the evil of the devil while y'all continue to argue on a podcast about it.
If that's the case, then how come you live in your mom's basement?
Well, my mom's basement is currently dead in the ground, but okay. See, it's funny is that people like you, I play with many people like you in military style games, and people like you always go for your mom's dead first joke. And I think it's hilarious because that is clear indications that you have some type of psychological trauma. Someone was very mean to you, something happened to you in life where someone was really mean.
Who supports you if not your mom's basement?
Because not once did I ever once bring your mother into the conversation.
Are you living in a government paid...
who's more Christian, Rand?
Are you paying your rent with your Social Security money for being crazy?
That's what
I'm asking questions.
Because it's true.
Are you getting crazy money to pay your rent?
Someone hurt me. Oh no.
I know you can't operate in society to any context at all.
I've operated more women than you have your balls, son.
So where exactly are you getting your sustenance?
My substance? Satan's cock, man.
It's all mine.
So you basically live in a government building?
Don't know what that means.
You get your money from the crazy money? The SSI, bro?
No. I get mine from the local crack dealer.
Who's paying the bills?
The crackheads.
The crackheads pay the bills.
Yeah, the Mexicans coming over the border.
Are you smoking your own product?
Maybe. I buy from my own supply.
Oh. I still think you live in your mom's basement. I'm gonna be honest. They probably let you live there because they
Why
feel
is it
bad
always
for
the
you.
mom's basement? Why is it never the dad's basement? They always say it's the mom's basement. I've never understood that.
Well, because your dad died from the stress of having you as a child. And your mom's the only one left. She has to stay alive to try to take care of her boy, who can't make it on his own.
Oh no. Cyberbullying. Let me go and crawl in a corner. Oh God.
Do you feel bullied? Pretty sensitive.
Oh no. I care more about facts than the feelings. Oh.
You care more about fags?
That's right. I said fags, not facts. Not facts. Fags. That's right. Yes.
Fags,
the gays,
like a machine?
No. You were right. You said fags, right? We're supposed to love the gays.
Are you saying fags or facts? What?
You're supposed to love the gays. Remember, you're a Christian. You're supposed to love me when I take dick in my ass. Shut up.
Fags like a cigarette?
That's right. Fags like a cigarette. That's right.
Is he saying
what he
fax?
said?
Like fax machine or what? What is he saying?
He said fags like a cigarette.
That's what I thought.
He cares more about fags, and then he lit up a cigarette.
That makes sense.
I heard him lighting the lighter, lighting the cigarette.
Don't tell me I'm not allowed to put over 4,000 chemicals in my body. That's my God-given right, remember? Who are you? Or your God to tell me that I can't take a fucking needle in my arm or do a line of crack or cocaine or whatever how you do it. I mean, I'm used to drinking people's adrenochrome and eating people, but you know, whatever y'all people do.
You've literally never done any of that.
How do you know?
Because you're an
How do
absolute
you know?
liar.
Maybe I fucked a horse. How do you
You're
know?
delusional.
How do you assume
You might have
Huh?
fucked a horse.
Huh?
You might have.
Yeah, well,
I would
why you
believe that
judging me?
rather
Why
than the
you judging me?
adrenochrome.
Why you judging me? Remember, you're a Christian. You're not supposed to judge me. I can do whatever I want, right?
I mean, you can.
Are you gonna transition?
I'm not over here judging you, saying you're going to hell or heaven. I'm just saying you're a piece of shit.
I'm a piece of shit. Oh no, like I ain't been told that before. Oh God, whatever
you've
will
been
I
told that
do?
before.
Danger, Robinson, danger.
Are you gonna transition, become a transformer?
I might.
Yeah, it's the people that care about you that'll tell you what you really are. Don't you know?
Don't nobody care about me. What the fuck you talking about?
I care about you.
No, you don't.
If I didn't, I wouldn't talk
No, you
to
didn't. You don't care about me. You just a lie. You goddamn son.
I mean, think about it. Why would I waste my time talking to someone for no reason?
Good question.
I mean, I know why you're here.
Because you're dumb enough to do it. I know why I'm here. It's because Satan told me to be here. That's right. Satan told me to be here.
No,
I'm sure Satan told you to be here.
That's right.
I'm positive.
Satan said, you better be right here at this specific time to annoy the fuck out of these white people. Them goddamn white devils.
Well, you're failing in your mission to annoy.
Yeah, you failed.
Not really. Not if I've managed to waste how much of your time? The feds are watching. Watch out, the feds are watching. Uh-oh.
I like what you're saying. You tell some truths about 9/11 and
That's right. Let's not talk about how your government lied and claimed that a bunch of people with box cutters was able to take over
Satanists.
What?
They're going to transition Satanists.
We know. We know all of the atrocities. We know. There's no one on this panel that doesn't know. Who are you speaking to? You're preaching to the choir here, buddy.
They don't. Remember? It's a conspiracy.
Did it?
It's a conspiracy.
But what does it matter?
Popcorn. Hold on. I'll be right back.
What are you going to do with this newfound knowledge?
I mean, it matters because for the last 20 years, you motherfuckers who are older than I am have yet to still do anything about the fucking shit that they enacted after 9/11, which was basically before my time, before I could do anything about it. So if anyone has to blame for my generation's fuck up, it's you motherfuckers who are older than me. So don't blame me that you motherfuckers didn't do anything when they were enacting the New World Order back in, 2001. So
What's your generation?
1990s.
Okay.
That's right. I'm a goddamn millennial, boy. But I'm a
No,
woke
hey, I'm a
millennial.
millennial. I get
Yeah,
it.
I was born in the 90s also.
God damn, you sound old.
It's all them boomers' fault. It's all them boomers.
That's right. Fuck them boomers.
Okay, so why are you here, Satan troll?
I was here because I was asked to be here. Okay? By unseen forces.
I'm actually happy he was here. He's played a lot of, LARP out, and it was a really good interaction.
Okay. So
I am here for an intellectual conversation if asked, but so far I've been told to just do what I'm doing. So I mean, if anyone actually wants to ask a intellectual question, I'm
so
here for it.
no, did someone really truly ask you to be here?
Yeah,
The
someone
devil.
did. Yeah, the devil.
The devil. Do you guys know each other?
It's all my fault.
Okay.
It's all my fault. I'm a boomer, so it's my fault.
No,
That's right.
Do you and I'm sorry.
I don't know the devil personally, but I have met one of
not
his
the devil. I don't
subservients.
care
Yes.
about the devil, but do
Oh,
you
okay.
and what is the guy? The II initial. Dang it.
Hello? How can I help you?
You stole my initials, but that's okay. No, so do you guys know each other?
Personally, like beyond the panels, no. I've only talked to Rant like a few times.
Oh, Ramp, thank you. So you guys don't know each other.
No.
There's no plot twist at the end of this. That's what I was hoping for.
No.
So, okay.
No, he's just a troll.
I was hoping that there would be like a plot twist, and then you're
Plot
like,
twist. I really believe in Jesus Christ, and I'm just shitting you.
It's a
I
comedy
mean, you
show.
do know a lot about Jesus, which is good. Right?
Oh, yeah. I know he's the way, the truth, and life, and no one goes to the Father but by him. I know that much, yeah. I know a lot more than that, but, Rant thinks I'm just retarded. Maybe I
don't
want you to
think he
think I'm
thought
retarded.
that.
I told you already. I just think you're crazy. I don't think you're retarded.
It's the job of the jester to make the audience laugh and joke.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Boomer's fault, though, right?
Tell me about your encounter with the demon.
Okay.
Well, the boomers started that with Walt.
That's right. You fucking boomers, all you fucking Satan spawns.
Walt Disney.
Wasn't very religious up until a certain point in my life, and then all of a sudden I was exposed to church, and at that point I never smoked, drank, cussed, was allowed to consume anything vulgar, whether any kind of media it was in. Went to church every Sunday, sang in the choir, said my prayers before and after bed, before and after every meal. And then the very Bible, of which I still own, I decided to go and put underneath my pillow at 9 years old. And let's just say that what I experienced would traumatize any 9-year-old child, and I don't care what bullshit medical fucking pseudoscience you try to give me about sleep paralysis being a medical problem where you go in and out of deep sleep. I know what I experienced that night was absolutely not hallucinatory, and what I experienced was real.
Basically, he was essentially following something without actually believing it in his own right. He was just following and doing what he was told. When he actually tried to embody it in his own right, he was tested and failed.
Yeah, no, thank you. You didn't let me finish the story, asshole.
Sleepwalking.
Anyway, I wasn't able to move. I wasn't able to breathe, but yet I was able to completely be aware of my surroundings. Okay.
Okay.
Sleepwalking.
From my perception, from where I could tell where my lamp was in my room, I know for a fact whether I was now physically or metaphorically floating off the bed. I know that from the angle of where I was looking at my lamp, there's no way I was able to see it from that direction. And another way of how I knew I was completely aware and awake is because the woman who I was living with was watching TV in the living room, and I could hear the exact same program playing on the TV while it was happening. The only thing that came to my mind was, in the name of Jesus Christ, let me go. Within that second, I was able to move and I was able to breathe. Since then, I've had at least 4 or 5 of what I consider to be demon possession attempts, on top of the now 25 years of nothing but apocalyptic ending dreams. And don't get me started on those dreams, because
Well, wait a second. Who was the woman you were living with at age 9?
a very religious woman herself, who's the one who, either you get in the fucking, excuse my French, either you get in the fucking truck to go to church, or I'm gonna switch your ass. That kind of person. So no.
So it wasn't your mom.
No. Was not my mommy or daddy.
Why? Where were they?
Wasn't allowed to live with them at the time. They were unfit for it.
Ah, gotcha. So like it was a foster situation?
I lived with extended family.
Oh, okay. So that's crazy. Like,
but I
literally
know for a fact that what I experienced that night was 100% real and legit, because I've experienced it several times since then. The only thing that saved me was the mental fortitude of praying to the Lord Jesus Christ. So
right.
Yeah.
So, but do you? I mean, you
But
do
hail
have.
Satan!
Did you learn your lesson yet?
Have you? Don't be calling the kettle black.
I've learned my lesson a few times.
So you're saying that you experienced trauma, right?
If you're saying that somehow childhood trauma somehow therefore caused me to one day hallucinate what I experienced that night, that's bullshit, because I know people who have been beaten
That's not
senseless
what I'm saying.
and have never experienced anything of the such. So
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you've been through a lot, right?
a lot of emotional, I guess you could say, trauma. Yes. Physical, no, not really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, emotional trauma is still trauma.
Yes, the demons love to suck it from you like a dementor.
Yeah. I just wonder if that's why you resent God now. That's just I'm just wondering.
I wouldn't say, I mean, every single Christian, as much as they say, oh, I love God, is never going to really admit that they themselves have a problem with God themselves either. You know, every single Christian that I've ever spoken to has yet to admit that they have a problem with God. At some point in their lives, they got to admit there's one reason or another why they hesitated. Because even for me, you know, I was not really, it was somewhat forced on me in the aspect of, you know, you get in the car, I'm going to switch your ass to an extent. But after that, the faith never left me. I mean, I guess you could say I'm a quote unquote Christian, but, you know, I've also been told that I'm going to burn and die in hell because, you know, I ask God why sometimes. So for me, I'm one of them people who are like, well, God's will be done. Either God loves me enough, he's going to forgive me for everything I've done, because I have cried and broke down begging Jesus Christ to save my soul. And you know how many times I begged Jesus Christ to knock on that door, like he says, knock and he shall enter, right? Well, you know how many times I banged on his door and he has yet to answer me? Well, I guess like Hobson says in his song, how long does it take for a man to find the Holy Ghost? Well, maybe I'll find it before I'm 50. Maybe I'll find it before I'm dead at 60. But, you know, with the way my life is going, no, I probably won't make it to the age of 40 or 50 anyway. So for me, it's just a good luck, you know.
Have you repented?
Yes, I have many times. So all I can do is have faith that that's going to save me. Now, whether or not
have you continued to walk the straight and narrow path?
I've tried to stay on that narrow and straight path as much as what a sinner can, my brother, because none of us are perfect but Jesus Christ. So
well, here's the thing, right? If you fucking keep continuing in your wicked ways, even after, right, you've repented.
Yes, I know. It's no different than when I told you that I'm spitting in the face of Jesus Christ. But alas, you forgot the human problem. I'm human.
Well, you have to actually be committed to it. And that's why it never
I am
happened.
committed to it. You can be committed to it. How many people commit to 1,000 things every single day and yet never go through with it? The problem comes down to is really, I think, for me, yes, I do believe that things have been attached to me since that night. I do believe, like in a sense, like in the movies, when you see something floating in the corner of your room, sitting there staring at you in the dark. Yes, I do believe that. But I can tell you one thing: I've messed with the Ouija boards and nothing's flown off the shelves. So
you've only
really
had one demon?
No, you completely missed the point. The point is,
I'm saying, you said something was attached to you. You've only had one?
I have done things that supposedly, aka, draw spirits to you and have yet to experience anything. So, as far as I'm concerned, maybe you're right. Maybe I am crazy because I've had people tell me, well, what you experienced that night was just a chemical problem when you were going in and out of deep REM sleep. So therefore you hallucinated because your body shut down, but your mind was still awake. I mean, we can go on and on and on about it.
It's because
that's
of your
not
age.
reality.
So I can see where they would tell you you're probably sleepwalking, you're probably imagining things.
I had never once sleepwalked in my life, nor had any episode besides sleeping.
That's all real. That's the reality. They don't want you to believe,
I
so
know
that
that.
you can't defend yourself against it.
Yeah, I get it. So
And
have you ever met Jesus?
Yes, I met Jesus Christ 2 times in a dream, and both times.
What did he look like?
And both times, he was dark skinned. He had short hair and a very nicely, somewhat sharp cut beard. It was kind of short. He ain't nothing like they try to show you that white Jesus is like.
No, I know. Jesus looks like me and Machine, you know.
Yes, very dark skinned.
Yeah.
And he pulled me out of a grave twice. Both dreams, very long years apart, and both times he was pulling me out of grave. So I know, I'm not afraid to admit that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, but I'm also not afraid to sit here and say, if I could put God himself on a podcast and ask him some questions, then I ain't going to be the first one in line to say, can you explain this to me? But again, I don't understand God's will, just like every other human on this planet. No matter if you could live 1,000 years on this planet and read every single book that's ever been published on this earth, and you're still never going to be able to understand the plan that he's enacted. So, that's the way I go with it. As much as it seems like I'm here making fun of Jesus and stuff, and I know in the end I will have to pay for that. I'm not afraid to admit that. But I think Jesus also knows my true intent here, which my true intent tonight is to get all the satanic pedophile freaks who like to tune in on these things to let you know that you motherfuckers, I'm catching on to you motherfuckers, and I have lots of proof of you motherfuckers, and I ain't afraid to expose it, motherfuckers, if anything ever happens to me, motherfuckers.
Nothing is gonna happen to you.
I know. They're not worried about people like me. They're, I'm just a little peon in the mountain of peons. So
no, I mean, obviously we are worried about you. I know, not just me, even the person that you thought was, just trying to argue with you cares about you.
Oh, I know. I know. A lot of his rantings are, especially toward me and a few other people, are not as serious as what they seem to be. A lot of my bickerings back with him, back and forth, was just for show. Put on a show, like they say.
Were you hurt? Were you hurt as a child? Someone hurt
Well, he just said that he's gone through a lot.
I mean, I was told that someone physically abused me when I was a kid, but I myself have absolutely no recollection of any type of physical abuse, whether it's sexual or mental or physical.
Well, your brain typically blocks that.
Yes,
so
I know. I've heard that.
Yeah, I've gone through
if it
something
did, I
similar.
wouldn't remember, and it doesn't really affect me today. No offense, if I got butt raped, at 7 years old, and I don't remember it, how is that really going to affect me today other than what it made me gay? So, you know,
No,
stuff
it
like
doesn't
that
make
doesn't
you
really bother
that.
me.
But what I'm saying is,
It
like,
was a joke. Calm down.
no, I know. Your brain works extra hard, try to protect you. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know. I
The
understand. Trust
reality,
me.
bro, is I've probably done worse things and been a worse person than you could even imagine. That's the reality. I have
I
been.
can tell you. I know that's the truth. You know,
I have done.
dude. I've only been in the back of a police car because I missed the bus ride home. Trust me. I've never been in trouble with the law except for I had to ask if nunchucks were illegal. So believe me, if there's
Also,
anyone who's not a
mind
bad
you,
person,
right? Mind you, I've also had some of the worst things done to me than you can imagine. I've
look at it. You turned
also
out just fine.
repented, and I've also had to endure, I want to say, about 10 years of nothing but pain, suffering, and misery. Also, I don't have dreams. I only have nightmares. Only.
Huh, not too bad.
That's the reality.
Okay, you're not the only
No,
one.
it's
Okay,
because he
and
experienced trauma. I also have nightmares. I also have flashbacks. It's because of
yeah, well,
the trauma.
the problem is that my nightmares didn't start until after the night I was attacked. When I was a kid, when I was a younger kid, up until before I started going to church and living with that woman, I had never had demon possession attempts or horrific ending nightmares where I'm watching the entire world crumble and break and the sun explode and turn the world to ash. I never had those dreams until after I was quote unquote attacked. So to say that all this stemming from trauma, I've heard this trope before by some woman a few months ago on a podcast who claimed that all of what I was experiencing had came from past trauma. I can tell you it has absolutely remove the word trauma from your brain because it has absolutely nothing to do with what I went through in my life. What I experienced was 100% real, but that goes the same. You could tell me you saw a fucking ghost in your bathroom. I'm going to assume you're a liar because you know what? I've never seen a ghost.
Yeah.
So
the correlation between the trauma, right?
You play a lot of video games.
Look,
I do now, but when I was younger, when the horrible, horrific, world-ending, nightmarish, demon apocalyptic dream started, no, I was not allowed to view or indulge in any type of vulgar content.
Here's the reality. The trauma is associated by others with the things that are happening to us in the future because they can't see the big picture, that these go hand in hand with lessons, something that we refuse to learn.
I 100% believe that God was sending me visions to warn me of the future because I know the truth, which is everything in the Bible is the literal word of God, but yet I continue to not listen to him every single day and continue to sin, and I know it's wrong and I'm going to be damned in hell for all eternity for it because why I refuse to be born again and actually change my life the way that Jesus Christ wants me to. Yes, sir, you have completely figured me out, but the point is how do you get the goddamn devil out when he don't want to leave? When you sit here and you do no matter how much praying, no matter how you get on your face and knees and scream and cry, Lord, God, save me, and you're pouring your actual soul out to him, and then the second you stand up 5 minutes later, you feel absolutely no difference.
Here's the question.
Hey, Satan.
Why is the devil
Satan,
devil there in the first place?
Because I let him in. You goddamn right.
What are
Now, how
you
do you get him out?
refusing? Here's the thing. What are you refusing, right, to do?
Well, I mean, the only thing I could see that's wrong in my life is the fact that I continue to have access to technology because that's really the only thing that affects me. I have a wife, so I'm never going to have sex with another woman. I don't need to look at pornography in order to satisfy every sexual desire I want when I can just go to my wife and say, hey, do it for me. I have no need to steal, rob, or kill any other human being. I don't go out of my way to maliciously hurt or wound anyone physically or mentally, but yet no matter how much I pray to God and beg him to work his magic, as you say, work his magic in my life.
What is God trying to teach you? This is what I'm asking.
God is teaching you that, boy, you need to do it on your own, that sometimes you can't have someone there to hold your hand and babysit you, but you know what? Doesn't fucking make it easy.
Say, it's
What?
Do you
I'm pretty
know
chill.
do you know you can breathe and pause between sentences?
No, you can't. Don't you know I only have a limited amount of time on this earth? You know, this isn't a collect call. Add $2 to finish the call, you know.
I'm just telling you, because I feel like you're going like 100 miles. No one is attacking you.
He's
Do you
intentionally
believe?
doing that
well,
to make it hard to rebuttal any of it.
I am so
Right.
glad to know that in 2024, almost 2025, that Satan now has a safe space. You hear that, everyone? You hear that? Humans are now so progressive that Satan has a safe space. That's your fucking problem, humanity.
Nobody said that.
That's your problem, humanity. How far
Wha-
is good until good is squared?
Why do you have to cuss?
Why would I want to talk beautiful? Where's the fun in that?
No, beautiful, just like normal.
Okay, there you go. Would you prefer my softer, sweet, reading
No,
bedside
just
story?
normal. You don't have to say all these.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Cussing
There's
is
that.
not the issue here, honestly.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Do you think
Damn it.
you are saved?
No,
Why not?
because like I told Rand earlier, you cannot actively claim and profess your love for the blood of Jesus Christ that he shed on the cross for you while you actively spit in his face. But, you know, the Bible also turns around and says that you can speak against the Father and speak against the Son, but if you speak against the Holy Ghost, it won't be forgiven of you. So, you know, hypocritical.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I had
Listen,
to do
man,
it. Sorry, okay.
The reality is, if you have a relationship with God and you truly believe, the devil cannot affect you.
Well, of course I don't believe he could affect me. If that were the case, I would have already had demon eyes and be floating off the walls screaming and puking up green puke everywhere, screaming, fuck
What
me,
I'm trying to
fuck
say
me.
is that when we're experiencing pain and suffering and demons, it's because God wants us to learn something. He wants us to correct our course, and we can resist that and continue in our ways, and we'll continue with the pain, suffering, torment. It won't stop. It's like concrete bumpers on the lane of a bowling alley. You can keep crashing into them, chipping your ball. Eventually, you're going to end up at the end of the alley. Are you going to be in the middle? How many pins are you going to hit? That's the reality.
I would just prefer to knock the whole goddamn bowling alley down, but yeah, sure. You know, but still, you didn't answer
Find
my question
out what is
on why your God
important.
allows innocent children to be aborted instead of just simply not allowing them to
we
be
all
born
know.
at all.
See, this is the problem. This is what
No,
you
the
need
problem
to learn.
is that, you know, you
Why are
still
you
want to sit
questioning
here and
God?
call Satan such a bad guy, but yet your God still allows all the horrible stuff, and you're still giving me a good answer for that. Why should I
Who said
continue?
God allows
Why?
it? Who
What
said
did he?
God allows it?
Oh, so you're saying that God doesn't allow sin to just happen? I mean, didn't God create everything, right? Nothing came into existence without God, right? That's the story, right? So therefore, how did sin come into existence if therefore God didn't create it? Because nothing was created without him saying so. So how
Yeah,
did the
but God
devil
gave you free
become
will.
jealous? Oh, but then that's very human of you.
Mankind wanted to
so
know.
you're saying that the devil, who is supposed to be a being that doesn't have any human qualities other than maybe his appearance, and the first thing he does is get a human emotion and gets jealous and gets prideful. That's very humanistic to sit here and just put all the blame on an emotion, because remember, if he's an angel, he wouldn't have emotions, right? But you know, these are also the same angels who came down here and had sex with women and had a bunch of gigantic people who walk around and eat you like popcorn. So
That I don't know about, but you know,
wait, you don't
God
believe in
gave
Nephilim?
us.
Then what?
What's that?
You don't believe it? You don't believe in Nephilim?
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
You don't believe in Nephilim? Because you can't say you believe in God if you don't believe in Nephilim.
Praise the Lord.
I'm
You know.
like I said, I am not aware of that story, so I need to read more about it before
You're not
I
aware
answer
that
you.
that the angels of God lusted after the beautiful women of Adam and Eve and came down here and had a bunch of babies with them, and therefore
Is
spawned a
that in
bunch
the
of giants?
Bible?
That yes.
Yeah, I might have missed it. I gotta go back and read it, but you
I prefer
know,
the story of Job. You know, I like his suffering. Makes my
I
suffering
think
seem
the
a lot
problem
less
is what you
comical.
focused on. You're sitting here trying to condemn God.
I mean, as a human, I can't condemn anything about the supposed God because he's God.
So why are you trying
and
to?
I have no proof. Who said I was? Again, you completely missed my entire purpose of
If
the
you
podcast.
have no proof, then you don't believe in
My
God?
proof is to
that
get
how it
all the
works?
Satanists who like to stalk people to get attention to me so that way I can expose them like I've already done to 2 now.
I don't know how you plan on doing that exactly.
Because I restream to another channel and I have people who watch me too.
So then what? Then after all of this,
And you
then
tell
what?
them that you do this and you expect them to what? Fall
After
for
this,
Yeah, like what are you gonna do? Like at the end of the end, what are you gonna continue doing?
at the end of everything, I guess you could say, my best ability of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I've always
You have
lived
to
off.
focus on what
Listen,
matters.
let me finish. Goddammit! I've always
You've
lived
said
off the
enough.
grace. I've always lived off of the grace and mercy of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
If there is even a drop of that man's blood that is worthy of a piece of scum like me, then I would gladly accept it. That's the only thing that's probably kept me on this earth, other than the 2 people who are now in my life.
Okay.
I cannot tell you anything beyond that. The only reason why that I am still drawing breath in my body, other than the fact God hasn't taken it from my body, is the simple fact that I believe that all of this is not for nothing.
Well, you have a purpose, your wife and your child,
Yes.
right?
Even if I end up in hell, my biggest 100% care right now is that you can send me to hell. I will fucking kick the devil right in his hairy goat nuts for you, Lord. Just make sure that at least the people that I love and care about don't have to go there. I know I have no control over it. I have no control who goes to heaven or who goes to hell, but I will gladly plead their case. But that's what Jesus Christ is for. So see, there you go. Case closed.
But you still have time.
I do, yeah. I guess you could say I have time to get yourself right, but I got you in something. The Lord knows you from what? Before you were in the womb. He also knows you until you're after the womb. So therefore, if God knows that I'm going to go my entire life and still not 100% be where he wants to be, then God already knows. And it's either up to him to forgive me and show me mercy, love, and let me in, or go burn, So really it comes down to, it's the ultimate grace of Jesus Christ, and is he going to defend me in the court of law? Because that's what it's going to be like. It's going to be a court of law where God is the judge, jury, and executioner, and Jesus Christ is going to be your attorney. He's going to be the only one there to protect you and defend you in a court of your peers who are the saints. So, again, I can scream, God save me, God save me, God forgive me, all I want, because I cannot save my own soul. I can only have faith that who I am praying to is not just a mental health condition of, you talk to yourself and pray to a deity who doesn't exist. That's all you can do. It's either that, or you're going to believe in some other deity, or you're not going to believe in any deity at all, or you're going to be a fucking psychopathic murdering person who doesn't believe in anything other than your own sexual gratification. So, hey, we're all human. It doesn't fucking matter. We're all fucking crazy. I don't care who you are on this planet. We're all fucking crazy. In some point, some aspect of your life, you're fucking crazy. So,
Yeah. Well, I can tell you from, my experience, God is knocking on your door and it's up to you to open it. And
knock, motherfucker.
Well,
And
I'll
then-
tell you
and-
what, I've
and-
asked for that and it has never came, dear lady. I'm sorry, no offense to you, but for the last 30 years, I have been doing nothing but that. And
all
he
you need
has
to do
yet
is
to ever give me
open
the
your
answer.
eyes and you'll see.
I have opened my eyes. My
You
eyes,
have your
my eyes
hands
were
over
opened
your
at
eyes.
9 years old. If there was any time that Jesus Christ wanted to take, aka possess me and lead me on the right life, boy, don't you think it would have been 9 years old when I used his name to save me from a demon possession? Nope, still waiting. Again,
Did
you're
he
not
not
God.
save you from the demon possession?
Sure, yes, he did. So why do you think I haven't given up on him?
Okay, great.
If
Now what are you doing?
If I were a real Satanist, I would have given up him a long time ago and been like Gen X Jeff and turned into a gay autistic antler
So tell
wearer.
me,
So
is this conducive to being on the right path? all this bullshit that you do.
I wouldn't know. I'm a human.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Only one person was ever on the
conducive.
right path. One person was ever on the right path, and that was you. Dude, you cannot sit here and judge me when you are no better than I am.
I'm straight up telling you,
in a
all this
spiritual
bullshit
sense.
that you're doing is not the
All this
way. And I
bullshit?
don't need
All
to
this
know
bullshit?
anything
Oh, I'm
but that you're
sorry.
still
Would
suffering
you,
in
would you
turmoil.
prefer me to go
and
out
you're
into the
still
middle
dealing
of
with
shut
it.
the fuck up and listen? Would
I
you
would
prefer me to
prefer
walk
for you
out
to
in the
be
middle of the
good.
street? Would you prefer me to walk out in the street and preach the gospel and get a bullet to my head because that was God's will when I have a family here that needs me to watch and take over them until the
See,
world
the
fucking
fear
ends?
has you.
The fear. Oh, I'm sorry that I have a child who
fear
doesn't
the
quite
bullet.
understand that there's a God or a Jesus other than a man died for his
You
sins, and
fear
I'd rather
a man
him
that can
not
take your life,
fucking
but you
die without a
fear
fucking
that
bullet.
which can
I have a
take your
question.
soul.
I have a question. So Satan,
It's so
you mentioned that, you know, God already had the plan in your life. This is already written down, right?
I mean, isn't it y'all's belief that God ordains everything you do in your life? You know, the whole you have no control of your own fate. God ordains it
Why do
for
you
sets
fear
you
that
down the
which
path.
can destroy the body
No, I'm
and not
asking
that
you.
which can
I'm
destroy the
asking you.
soul?
Do you think
So
I fear
then
Satan? Do you know? Excuse me. Do you know how many times I have literally looked at Satan in the eye, aka just speaking as if I'm praying to God? I have
We're
literally looked
talking
Satan in
about
the
a little
eye.
piece of
I
lead.
have literally looked
You're
Satan in the eye
scared
and
of the
said,
lead.
I don't hate you for what you did to us humans. I don't hate you. Actually, in fact, I forgive you because that's what Jesus would do. So don't sit here and
Maybe.
tell me that I fear death. I fear hell.
Maybe you should stop
not
worrying
hell.
about someone
It's not
shooting you in
hell
the
or death
head.
I fear.
My
It's not hell or death I fear.
My point is, then why do we pray if it's already a done deal?
I only usually pray to thank God. I don't really pray for stuff.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
I agree with him. A majority of the time that I pray, it's not really can you give me this? Can you give me that? It's more or less of a, thank you for letting me wake up this morning. Thank you for allowing me to see my child, et cetera, et cetera. It's not really you make $1 million drop from the sky, because why? I know that it's never going to happen. So, you know, I don't
God
come
already
to God.
knows
I
what
don't
the
come to
best
God with
course of
selfish
action
desires.
is. Anything
Yeah,
I
well.
would suggest is probably retarded.
Okay,
Again, you know,
so Satan, have you ever repented for anything?
why?
Huh?
Why would I repent for something I didn't ask for?
I'm just wondering, like, have you ever done that?
Oh, yes, I've repented in my life multiple times. It still has yet to seem to do anything.
Yeah.
Still waiting for that magical light to come out with the hand going, ah.
It's not like a magical light, you
No,
know.
I know.
Are you
That was a
open?
joke.
Are you open to? I get it. Are you open to praying and just ask God to reveal Himself to you?
Yep, done that multiple times. Still
Are
waiting.
you open to acknowledging yourself and who and what you are?
Like,
Yes, that I'm a worthless sinner who
No,
deserves
that's why.
judgment. Yes, I
That's
know.
We're
why.
all worthless
Have you looked at the biology that your genetic makeup is made of?
I mean,
you
if you're
that
talking about
oblivious
elements,
right now?
yes. If you're talking about elements and different things, yes. I know
I'm
the
talking
elements it
about
takes to make a
every
human body.
single particular part of your body, bro, is the entire story of Jesus Christ. Are you confused?
No goblin in the building.
Yeah. He must be confused. Who and what he is. Go ahead.
I hope you don't think that I'm just like, I'm honestly trying to be, you know, talk to you in a kind way. I don't want you to think that I'm putting you in the hot seat.
I understand you don't have testosterone. It's okay.
I don't need it. But, you know, it's just really, it's nothing but we want you to, you know, get the truth, understand the truth, and
You want to know the truth? The truth is that for the last 15 to 20 years, ever since I experienced what I experienced at that woman's house that night, all the horrific world-ending apocalyptic dreams and the people who I know who I've seen suffer, random strangers, the world breaking open, the sun turning black as sackcloth, and the stars falling to the earth, and fire raining from heaven, all these other horrible things that your mind tends to apparently dream up as you're
That's
sleeping.
not for everyone. See, that's the problem. You got the fear in your heart, and
If
you're
you would
assuming that
shut up for
everything is
5
for
seconds to
you.
let someone fucking finish. The point is I know that there is a God, and I know that as I may see myself insignificant, I know that God has a purpose for me in my life, even though it may be small. Am I supposed to save the world? No, I'm not, and I don't care that that's not my purpose. It's no one else's business but my own if I ever truly find God the way that I'm supposed to. Because none of us are nowhere near where we should be with Jesus Christ. I don't care who you are and what you claim. None of us are perfect. None of us are good. I believe in Christ. I have believed in Christ since I was 9 years old. And as much as I've made y'all think that I am against Christ, I am nowhere even near against Christ. Christ is my Lord and Savior. Why do you think I make fun of Jack Talcott for pretending to be Christ? Trust me, if there's anyone who can call out people about their bullshit and hypocrisy, it's someone like me. So, to sit here and say, oh, you're Satan, oh, why do you hate God? No, I'm on here to make the Satanists, the people.
Bro, that's what you
I'm
want.
here.
You want some gold, bro. We see you. Do your thing. You want some gold?
Yes, I'm here to expose the people who have the exact same thoughts as me while claiming to be a Christian, or the in the closet Satanists who like to come on here and pretend that they're Christians. In reality, we all know that they like to diddle children and et cetera, that all Satanists like to do. So let's not get started on that rabbit hole. The point is I am here to expose as much of the duality as what it is to be a human being who, as much as I believe in Jesus Christ, I can't bring myself to hate the devil. You know why? Because it's
So
not
why
the
do
devil's
you
fault.
talk to me then?
Because as much as, if I'm being 100% honest, I don't hate anything about you. If anything, I find you fucking hilarious, just like most of the people who I talk to on here.
If you know what I do, then why do you talk to me?
Because it's funny as fuck to fucking talk to you, bro.
I mean, you could just talk to me. We don't have to play devil.
But where's the fun in that? I have to put on a good show. You know, drama pulls in the masses and the sheeps. If you don't put on a good show, you're just gonna get all the airheads where it goes in one ear and goes out the other. I see it all the time. You have to be them in order to draw them in, and then once you've exposed them, like I've done 2 here tonight. I've done exposed 2 supposed Satanists who once has sent me death threats. Anyway, the point is, man, is there are people on these podcasts who, unlike Neurojack, TML, you, me, who actually mean good things when we come on here. Even someone like me who gets on here to talk shit and to blow smoke and to make you think that I'm one of the people here to, cause chaos and disorder, when in reality, I'm here to make them think it's okay to come here and then expose them. And to think that we're against each other is the funniest thing. I've done caught 2 people who thought me and you, Rant, were at each other's throat, that we were actually sitting here fighting, not realizing that this entire time that I'm not an actual fucking Satanist. So it just goes to show you, like, Gay Jeff, whatever his name is, claims that human beings are programmable. Human beings are programmable. I just heard some gunshots down the road, so I'm gonna go up in here and make sure World War III ain't starting outside my fucking window. That's a little sketchy.
Stay safe out there, bro.
Yes, Jesus Christ is real, and yes, Jesus Christ is about to return to this earth very, very soon. And if all of us right now, right here, do not start getting on the path of getting right with Him, we all will sorely, sorely regret it. But, you can just take your mark of the beast and enjoy your little 7 years of tribulation, because I'm not. So, I'll leave you with that. Just know that, amen, right? Amen? Amen?
All I know is this man took the teachings of Paul to a whole new level.
I'll give you that. I hear you, man.
So, look, that's already happened.
Man, I've been really looking into this parasite stuff. I've been kind of going back in the archives and looking at some of the older stuff, thinking about the whole, you know, the MCO event, the parasite demon concept. A lot of these things they're undeniable, really. Go ahead.
Satan's little season.
I mean, it could play a part. I mean, that would be the created concept of whatever the quote unquote shaitan would be able to duplicate and manipulate.
Yeah. Mary. Orthodox.
I'm not really a big fan of Orthodox, of any religion, really. I'm a firm believer that you should go seek that experience for yourself. You know?
What's that?
Your what hurts?
What's that? What's that right there? What's that? What's that? Sugar bear. Holy cow. What's that?
Yo, holy cow was the golden calf, dog.
Okay, Orthodox.
Orthodox is bullshit. It's a Huff title.
No, this is what's that? Who's that? What's that?
It's all fake and gay, Rocky, don't you know?
Yeah, I'll play a little of this video.
Could be completely wrong. My history may have corrupted my logical thinking somehow.
The only thing that matters is
Mary word. There's Mary.
Competing with the system. Yeah. Idea that Trump, you know, when Trump said, "They're out to get you, I'm just in the fucking way," they're auditioning for a part. Okay, running for president is not competing with the system. You're trying to become a managerial position of the executive branch of a board of directors of something you don't know. Okay, that's all it is, and your job is to capture the minds of the people.
I'm not interested in your stupid final. Answer my question. That makes no sense. That's the stupidest thing I've heard out of you tonight.
Matters. It's always good to pull out dirty tricks. That's how you get there.
And so if I were going to do that, which I wouldn't because I'm not a total psycho.
It's all sus. Nothing to see here.
Duh.
Is that the choice you're looking for?
We have some dirty tricks, some kind of hitting below the belt.
You've seen why I made the prediction, which you all will see come to fruition, that Andrew will be in politics.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You heard it here first. But
God damn it! You're still whining. Stop whining. That is a product. I can all.
Yo, that dude's an interesting one, bro. What is that dude's role in this grand scheme of things?
That is something that I've asked myself since I first met him. Before I met TML. I mean, I mean, that's why I like to play a lot of the political stuff, because it really, when you start looking at the political stuff, you start seeing that the religious stuff has been totally hijacked into politics, and you know, it's very hard to figure out why that is. And you know, from my discussions with him and other people like him, it's like I really don't know what.
Check this out. I have a theory. So you create a fake, right? So you got the Masonic Jackin and Boaz, right? You create a fake fucking light. So you create a fake good guy. And then you need someone for them to dunk on. So you create a fake opposition to it. You know what I mean? And then you put them against each other and you let the fake light dunk on the fake dark, right? And you just let that happen a bunch of times publicly. And then you get a bunch of dummies who want to be good following the fake light. And that's how you get the moth into the mosquito trap, and it goes zap. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why like I said, like I really like to look at the politics and history, because I think those two things really enlighten you on the occult and religion a lot, you know. And I mean, I think it's something that I've just always had the suspicion of, so I don't know how to give that to other people. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to get people to see what I see, but I think that was a pretty good explanation of the way I look at history, put it that way. I mean, I think a lot of history is like,
they're not going to unless they can resonate on the same type of frequency wave as you. And I know that sounds like all, you know, scientific, this, that, and the third, but they have to resonate with what you're saying. That's why you gotta throw bait out there. Like if you put something out there that they're like, oh well, what do you mean it's only the year 1020 such and such? You know, just be random with it. Do your thing.
Yeah.
No, but I'm being serious here, okay? If you stop trying to push out what you're promoting, okay, you're not gonna get any reach. Period. It's basic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit of a video. You guys just interrupt me when you're ready, because just a conversation starter, so don't take it too seriously. But because I don't know how much longer everybody wants to go, but I'm here for a little bit longer. So.
Baby, we want to see your nudes. Come on, show us your nudes, baby. Show us the nudes, I love you. We love you. Hang low if it hang low if it love you. Do I want some more? Can you shove it in my guts? Can I put it in my throat? Can I see you when you fuck me from the back? I wanna know. Do your dick
Corn bomb.
do that dick hang low? If it do, I want some more. I'm a nasty motherfucker. I suck a nigga so.
You guys, you don't hunt anymore.
Do that dick hang low?
You're losers.
Calling all the big dick niggas to the floor. I wanna see them. If that dick don't pass them balls, I swear that I don't care to meet them.
You think you hunt, you think you grind, you don't.
Pussy fat just like a bitch who eating cake with diabetes.
You're asleep. And thank God you didn't have to hunt for food. You died back then. You're
With this good shit in his life, I promise you, he never leaving.
You killed your families. And some of you are killing your families now. Why are some of you so casual?
Okay, this is a story about my mom and dad. One was white and one was black, and I bet you think you're glad I'm half gray. Just look at me, my skin is very tan. I don't know what the hell I'm on, so 1, 2, what do they say?
Our country's thriving. Jobs are booming.
The group ball became a sensation.
Figures have taken white America down to super ghetto complex. The way you're speaking now. You're speaking Ebonics, you dumb white fake nigger.
Muslims and leftists, and you're in Britain, which is responsible for
less than 1% of solutions that works. When AI was added to a contact center, 36.8% of companies laid off an average of 26.1% of their employees.
Blow up
These alarming numbers were within just 1 year.
Just a good idea. Let me tell you how I'll steal my parents' credit cards. Oh, yes, I'll rip them up. I'll go downtown to Brentford, get myself some coffee.
In every company around the world, big companies will undeniably struggle with reduced revenue as people without jobs don't have the buying power they once did, and even people with jobs will cut back out of fear that they might be next.
To be more masculine and to be posing, right?
But there is a business plan that you, as a hypothetical titan of industry, might want to consider so that this isn't a problem. And that's just making stuff exclusively for other wealthy business owners while diverting resources away from people who have nothing to offer you that can't be done more efficiently by a machine or a cheaper worker on the other side of the world.
Are the right people.
So one cool thing about Trump is I think his role is to merge the old gods and the new gods. Here is
the liberty right-wing people, the constitutionalists who really think the Constitution is some sort of deified document or something.
Is Trump Tower, the ceiling, and guys, that is not imagery from Christianity. As you can see, there's Trump's chair, and it is on the 66th floor, and it has the imagery of Mount Olympus. Okay.
Oh. Extension of the Bible. They might as well staple the Constitution to their Bible.
Like, I believe in the teachings of Jesus.
Hold it!
The identity posturing is absurd. Fought by.
This is America. Look what I'm whipping up. This is America. Yeah. Don't catch you slipping up. Don't catch you slipping up. Look what I'm whipping up. Look how I'm kicking up. I'm so pretty. I'm on Gucci. I'm so pretty. Yeah. I'm on get it. Ooh. This is Sally. Ooh. Yeah. On my Kodak. Ooh, know that. Ooh. Ooh. 100 bands, 100 bands, 100 bands. Contraband, contraband, contraband. I got the plug on who a hawker. Whoa, they gonna find you like Paco.
Author's real journey into the satanic undercurrent of the Catholic France in the late 1800s. This was not just popular in France, but also among Eastern European aristocrats, particularly from Eastern Orthodox Christian backgrounds, most prominently popular among Russians and Soviets. There was a huge satanic movement in Eastern Europe during that time, mostly influenced by Joris Karl Heinzmann, as Lavas was a watershed moment in literature, as a departure from the atheistic decadent movement and into the more existential exploration into religion, the death of God, and Christianity, with heavy influences from Friedrich Nietzsche's works at the time, particularly Beyond Brilliance. Lavas.
Side to side like a roller coaster.
They do it. If this doesn't work out, probably I will do it. I would almost say definitely.
Baphomet actually goes back to, you can go back to the Middle Ages with Kabbalists.
Dire.
Believe that God was a deity that had both organs, both sexes, and you can actually go back earlier than that to Plato. Plato in his Timaeus taught that God, the being that is all things, is bisexual. So there's actually a higher kind of occultic aspect to this, which I think they see not just from a ritual perspective, but also for social engineering perspective, that they can create more and more sterile people who can't pair bond and can't have offspring by the promotion of this ideology.
Yeah.
Because I actually think the market for humanoid robots is in excess of units, like more than the
Guys, 10,000 tomatoes, I swear. 10 billion gazillion tomatoes, I swear. 10 billion people are gonna die, guys.
It will have AI or AGI at a level that can lead to almost any cognitive task. That is just a question of one can debate that AI will smarter than any human at the end of the next year or in near future, but it's not more than 3 years. That's for
Deeper down the rabbit hole, there's also a transhumanist agenda to a lot of this as well, that is pushing into kind of the singularity, the elites living forever, the individuals who, of course, want to be gods on this earth, as of course the best way to become gods is to make everyone kind of god, make them empowered through the technological kind of technocratic, spiritual kind of aspect of it. And art, to me, is also something that is beautiful, something that can uplift people, but also something specifically that is demoralizing.
That we probably will be recommending into the future long after the enemy is gone. This particular enemy is gone. We're also making every effort.
Into the future.
How much do you think the Jews are paying this guy? Let's throw out some numbers.
Uh-oh.
Watch the Olympics, especially the blacks. It's like a lion is chasing them, and there's only one banana at the end of the race.
Nigga, that is right. You can't fuck that lad, dog. Get out of here.
Yeah, this state actually respects freedom of speech, but communist Jews like yourself don't.
This is actually not. This is like a joke.
This is what I think is hidden with the ridiculousness of astrology. But they make astrology look so stupid because I think there are giant cycles, but there is a time where this starts happening. It's more and more of this.
I think very protesting is hilarious. Protest, whether you're a feminist or a communist, is a demonstration of classism. Why? Because who are you talking to? You're talking to buildings? Are you talking to the car? No, you're screaming to the void.
We make your daddy proud. You hear me?
Some abstract power structure that has a mind and a voice and intent.
I'm gonna make you proud, Daddy. I'm gonna make you so proud.
That's what's so funny about protesting is it's such a feeble, futile approach. And
make your daddy proud.
You're gonna be so proud.
So I think this is called aesthetic terrorism. Well, the idea here is that you can brutalize and terrorize the public through the arts. And
proud.
Plato said you have to control the arts because the arts have the ability to spark off this kind of revolution in most people in the population. If you don't control it, it's kind of like the elite, the oligarchs will make the population pop off with their passion being the 60 Tower Culture is a great example of this, and also have a GI content. Core body S1 is the big establishment. So,
wow.
The elites will utilize the arts, not just in a social revolutionary perspective, that's a big part of it, but they'll also revolutionize the religious ideology of a society. And they do that a lot of times through this kind of brutalization, this kind of occultic type stuff.
Yeah, things they don't actually believe. That is, if they thought longer about them. The Socratic method is not just an antidote to the collapse of rational discourse in our society. It is also a way to a better health of the soul.
Sorelian revolution happening.
Yeah,
I have to destroy through chaos magic.
Socrates thinks of ideas as every bit as important as what we can see and touch, and he tries to get others to look at them that way too.
But I was a fan of McVeigh. I know that's not. Here's my quote. Put that out there on the internet.
He wants people to care for their insides, the psyche and soul, with the kind of energy and attention they spend on their physical selves and whatever else they see.
I'm a fan of McVeigh.
But for different reasons at that time, in a weird, strange way.
Yeah, well, it wasn't because, it was because he fought back.
Caring for your soul is something that doesn't have a lot of value put on it in our culture. Education doesn't teach you how to think, nor does society.
He was going after oppressors. Let's say I don't have a problem with police for the most part because they are working class people. But government, like I'm not even for violence. I want to be a pacifist, so I'm not for violence. I'm not for war.
In the British Museum, we have objects of.
There you go. And then there was 3. We're back to the Trinity.
Rocky Machine, do you guys have anything to add or say or anything? I mean, I'm kind of surprised everybody bounced out.
Yeah, it's been pretty late, especially since it's 3 a.m. here. But yeah, Jim Bob's cartoons, it's like Christian South Park, but they ran out of construction paper and jokes. It's fucking crazy. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's been his cartoons have changed quite a lot in the past couple of years. I would say, like, it used to be very not Socratic, but very I mean, thought provoking. I guess it was kind of funny. Oh, I guess Rocky's out, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Like my kid opened up one of his books that I have and started looking at it. And it's kind of interesting to watch, like, him looking at it. I'm like, he has no idea what's being said, of course, right? But getting to see it through, like, watching a kid look at it, I was like, it's kind of interesting. It's like you'd have to have so much presuppositions to understand the joke that's being displayed in a simple picture with a couple blurbs on it. It's like kind of put me back in a position of like how strange art is. Our art is a very weird thing because it's I don't think art is ever neutral, transgressive or something. And I think I never really thought of art that way until recently. So kind of weird. It's always, maybe that's kind of sounds weird, but I think that art is always transgressive, and for some reason. Oh, we're back to the Trinity again.
Hypostatic union.
But yeah, it's this is a very weird stream, but I think it was enjoyable for me, at least. I laughed a lot, so.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was a wild ride. I'm glad that we did it, even though it was painful at
That,
times.
that was one of the greatest of all time, I have to say.
Yeah.
Bravo to certain individuals.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will say this about art is that art is, as Plato said, it's imitation of the forms, so he saw it as a mockery of reality itself, and also there's the idea that brings us to Kant, where he promoted art for art's sake. And, art for art's sake and knowledge for knowledge's sake are the biggest farcical thing that's basically destroying society, one letter at a time.
Yeah, I have to unfortunately agree with Plato on that. I'm gonna have to agree with Plato on that one. I think ideally we would have no art, no nothing. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but like I really do kind of think that. I mean, I can't even get into it, but maybe this is why I always talk about Taoism. I think the best art is no art, but maybe that's a little bit too advanced for this conversation right now. But
Oh, that's a shame.
Jeet Kune Do, baby, Jeet Kune Do. NPC knows about that.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, you came in just as we were going to wrap up here.
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys good night.
Oh,
I'm gonna
for sure.
keep the party going over here. It's about 3 p.m. So.
Oh, 3 p.m. Nice.
Yeah, we never sleep, machine.
Yeah.
Because like you guys are asleep, I'm awake, and vice versa.
Big ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you gonna let us throw a party over in Asia sometime?
Yeah, but you guys got to do it in Thailand, man.
All right, sounds good. That's a deal. That's the deal as far as I'm concerned.
For sure. Yeah, that was wild though. Like, I saw some new characters for me. That Satan servant or whatever the hell. That was wild, to say the least. You got the return of Rant. I think that was him, right?
Yeah, that was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Satan character has been around, but you really got to dig in the streams to find him.
Okay. That's like I said, he sounded like Bruce to me from Family Guy. Y'all tired? Go to sleep.
Yeah, so you're gonna do a stream?
Me?
Oh, I thought you said you were
Tomorrow?
gonna.
No. Tomorrow.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna. I think me and Encoder are gonna do one on Friday for sure, and then I think Tommy Illuminati's gonna stop by before he goes ruthless or homeless.
Well, he is ruthless. I know that. So.
Oh, is that what
Yeah.
he's gonna be LARPing as a homeless? This is crazy.
Yeah.
But
sad trombone.
But yeah, I mean, if anybody has anything to add, you can. Machine is going to be doing a show tomorrow. In a few hours. Well, I guess in less than 24 hours. So 18 hours from now, he'll be live.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this on my end here. But yeah,
I'll go ahead and end this too.
You
But
said you're gonna do one about GMOs and stuff like food nutrition.
oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, so I
That
gotta
coming up?
wake up and actually correspond with our guest there. So yeah, definitely I'll have to get it going because I think he's in Britain. So I hope that he can correspond as well on the time and that he remembers. If not, we'll just set up some other day. But yeah, it's gonna be something. It's a partner I did the debate partner guy. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he's interested in the issues. So I actually initially contacted him about that because we talked on a panel about the dangers of processed food and all that type of stuff. And then he wanted to debate Islam. So I said, sure, I'm open for a debate. So I'll just
Lols.
debate anybody. Yeah, it's a hot topic now. They did a debate with Andrew Wilson today, and he quit.
Wait,
Nico?
Yeah, both
he
of the
quit, huh?
both of the sides quit. Yeah, they both mutually quit. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Really? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess God wins at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Every
House
religion
always
knows
wins.
Yeah, I think maybe Thunderstruck struck that notion of the debate is what it is.
Yeah,
What it is.
I can't wait to go see how that transpired. I'm not usually interested, but
Yeah, I
if
got
it
the
was
tape.
that
Yeah, I got the
weird,
tape if anybody wants to see. So yeah. I
The
recorded
receipts.
it. Yeah, I recorded it, but I don't think it's on the internet anymore. But yeah.
Oh, they zapped it too?
They always do. They always do.
Probably.
Yeah, if they have it on Rumble, they zap it. But yeah. Anyways, guys, I gotta go to sleep. But yeah, have a blessed one.
All right.
Easy.
Yeah,
have a
take
good
care.
night. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and end this too. But yeah, good night, everybody.
All right, guys. That's gonna be the conclusion of this one. I'll play some videos here for you guys, and we'll go to sleep. Thank you guys, and we'll be here tomorrow. So yeah, don't worry, you'll see me soon here if you guys want to. We'll be back tomorrow. We always we always do a show on Wednesday. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy this. And get on these. But yeah, thank you for being here with us on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. It's been some interesting discussions this time for sure. But yeah, we'll see what it takes. We'll see what it is. But yeah, talk to you guys soon. Have a blessed night.
Invasion Assignment, Ghetto Apostles, General Grimm, Sergeant Spaz, Lieutenant Bless, Captain Freestyle. Report to your military post. Baby J, C12. The industry, give up the ghost.
Yeah, we win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Pushing camouflage shirts, marching through your churches and your concerts. We win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Pushing camouflage shirts, marching through your churches
I'm
and
that
your
gorilla
concerts.
in your midst, stalking with an army of assailants. I got your organization under surveillance. You moved your pawn to squares, left the king unveiled. Diagonal invasion, soldiers marching in for the kill. This is a war, join ranks, play your position. Put the industry in checkmate, force them under submission. Your whole perimeter is surrounded by my legion. You trapped inside the center of an isolated region. Wow, blast shatters, bullets scatter. No evidence of fingerprints, the C12 matter. Black Bishop moving in, attack the queen. Sabotage front line, the industry's in quarantine.
Precision final core, prepare for violence storm of silent war. Map your survivor course, mount your riding horse and grab your sword. Hip hop the Holocaust, grab your holy cross, your crescent and star. Witness your empire fall like Sodom and Gomorrah. Refer to your Bibles, Qurans and Torah. Blessed be the high exalter, divine curer, human is purer. Staring in my rival's eyes and analyze, cross-examine and paralyze all those who choose to itemize lies.
Yeah, we win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Pushing camouflage shirts, marching through your churches and your concerts. We win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Pushing camouflage shirts, marching through your churches and your concerts.
Continue infiltration by firebomb detonation, phases and laser scoping, choking from smoke inhalation. Secret Service agents are coming at me. I got a hit in my spray, do a grenade setting off the sprinkler system.
I specialize in fear, terrorizing your airwaves like dropping off thermonuclear bombs in subways. Here to stress your life, painting pictures of death, ancient scriptures with your silhouette. I'm cold as winter, bringing the earth tremors that burst your inner saint. My sanctment of war that laughed at how I banged them. Foes cuffing the plea, should have took the opportunity to flee. I bring terror to theaters like the Phantom. My thoughts reveal a Navy SEAL approaching ghetto walls. Enemies force field jackets get stained from open swords. Non-negotiable terms for your surrender. I heat your weak arsenal and burn in the cinder.
We win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Boots and camouflage shirts, marching through your churches and your concerts. We win the war cause we bomb first, just like when they palm burst. Snappers with the Vietnam verse. Ghetto apostles doing God's work. Boots and camouflage shirts, marching through your churches and your concerts.
Rendezvous, special operations team arsonist. Switch the disc and get out of there fast. We don't wanna take no risk. Codename freestyle, alias the asthmatic, automatic, full metal jacket statics with the diplomatic, bureaucratic tactics. We got the area secure now. Triple the C4 and get rid of the whole floor. You copy? I copy that. We got the whole music business wired. So when this shit blow, your whole empire's expired.
We can live lavish and still build on the mathematics. Flowing precise, cut carrots, rock ice, and still civilize the savage.
Dancing in the Garden of Eden, gotta think along, breathing, glancing back at days I used to be behind them bars with heathens.
Blast like the Aztecs, cash checks, blast checks, collect all of my assets from sales from the cassettes.
Iceless but priceless, top of the price list. Probably the first up on your heist list. You might miss, so knowledge this.
Executive order 11002. The reason you know me, but I don't know you. You really wanna know what crime is? Let me show you. Keeping in mind, this is just one point of view. Crime is living in a third world country, fucked up but hungry without no money. Crime is trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Crime is being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Crime is what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds. It damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damn, it's just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Crime is the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Crime is HIV statistics. The respected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but dryness, living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Dryness imminent, comes in other forms. It's sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Dryness, the prison population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Dryness, not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Dryness, corporate scandal. Dryness, a handful of COs playing you for the dead fool. Dryness, being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Dryness, having one too many women, even though you always need to spend one swimming. Dryness, dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Dryness, blind devotion. Dryness, having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Dryness, having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Dryness, trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders and it don't exist. Dryness, being falsely accused. Dryness, the latest news. Dryness, what gives people clues. Dryness, a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Dryness, fear of devils and fear of God. Dryness, a long, hard tech support death job. Dryness, the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Dryness, a rookie cop corner for backup. Three-strike perpetrator that's gang tatted up. Dryness, the spin zone of a politician. Dryness, K-Solo when he said the rhyme did it. Dryness, the struggle of change. Dryness, inevitable, there is no other way. Dryness, what drains life force out of you. Dryness, negative, what drama can empower you. Dryness, love. Dryness, pain. Drama exists in everything, every day. Dryness, the yin. Dryness, the yang. Dryness, the innate nature of man. Drama contracts. Drama expands.
Live each day like your last. One day you'll be right. Until that moment happens, I'll reach new heights. It's amazing how evil the world can be behind a beautiful face. Summertime murders with heat get erased. My friends say MF, you're in outer space, but I have to blast off. I hate this place. I mean, I love it so much, but it's going to waste. Mind control, people don't know what's real. Programmed to kill, so we reach for steel. American hunger, everyone is a meal. Fuck napkins, thieves wipe their mouth with sleeves. United States on its own, young it feeds. Born to starve because the others we greed. Trapped like lab rats, causing a craze. But I want out this maze. I say, this is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Tell me, is there a way out? I walked through the doors of hell. It said stay out, I didn't. Fell even deeper, trap floor was hitting. Programmed to eat fruit that's forbidden. Mankind don't live up to its name. Not kind at all, devour their brothers. Cry at funerals, kiss their mothers. Backstabbing for knives they're grabbing. Loyal to enemies are lies, they have them. I boil as a mic fiend, knowing I'm censored. Feds do stakeouts at my concerts. Hoping I cross lines cause I'm a lifer. Correcting my wrongs, turn uplifter. Divine is comedy, from pain come laughter. With a clean slate, I choose to die with. While in park, I look up in sky. This is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus.
Do our thing, hold it down, we got this, locking this, and nobody stopping this. Rock him, an infamous, rep the hood for you and yours, no doubt crash the ball. And you don't really want to go against Source. The drill done, conceal guns, play the hum, for real sons, leaning back, checking out the action. On the benches, we drinking X's, yo twirl that shit while I spark this. Chocolate, burn it down like an arsonist. Pull out the mids, cause it's time to bring the biz to kids. And blow all hellfire out your empire. Your life is wire, couldn't make my mob expire or retire. I'm letting off till my arms tired. Just sit quiet with my head full of riot high bias. It's clear for your ear to hear. I declared only live niggas rap this year. 96, I lost my done. 97, it got worse. Fuck it, somebody out the team gotta get murked. Just sat down. You play the background when shots sound off, flashing back at how my man's is gone. KB, forever in my memory. I spill some Henny, then I keep it moving. Do our thing, hold it down, we got this, locking this, and nobody stopping this. Rock him, an infamous, rep the hood for you and yours, no doubt crash the ball. And you don't really want to go against Source.
You wanna come test? Son, it's massive stress. The penalties is death, pay your last respects. We harass your rep. If you slept a half step, we adapt to see what we can match.